client right now, but it will be coming in the future. As the weapon meta evolves, maybe Sook will just go for even weirder weapon combos, which I cannot wait. That's going to be amazing to witness.
Yeah, explosive bow and M24. I'm here for it.
Let's go! Bolt action!
Yes.
Bring them back! Oh, that'd be so insane to watch here. You know, it's so crazy because honestly, the way we've seen the lobby, I think we've been pretty confident the top three are going to be tough to budge. You know, EA is going to be that real big threat. And it's so crazy. What I love about PUBG Mobile esports in particular is how we have these theories like mathematically it's possible, and then one game it changes everything. You know what I'm saying? Like we can see these top three teams just go crazy 1, 2, 3 finish on Rondo, and it's like, well, it's pretty locked in here, back. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. One big game can change the entire landscape of these leaderboards. For example, let's take away that 30-point game of DRX. They'd be down to 80 points, which would put them in rank number 7, just instead of Arcred's position already. So like that one big game was so pivotal for DRX's entire kind of storyline going into Group Red. So yeah, one big game here for all these middle ranked teams, or like the middle bit as Niptra would call it, is going to be very impactful.
Yeah, it is impactful. Also, the other team that is a great example of that is, remember at the beginning of the day we said Regnum Cardia need 24 points. Game number 1 or 2 or whatever it was is 28 points they got. So like they would still be in the middle bit if it wasn't for that massive game in the beginning of the day.
The middle bit.
The middle bit.
The middle bit.
That's the place you don't want to be, man. I don't know. I heard your guys' theory earlier about, you know, waiting towards the end. Just knowing the last match curse, Max, man. I'm on the complete opposite end, dude. It's a thing. I know it's so frustrating, but it's
we got 5 games to go, Hot Jukes. We can talk about it.
He's already talking about it.
I just don't know how a team could possibly go into this today. Like, and I'm talking about like Arc Red, Geekade, just thinking like, oh, yeah, let's just play the game as is, see what happens. You know, like for me, I'm like, if I was the coach, I'm screaming at these guys, being like, we need to win Rondo. We need 20 points. If you don't get 20 points, you're probably not going to make it. That's what I would say. Like, just going in with the mentality of like, you know what? Just play the game as is. If you happen to get a chicken dinner, then we'll change the strategy. I don't know. It's because I think you need to see that all or nothing play style at this point. They have a good point gap over Boars, so the risk of going out in bottom 5 is so low, at least in my opinion. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I'm actually really happy you're talking about Boars, because they are a team on my radar as a squad that I think will get a possible big day. And the reason why is I'm looking at Rondo, and my theory is they are one of the best teams when it comes to the recall tower system. They used the recall tower in yesterday's game where Burmese School won to actually get high ground advantage onto a rooftop, which you do see that happening sometimes, but they were locked in on that angle. They lose some players, they go for the sneaky recall, and they send those 2 players on a roost, and it negates instantly all of the rotation potential of that team in the building. So I want to see more plays like that, where you're using the recall not only as a way to get your players back into the game, but also to gain somewhat of a terrain advantage. And I think Boars did that so well that I would love to see a Boars Rondo win here, Niptra, because that recall system they've used was really, really strong for themselves.
It really was, yeah. Now that you mention it, I'm remembering, I'm going, yeah, actually, that was a really good play by them. Also, in the Miramars as well, right? We saw some really good control coming out from them in the first Miramar game yesterday. So it gives me some hope that they've not been beaten down by their unfortunate performance so far, right? That they're still going, they're still trying, they're still making moves, trying to adjust to the lobby. And so that gives me hope for day number 3 as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's also an extra reason why I want to see Boars do well here, is because he has his old Snowix as his old teammates on Team Falcons, and I just want to see that fight, because that would be pretty cool. So that's it. That's my point.
Yeah, and we know that Boars can beat. Yeah, and we know that Boars can beat big teams as well, because in that match 1, right, we had True Rippers go out to Flash. But then immediately Boars were able to get over there, and they took out Flash right afterwards, which is a top squad. So it's good to be able to see, you know, a team be able to crush it like that, you know, off the rip on Rondo. But they're gonna have to do it again here today, Max.
They got to do it once more, bring it back. Hopefully that's going to be the case, but we'll see how it goes.
Yep, let's take it to the stage with the 7WG for a quick report.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. Just a quick little update here. The players are up and ready, okay? They're no longer sleeping. I do have something to know about Alliance. I talked to them earlier, and they told me they are pushing for top 6. The team that's currently about 28 points away from being there, they're going to have to put up great performance here in Rondo. And another squad is other than TRX, because this squad is looking to be even more prepared when it comes down to teams crashing on them. Yesterday, especially yesterday, we saw them not being fully prepared. Now they're starting to adjust to the lobby. Let's see if they got what it takes to maybe make that push to top 11.
Well, you heard it. They're trying to make it into top 11. The last chance for Team India to be able to make it into at least the last chance stage here, Max, man. How do you feel about them?
I mean, for me, when I'm looking at Team India, or Team India, like plural, because we had Orangutan too that didn't make it in their respective group. For me, it was never about India winning PMGC. For me, it was like maybe them making it to the PMGC finals. That would have been a good achievement. But it's like taking that experience, and when you go back to your region, you're playing back your regional tournaments, you kind of spread that kind of experience to the rest of the lobby, because you're going to be stepping up your own gameplay. And hopefully that's what I'm expecting next year, man. India could be looking so strong, Niptra, if they're able to really learn from these experiences and step up their gameplay.
Yeah, as well as, when you're locked into your region, when you're only playing your region, this goes for any region globally, right? If you're consistently playing Americas, you're consistently playing CSA, and you don't get that global experience, you don't think outside the box as much, right? If you have an analyst, or if you're analyzing for your team, yes, you do look at other regions and you go, we want to pull this, we want to pull that, and that's going to work for us, right? But you don't influence the rest of the lobby when you don't have that experience, yet you're actually able to play that experience. So coming here, playing with that experience, playing with these global teams, and then taking that back home is going to be so valuable for both these teams in particular and the lobby that they're playing in at home. So yeah, it's going to be a really, really good experience for them. So yeah, I agree, Max. We could see a completely different teams stepped up to the global stage next year.
Yeah, it gets me excited to see which will be the teams to make it to the next events next year. Of course, we don't even know what the schedule is going to be looking like for next year.
Yeah.
The announcement from maybe James Yang during the finals. That's going to be exciting to see what 2026 is going to look like for PUBG Mobile Esport. But yeah, India, I think Hodgix is just a matter of time before we know. They go back to those glory days of when we had TSM Entity or Orange Rocks. Those guys were definitely on point back then.
For sure. It's so difficult, right, to be able to play at this stage for the first time. You got the nerves of it all. You got the entire country, right, rooting for you. It's so difficult. You're going against teams, okay, guys, who play 6 to 8 hours a day, right, in the same house with a coach staring at 4 monitors, looking at every mistake they make, right, and being like, how can we tweak this and get a little bit better, all right? And we got champions that have been here before. It's a tough thing to cross, right? I will make a claim, though, and I want to know if you guys agree with me. If OG was in Group Red, I think they would have made it at least the last chance. What do you think about that?
I actually do think Orangutan is a bit stronger when it comes to macro, like rotations, Niptra. So actually, they would be way more suited for this group, and True Rippers maybe would do better in Group Green. Oh, that's an unfortunate run of events, isn't it?
That is
right?
rough, yeah.
What do you think about that, Niptra?
I wholeheartedly agree. That would have worked out really, really well, because I think Orangutan are able to adjust quite quickly. They are not a slow team in that regard. So if they did have some upsets on rotations and stuff in this group, they would have definitely adjusted to that and done quite well. So yeah, that is really unfortunate. Oh, I feel bad now, because they are a good team. I like them. Now
here's the deal. I'm gonna make another bold claim. I don't feel bad. I'm glad they were in Group Green. I'm glad they went out, right? And the reason why I say this, guys, is because I'm glad that they got to get a true essence of what it would be like to play in the finals. Okay?
Yeah.
Like they went in there and were like, this is different. Okay? Right? These teams are hyper aggressive. The gun skill is like ridiculous, right? So I'm glad that they were able to truly experience that. This is what I'm hoping, right? I'm hoping that they go home and just get hungrier, right? They're like, you know what? We're going to stick together as a 4-man. We're not going to do some crazy player swaps, and let's just put the work in, because right now, I think they had some great macro, but at the same time, it's just tweaking that like flick of the switch aggression. If they can just tweak that, I think they could definitely be some big players here.
Oh, absolutely. When I was studying them, I was like, this team is one of the strongest newcomer teams I've seen in terms of that macro, because they play their macro like a global team. There's none of this regional biased to me. It was like, okay, they know exactly what they're doing. They really quick with those rotations as well. They know their angles. It's just backing that up with a firepower on a global level is where they fell down for sure. So I definitely agree with that. It's like, yeah, this was such a good team. I think it's definitely one of the strongest teams we've seen come out of the region in a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit sad they couldn't make it further, because I would have loved to continue to watch them play.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about newcomer regions here, we're talking, of course, about India. We've got to talk about Africa, South Africa, right? Looking at ETSH Esports.
Yes.
This is a team that have Reverb in particular. If you guys remember and watched PUBG Mobile Esport in Africa, I'm talking 3-4 years ago, Reverb was the guy. He was so good, and he still is really good. Making it to PMGC is quite impressive. And they have the tutelage, right, Hot Jukes, of Koruja, which is very nice to have him on the team. So I feel like this is a team that had very low expectations for a major portion of the community. And this is going to be a big learning experience for them. So I'm sure the ETSH, some of the players at least, will see them come back in the future, even if they do not leave the bottom 5. Of course, that's going to be their hopes, right, for today. But even if they don't ETSH, I'm sure the players, they'll be back in some way, shape, or form in the future.
Yeah, and I hope we see it, right? Because they've got Karuja, which is one of my favorite coaches in PUBG Mobile Esports. He was the previous coach for Alpha 7 whenever they won the PUBG Mobile World Cup not too long ago, right? So when you have such a storied veteran coach like that, it's going to definitely pay dividends. But when you get to the first time PMGC, no matter how much coaching it is, there's always one thing I say is you can't teach clutch. You know, how teams handle pressure, Neptura, and you know, being in the background of esports, right? Seeing how these players do that, it's quite difficult, that's for sure.
Yes. The biggest challenge I faced when helping teams out was the second guessing of decision making in game, because that pressure just gets to you and you just start second guessing everything, particularly like the IGLs, right? They go, we should go here, and I'm like, great, that's a great idea. And it's like, wait, no, maybe we shouldn't, because this, that, and the other. And they start overthinking it. Pressure leads you to overthink basically every aspect of the game, and it's such a tough place to be in, because that's a natural thing, right? You're just trying to do your best, and you end up just overdoing it completely. And that is why I always say, as hard as it is, you just have to relax. And that's why we see so many teams who are at the bottom do really well in the second half of the last day, because that pressure is now off. It's not that they've lost hope, they've just relaxed, because it's like, we can't do much more than what we're already doing.
I mean, pressure can lead you astray. Hopefully not. By the way, the Ghouls have been mighty strong. I'm sure Blank's going to be super happy to talk about them. But, yeah, but did you mean that, Hodrix, when you said you can't teach clutch? Do you mean that?
I think you can't teach it for your first time in a tournament. I think you can slowly adapt to it.
I was hoping I could be a pro, but I was like, I hope you would go back on your word, but you can't.
Dude, it's so hard. It's so hard because, you know, I'm telling you guys, like, I'll give you guys even a little bit more insight in depth, right? I normally don't get the chance to go into this, right? The worst parts when you're playing PUBG Mobile Esports is a situation, because there's so many different decisions you can make as an IGL in game, right? You can look at like a rotation. Do we go left? Do we go right? And both are like 50-50. It could work out, it could not. But if you have your IGL and your main gunner split on that decision and it don't work out, does it cause so much division amongst the both are like 50-50. It could work out, it could not. But if you have your IGL and your main gunner split on that decision and it don't work out, does it cause so much division amongst the team here, Max?
Yeah, it really does. It could be such a major issue for yourself. So hopefully they can try and work on that. You know, some of these teams at the bottom have to struggle with that point so far. But by the way, I was very happy we were able to delay this game, because it was our decision, right, to delay the game. So we could just talk more about this. So, thank you very much, guys, for doing the best podcast. We had a great time. Now we might let you watch the game, or do we talk more? What do you do?
Hey, you know what? We stop talk, we start game, baby. Let's go. Match number 1 for the final day of Group Red. We're headed into Rondo. So I hope you guys enjoyed the podcast. I know Blake and John, I know you did.
I mean, absolutely. We always love to kick off the day with a little potty C from the guys over on the desk. A brilliant kickoff to proceedings. We're heading on into match number 13 and our last rondo of the group stages. Blank. Our teams are going to get hot. They're going to get dropping, and they are going to get stuck in. It has been a little bit quieter, though, here than over in Group Green.
I can't believe you dropped a potty C on the broadcast. I'm not happy about that. Map top performance is Sakura from day one. That one day, that one game that he did really well in. And since then, it's not really moved the needle too much from there. It's fair enough. That's a hard target to hit. Very hard target to hit. He's ahead of anyone else. The only person actually challenging him right now is his teammate, Tony K. But we do get a singular playing path here on our final day. Final day! The last day here of Group Red. And it is heading over towards the northeast side of the map. So we're going to be closing all things down here and heading over to that brutal stage of last chance in just a day and a bit. I'm going to call it a day and a bit.
Day and a bit. All right. Northeast Circle coming in for our last bit of a day as we have a hot drop over on our, multiple hot drops right now. We're going to jump in with E-Arena clashing against Twisted Minds and Weibo off in the distance. Tony K coming down. It's a nasty start for E-Arena, trying to chase for that third place spot, that all-important direct qualification. Maybe a little bit further out of reach. Still got plenty more to go, and remember those recall beacons, the major addition here on Rondo. Judo wants to go up on high.
Twisted Mind versus Arena.
To dance over the shingles. Supreme in the engagement, and Judo able to find a second against the Arena. Looks like the Arena, they're not going to have a good time. It's all going to be on those recalls for them.
There's a lot of teams. This is very packed at the moment. Weibo even finding shot. Damn, on the desync as well. The drop just catches his noggin.
Weibo Gaming third party করে দিয়েছে Twisted Mind এর উপরে
basically delivered to them. So it's Weibo versus two players here from Twisted Minds, dropping in some emergency cover flares. I mean, a little bit hopeful on the knock. Not meant to be. It does provide a little bit of cover to walk up to though.
This is the earliest use of cover flares I think I've seen. I'm loving it. Maxman's loving it, I'm sure. He's a big fan of them. And let's see if Weibo can get a little bit more luck on board than was the case for Arena. Nades over the top from Order.
আজকে Weibo হচ্ছে হলো কামব্যাক দিবে কামব্যাক সুক তার ই চালানো শুরু করে দিয়েছে তীর ধনুক নাইস গ্রেনেড
Maybe a little bit unawares by this. Freak making noise on the ground floor, and Sook once more. But is it going to be bow or is it going to be UMP? We'll have to wait and see. He's got the bow out right now. He's drawing. The quiver is emptying. He is going to drop out.
Nice.
Connect on that one. He's going to lay down the law though with the rest of them, and Hero steps up with him. Teammates again, and they will find the win on that engagement. A nice little hot drop situation. They find two Elims. Twisted Minds will be out of there. Everybody will be totally fine.
GRX আর RG 111 same point.
Chinese Hawkeye strikes
KFL 107
So good to see, honestly.
90 পুরো কামব্যাক দিবে আজকে আনবো গেমিং কোয়ালিফাই করবে
I mean, it was about to happen eventually.
No doubt.
He is one of the most successful players with
Gig
off-meta weapons. In time, ETSH getting some much-needed points, hopefully here. We're only in 15, but I do think that the road looks very dark ahead of him. 27 points. It's a bit rainy as well, actually.
Ooh, nice little pre-fire there from Ragnarok. Knows that smoke likely to be the cover that they're going for. The recall beacon that this fight is basically next to might have been overcommitted to here by a few teams, but I think that ETSH, okay, so GK are actually now pulling up on the recall beacon in Jadina City on the south side with Nerzed, so they can get a little bit more aggressive with this one. I don't know if ETSH, no, they do also have an outpost. I'm seeing Baby actually very, very far north, much closer towards the circle. Might struggle to get towards a recall beacon up there though, so for ETSH, holding this fight on lock is much more important.
Absolutely, this is a case of basically being at a full disadvantage. Luckily there is a wraparound, but now GK moves in and every single player goes down. It's a good setup there from GK. Two angles held, and you know what? They don't check their corners. They do not check their corners.
That's nasty. Fortunately, though, Baby does manage to find his way through. This is all the way up in Heme Town, so what is this, like 4 kilometers away from that fight? He's been on the road for a while.
Top 6 teamer same point, প্রায় চিকেন প্যালে same point. সবাই একসাথে ঢুকে যাবে.
Quick rotation off the back of almost getting entirely squad wiped for ETSH. So not terrible really at all. And Heme Town unlooted.
I guess you could call it a rotation. I suppose it's pretty good, to be fair. You do completely circumvent all of the teams that are lined across that northeast side. What are VP doing?
Actually,
I think I understand. I understand. No, I understand. They not call themselves so they can get the recall close towards the circle. That's the only thing that makes sense here to me.
They did all knock themselves in Meiran though, which is in the next circle.
Yeah.
And
Trooper 11 নম্বরে যাওয়ার
last player's
জন্য
in the blue zone somewhere.
No, VP is still. Wait, actually, wait. I don't understand.
What has just happened to VP?
They do recall.
No,
they do recall, but where?
I actually can't see them on the map. We've got our map feed up. You guys can pull up your map feeds as well at home. Maybe you can help us out because we're trying to spot them. They're normally green on the map feed. You can access the map feed over on the YouTube channel, certainly. But yeah, interesting decision there for Virtus.pro. Not sure what's going on with that one. Either way, we've got plenty of other teams making their way through. And I think the big news here, Blank, is that this rondo is much more action-packed on the hot drops than we've seen from either of the other two rondos on these starting positions.
Absolutely. So weird. So weird. There is like there's a lot of things that go into that where you get the recall beacon off wherever they are, but also they got 3 elims, and I think they heard teams like barreling it down towards them, and they were worried to hold that position as 3. So they just maybe they were low HP as well. Maybe they didn't have much loot on board. Like, we can't really stay here. I don't know. You know what, Seven? Please talk to them. This is exactly what you're there for. That's what I need after this game. I need knowledge.
What do you think you're doing, Virtus.pro? That's the big question that's on everyone's minds right now, because they're now still out of the blue. The analyst desk thinks that they may have been dropping back down to... Okay, we found them. Yeah, the analyst desk was right, because they were saying probably going back down to Tinlong Gardens. I mean, sure. I just think that you're in Meiran. I don't think there was anyone really too close to you. You just loot up there. And then move from there potentially.
The thing is that True Rippers and E-Arena were both barreling towards it. So that's the only, like, I'd somewhat, is what I was saying before, and I somewhat agree with Max there, where we're saying that maybe they were worried about third party, but still it's just a very strange maneuver to pull.
Where is Unbu Gaming?
Limit the amount of eliminations you give across. Your players down towards Tinlong Garden anyway, so you just regroup as the 4-man rather than have him go out early and then risk getting the res later on. That's the only things I can think of. Again, it's stage 2, so you got plenty of time to make that crossing back in with the circle moving down towards the south. They are quite fortunate in that regard. But yeah, real either a brain fart moment or a real big brain blast. The Baja blast brain moment right there.
Phil a real Jimmy Neutron with that one. Goodness me. I mean, you don't need 3 of your own teammates and have the vehicle explode by accident, right? Like, that's a purposeful decision. So yeah, that's really, really puzzled us. And maybe we should be focusing more on what's going on close to the center of the circle. We've got a couple of teams over on the north side. This is up by Heme Town, where we saw that recall come through from ETSH, but they're not engaging in this fight. This is a little bit of a standoff between Red and Team Flash, 2 teams who, well, now after yesterday, Red a little bit far behind from the bubble on 3rd place, but still within thinking distance of being able to catch up. What is that, 21 and 7, so 28 points behind Team Flash right now. Definitely achievable during a day to make up that gap, but they do need to start off with a big game, and of course have all the other teams around them do pretty poorly as well. The river that sits down that north side, that stretches down from Muhopan down towards Lo Huajing, is going to be a difficult crossing for teams in the middle of this circle, Blank.
Yeah, I think that, again, it's one of the areas of the map that has a lot of water involved, and this one is particularly nasty where it sort of dips down towards this valley on the riverside. So a lot of teams are going to try and confirm over towards the eastern arena of this map, but even then, that's still some uncomfortable zone to play in. This is what always is tough about Rondo, is that you do get parts of the map which are incredibly open, And that is sort of alleviated by the fact that you can create the craters with the nades, etc. Okay, reverb. Again, ETSH taking a bit of a lesson from Geeky and playing the corners themselves.
Absolutely. Good to learn from your mistakes, I suppose. Bows now trying to stay alive on the inside. Nades are pouring in. ETSH on the rock up, and it looks like Team Flash, they're getting harried at the back as well. The backup not quite there. Finally, they do crash in. No, hang on a minute. That's ETSH, not Team Flash. But Bows is still giving it a good go. He's found one, done a lot of damage to a second, and he's still playing around in these corners. Maybe it will continue to be the case, but steps into the line of fire. Bows goes down next. ETSH, they lose reverb on that fight. Alliance are rocking up to it as well on the north side, and maybe an important position given the circle shift here, Blank. But ETSH, and it seems like Team Flash are gonna have a little bit of a nightmare on the north side. Muhaban recall is within distance, but you've got DRX in the way, and Alliance the bookend on the other side of that fight.
Yeah, DRX are absolutely guarding that position too. For Alliance, that was a fight that I did not think they would lose. You know, that is most of the time when we see Alliance push positions, we see them just fall on their face, and it does look sad. It looks very sad. But that time around, you know, you've got 2 players knocked, 1 player still in the building. That should be an easy cleanup for Alliance. DRX, though, yesterday, what a game to finish things off on. 20 elims and the chicken dinner, which did shoot them up into first place despite all the good work that was done yesterday by Regnum Kaya. Regnum Kaya definitely wanting to regain that top spot just for reputation and bragging rights, but for them, they're quite happy just to get into top 3.
It will be good enough. Top 3, I mean, everybody would be happy with that. Unless maybe Regnum Kaya or DRX. They both want that top spot. Alliance now cleaning up the last parts of that fight that we saw there. But Arc Red, we know they're one of the few teams here that really like to third party. And it looks like they're going to do just that. Iftar. Oh, dear. Taking those knocks over towards Alliance. They fully committed to this building, and now Arc Red are going to get ahead of this one. I like this rotation coming through from Arc Red, not necessarily crashing directly onto the building, littered with vehicles on the approach. Look at that one. Goodness me, a veritable scrapyard. But instead, playing further in and encircling Alliance, forcing them into this fight. The downside is that DRX can third party this as well.
Yeah, but I think DRX still needs to hold off, and they do. They take down final player from the Flash there, which is good news. Balls are also making their way in, so I think DRX will turn attention. That is such a clean sweep. It's like the balls are coming. Oh, the balls are now knocked and all day.
DRX কি খেলাটা খেলছে
Goodness me. I'm a little bit sad
Nice.
that didn't leave Jimmy out on an off angle. In that instance, I would have much rather they got that res off and had that opportunity to take some shots from the sidelines over towards Arc Red. You get an opening knock, and from there your life gets a lot easier. But like you say, now you sort of penned into this one building.
Yeah, it's a little bit of nice nade on in, and 2 players are Alliance full. That should be this fight done and dusted. These recall beacons, yeah, you're not even going to think about getting them. Easy for Bad Boy. Does step out though, and a little bit too bold. Doesn't clear that last player, but DRX might do it for him. Oh dear. Alliance. He's checking. I mean, he did check the corner. That's exactly what you need to be doing. Glory, not so lucky. I mean, this whole fight. Wait, GK?
No. Look, somehow Snowick's got the res off for Boars. And back up to 4, dropping on top of DRX again.
Oh my goodness. This is getting crazy on the north side. Geek are rocking up into this fight as well. Alliance last player is doing a lot against Arc Red with the assistance of Geek. And as you just said, Boars are back up at 4 fighting off against DRX. We thought that was going to be a huge point bonus for them. But no, maybe not. They're going to still cling on for dear life. Another nade comes in. Oh, it's Verse Pro. They're in the circle Blank against E-Arena.
Yeah, they've made it. It was an interesting decision they made earlier, but now they need to deal with E-Arena, who are currently down on 3 players. But these initial nades are fantastic, and now Malloy has a lot to do here as a solo.
Real tall order. Malloy gets the first though. That's how you want to start. 3rd of HP gone, and will take the rest from the knock coming through from Tony K. And that is VP down and out. They get 4 points. But they have really captured our minds in the first part of this match. We'll have to reconvene with them later on. I'm sure Seven's going to grab them, pull them aside by the scruff of their neck and say, what do you think you're doing? to wait for the answers there. Boars back up into the fight against DRX, and seemingly DRX looking to struggle a little bit.
Are
With that
Hunmin.
recall coming on through, they may be able to farm a couple more points, but the Boars turning it around.
Now they are. I mean, for DRX, the thing in my mind is a case of, oh, they let it go through so they can farm more points on the lobby.
REG versus WBG.
Further in, a nade over the top from So Easy doesn't quite tag on. But yeah, I mean, the loot is pretty limited for the Boars after they dropped in. You get whatever kit you're given. Boars now last player remaining, not able to quite find that shot though, and that leaves So Easy down. Pikes, they should be able to clean house though. Either way, 8 elims, not bad.
Yeah, that's how you want to do it. At the moment, Regnum Kaya have not been able to get anything so far. They've been quiet on the western side, one of the few teams to stay west of this river blank, and they have been keeping out of things. So at the moment, DRX take the top spot. Question is, how survivable will it be from that northern side?
এটাই হচ্ছে কথা, কতক্ষণ সার্ভাইভ করবে জোনের বাইরে।
Not something they're really going to be going back for, so they're playing on as 3 underneath Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo's got that high ground. It's a lovely bit of high ground as well. I mean, you don't really only have to play towards the center of the circle here. Geeke's forced to, off the back of some unfortunate starts there. My ghouls are currently recovering versus Nuclear Zone. Becoming some nuclear zombies here in the lobby.
This is one hell of a story arc, and not so strong arc on that nade, unfortunately. Yeah, I gotta still keep bobbling them through, not connecting onto the ghouls. Godspeed in range of the shotgun, not quite, and Arthur hops back into the face of another. That's a really nice pickup and an immediate flush for Yatka, leaving Nuclear Zone now just on 1 player alive. See if they can beat Team Secret's tally from Group Green as they crush on over the ghouls, looking to go nuclear against Nuclear Zone. Sweeping through. She goes down, and the blue zone is causing a little bit of trouble here. Without recall beacons now, you do need to be careful, and they will guaranteed lose
Top 3 টিমই বাইরে জোনের।
But it's not going to happen.
I mean, he did.
No
he
way.
did close the door on him, and he got knocked because of it and flushed. Radioactive ghouls now looking to finish things off, but Fajita is a little bit of a strong member on the side of Nuclear Zone.
Yeah.
Clutch this out, but it's Kaikse from DRX actually to move on in. The Burmese ghouls will have to do something about this. Luckily, there's some shots from the sidelines to immediately take him down.
আরে দুটা নক দিয়েছে বলে আনবুর।
They've only got QXZ out down further south here. Burmese ghouls, they've been double third party to keep them alive.
একটা রিভাইভ হলো।
Get some healing on board, but they are really lacking on that healing. No first aids remaining, no nades really there. DRX dropping that deployable cover, wanting to guard out the Burmese ghouls on this northeastern side. Regnum Kaya yet to push in. Weibo actually the team to go proactively through, and the cover players start to establish some cover moving in. Burmese ghouls making their move.
Now, bless the ghouls with some gravestones to hide behind here. Hopefully they can make their way through the marshes over towards DRX.
Tory power.
But True Rippers actually have a strong spot over on the eastern side. They're consistently taking shots over towards the west. Weibo did take a fair bit of damage coming through from Influence Rage. You can't really ever count Influence Rage out. All those players are incredibly good. I'm a bit disappointed that they're not in the top 3 after their strong start of Group Red. Either way, all the teams up here are super deserving of their spot, and the teams that I expected to make it through anyway.
Yes. Spotted. Nice discipline from the ghouls as they seemingly love a bit of rondo on this final day for themselves, trying to get away from 11th place. Still, I think, a little bit too tall of an order to get up towards 3rd place blank, but you know what that means?
REG 7 নম্বরে মরলে 1 পয়েন্ট পাবে, 12 হবে, দেখা যাক কি হয়।
12
কি 13।
I'm not going to continue to do this maths, but still, you'll be happy to see them again.
I would, yeah. Definitely a lot to go over there in a short amount of time, which we do not have, as we are coming to a close here on Rondo at stage 5, moving to stage 6 soon. Regnum Kaya officially do outlast DRX, but they don't out-elim them. currently with 9 total. Good nades from Lord over the top, does take down 1 from Influence Rage, leaving just Lil Boy up and remaining. I think Lil Boy is definitely not someone you want to back into a corner though, because he can strike out quite wildly in these final moments.
comeback দিবে আজকে comeback হবে.
Took a few knocks from them.
I mean, Weibo are back to full force now, though. And I did see Sook still has that explosive bow. Maxman's really very happy. He's only got the 1, though, so maybe not quite there. I mean, there's the shots coming over through to Twisted Minds, having a tough time. They're going to have to move further east as well. They're regrouping all towards it. They're fully committing to pretty much full front fight with just this duo from Influence Rage. Can't get rid of them. All you need to do is land 1 nade. That should be them done and dusted, but Twisted Mind's struggling, and Lil Boy steps out for the spray. Weibo are taking shots out towards them as well. They just don't have any room to maneuver.
I mean, that's why you can't count out Lil Boy. He is such a good player on the squad. Really holds his nerve as well. But there's the Ghouls taking a shot over towards Sook. Finding at least one limb there over towards Weibo, and that's from up on high on the north.
Arena 3টা বেচে.
Still going his E-Arena. They've been playing with 3
for a long 3টা. INF-এর একজন.
During Gauntlet, this was a circle where
এদিকে আনবুর একটা মারা গেল. 7 kill. আনবুর চিকেন. খুবই চান্স. আরে আর ইজিও বেঁচে আছে বলে রিগনাম ক্যারিয়ার
Twisted Minds, they're playing as 4. They couldn't get on through. I mean, you said they came second from this position back in the Gauntlet. They did manage to sneak their way through onto this one. I think it's safe to say Weibo didn't control them moving on in. They were all the way on that northern side, just to the west of where Burmese Ghouls are right now. Looks like they're going to try and poke their noses in too.
Lil Boy's still going here. It's a good pickoff. For him, I don't think he was too unhappy with the play zone stealing away in a limb for him, because he's already landed up in towards placement points. So it's a give and take there for Lil Boy. Gemma Backpack does finally run out of juice though, so he's going to start taking big damage. Dead Wolf finds shot off towards Godspeed as they attempt to rotate in. They do get Yatka towards the front line though, at least.
Yeah, it looks like Unknown gets clipped as well, so Yatka not going to be able to get them back up more than likely. And Reckon-Kaya up 2 elims now, Blank. They're chasing down that 120. They want to stay ahead of DRX. Finally go down to Weibo, who are playing as 3 after losing Sook.
এদের পুশ দে এদের পুশ দে নেট কর
Leaving Hydro down on the south, they've got a pretty solid hold onto this one.
Yeah, True Rippers played a pretty slow game here. I think they did a good job of controlling over towards the north side, though, to be able to confirm onto this position. And as of 4, they have a massive chance to close out this game. I'm imagining a lot of Indian fans will be very happy with them if they're able to make it happen, which by all means they should. I'd like to see a little bit more of a flex out come stage 7 as teams start to diminish more and more, and you can see Hydro going for this. I really like Hydro as a player. I think he does try and take as many opportunities as possible, and I think he has the chops on him to do it.
He's your Hydro homie going on in right now for the True Rippers. The off angle's good. I think when these 2 teams start to have a tough time,
guys, যারা দেখছেন অবশ্যই লাইক করে দেন,
circle is just
must be subscribe
for Regnum-Kaya right now, right? Moves completely off of that True Rippers position, and the tables are completely turned on this one. Even with 3 players, this is a game now that Regnum-Kaya should be looking to close out.
Yeah, from this spot it's great. I mean, if you do look at it though, it's still pretty uncomfortable for Regnum-Kaya. It's like an open location up a hilltop, so you have to be 360 degrees on this. Luckily for them, a lot of the teams on the outer edge are going to start fighting first for position before attempting to fight against Regnum-Kaya. Good shot from Jelly over towards Sakura on the cross. Will result in 1 knock, an elim, and Hydro will do the rest. So that leaves 3 teams. True Rippers with 4, and both others with just 3. But look at all the utility that True Rippers have been able to maintain here.
ভাই হিরোটা কি করলো
holding this eastern side of
ছি
the hill
ছি
against
ছি
any other team, and now that they are no longer holding it, they themselves can take it. That might make it a little bit harder
কি
for
এইভাবে কে ভুল করে
really suffering here on this south side. Just could not transition further north, but still a pretty solid game for them, getting up to 9 elims here. Blank still very much in the conversation for a third place as Regnum Kaya start to pick up those elim points too. They want to try and rack up as many as possible. Maximum they can get though is 9 on this match.
Regnum Kaya
Find it. The flex outs here, but
Regnum Kaya chicken এটা
too much to handle now because they have not wasted
পুরাই
time in
ভুল খেলেছে
repositioning
আনবো
here. Nice and proactive.
I think they were a little slow, actually. I think they were a little slow to this. I think they allowed Regnum Kaya to take down Weibo pretty much unimpeded. I think now the big thing is whether they close it out, right? If they close it out, it's absolutely fine. But if they do lose this game, it will be because
Regnum Kaya versus Turibar, 4-man versus 3-man.
Coming through from Zed Wolf there on the right-hand side.
Let's go.
I mean, they definitely did not want to get stuck into that third party.
Kiska
Right?
chicken
They moved
hoga.
across nice and rapidly, but after that, they just you're right. They could have controlled the fight a
एक
little
knock
bit
दिख
more.
दिया
And they don't have
Hydro
that
को knock
opportunity
दे
anymore.
दिया
Wild immediately finds Hydro on the trade, and they're looking for more. Not really moving, and that nade looks pretty good. Blank. I might find
Nade
what
ভালো
they're looking
ছিল
for. Not quite getting a knock, not quite getting a flush. There's an answer over towards Wild, but Zedwolf has some of his own. The cover flares start to drop from the sky. And it is necessary to get this res to keep the numbers advantage on side for True Rippers, facing off against Regnum Kaya. Both teams pretty desperate for these points. Regnum Kaya more for pride than anything to jump up towards that top spot again.
I mean, it's also kind of crazy that True Rippers have eaten through pretty much all their utility already. They were on like 12 nades, they're now to 2. Regnum Kaya have 3 more to work with. So I'm not sure where all those nades went from True Rippers. We're coming through thick and fast. Yeah, we're setting things up here. Right now, Regnum Kaya does control a lot of the zone to work with. But True Rippers back up to 4. How do they deal with this slice across from Regnum Kaya will be determining how this game ends, John.
I mean, if Zedwolf had a nade or two here, this would be probably a different story. But this is fairly masterful for Regnum Kaya.
সবাই জোনের ভিতর আছে
True Rippers didn't crest over the ridgeline fast enough, or at least push towards the northern side. Right, Wild and Zedwolf, they flexed all the way down south to deal with Weibo. The time was then really to try and push onto Loxy with 2 or 3 of your players for True Rippers. So they did miss that opportunity there.
Yeah, I mean, as a foreman, you always take those pushes, right? As a foreman, you always take those pushes because you're more than confident that you're probably the most dominant force in the lobby at that point in time. If for Regnum Kaya, this is a very easy lineup for them. They have the peak over. True Rippers, they're forced out into the open. For Regnum Kaya, though, it's the fact they have to deal with 4 guns to their 3. So they'll have to be very quick on the approach. And these initial
4
nades,
versus
they only have 3 of
3
them have to be really on target. But there's only a limited amount of space up here on this plateau.
Nice knock.
Oh my God. A massive opener. The answer not going to be there. A little bit off target, unfortunately. Jelly's trying to flank around and find Loxy, allow them to get a little bit further forward. Another nade expended, and it's not going to find the value. Wilds does again, burns Hydro's health bar down, and I don't think you're going to commit for this res.
3v3 wide.
But the blue zone is pushing. Another nade in, and Jelly and Loxy's fight on the northern
Loxy
side.
versus Jelly.
That fight in the picture down below. Jelly not finding the angle they were looking for, and his position now is known. Hydro back to his feet. True Rippers, they're not going down without a fight, but we'll see if they're able to find it. Wild moving forward. Loxy still in combat. They're moving together, and there's no more nades left for Regnum Kaya. True Rippers have the divots, may be able to make some inroads here. Harsh the forward position.
True Rippers do back off. That res though really slowed them down, and it's a hard decision to make whether you play on as 3 there and go for the 3v3 or go for the res, but it does delay them and pushes them further and further up towards this wall, which isolates these angles for Regnum Kaya.
Wolf as well up on the high ground. 1 player found for Wild Flow. Maybe looking for a trade. 2 for 1 right now, but it's an even 2v2.
2v2 1-2 Jelly neki Loxy किसका RG chicken
True Rippers took them right to the wire, but
That
they
easy
closed it
chicken,
down.
guys.
A 9-point chicken dinner. The True Rippers gave them the fright of their life, and I think they had a total of 2 HP at the end of that fight blank. But nonetheless, that will be enough. The True Rippers could not get through the blockade from Regnum Karya.
Yeah, very, very well played from Regnum Karya. But again, it is that situation where
Guys,
you
যারা যারা দেখছেন অবশ্যই অবশ্যই সিস্টেমটা লাইক এবং শেয়ার করে দেন। Make sure to subscribe.
And try and get a little bit more momentum over towards that front side. Even better than that was 5 minutes ago when Regnum Karya was fighting against Weibo. Push up towards the ridge, control that high ground. Don't allow Regnum Karya to get that lineup across there. It's an annoying one because I think True Rippers do have the aggression required. They do have the gun skill. I mean, they were going fairly toe-to-toe there with Regnum Karya, right? And they just don't push quite quick enough.
Yeah, that north side not taken. The opportunity not quite there for them yet. Regnum Karya, though, top of the tables again.
And with that chicken dinner, Regnum Karya, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. Man, there's only a couple spots left after this. Regnum Karya clutching up the 3v4 in the end game here, Max.
Well, yeah, I think there's only 2 ranks left going into the finals here. With a performance like this, Regnum Karya nail in the coffin, it seems like it. True Rippers, you know, good play onto the eastern edge, playing it slow, calm, cool, collected. Maybe a bit slow on the approach of this fight, but I mean, come on. Z-Wolf, the spray with the UMP was down to 4 bullets onto the M4. Oh. This guy was a menace here on Rondo Neptura, and really, again, showing up why he is a perfect pickup for Regnum Karya.
Isn't he just really, really good stuff coming in from Regnum? And as you said, both of you, right, that we only have 2 spots left for the grand finals. There is no way this team goes out of this top 3 spot now, right? Not the huge, you know, numbers we're used to seeing maybe from some of the other games, some of the other wins we've had from them, but 9 eliminations, that's a 19-point game on the boards, and I think they're just kind of gonna run away with it a little bit here.
They are.
Oh yeah, it's there's no way no one's catching them. I mean, they've got this lobby locked down here, Max.
Yeah, it's a done deal, in my opinion, when it comes to Regnum Karya. No, really solid game. And keep in mind, by the way, we had this exact circle during the Gauntlet stage. It was won by Thunder Talk, but Regnum Karya, they're like, no, not again. We ain't missing out on a free win right now, and they played it really well. I especially liked how they made sure to hold the angle and stop Weibo from pushing in onto them. They were so controlling of that ridgeline Niptura, and that setup in the mid to late game transition was literally what won them this entire match on Rondo.
Yeah, it was really nice as well to see that there was no hesitancy once they got those initial knocks onto Weibo, right, to just go ahead, push it, spread out in a really controlled sort of way, very calm, very collected. I think as we said in the, while we were watching it, right, super calm, super, no!
What? Okay, like, Niptra, I know you wanted to talk about it. Why?
Yes, just, okay, I want to see them in finals just so that I can talk. VP, I just want to talk. I just want to talk. That's it. Definitely not anything else. Let me tell you something. What are you doing? You were already in zone. I'm so confused by that play. Like, it makes sense. I thought they were going to like maybe do that for the solo that was still out in the blue and then just try and recall him, bring him back into the circle. Great. 10,000 IQ play. Not to go back. You're regressing. Go forward in the game. Don't go back and then they come in. They're like, oh, we've made it to zone. Into EA's arms. Okay, just give the points over. It's fine. VP. No.
You know, we need help. YouTube chat. I invoke you. Tell us, put us your best theory in the comments because I am lost. I have no idea what the game plan was. As we go through the finishing moments, they can see how hyped Regnum Karya were. And of course, as you already said, Hot Jukes, pretty much locking in their position for the grand finals. 19 points is definitely going to do that for you, but Weibo, getting 14 points. They were in the middle of the pack, and DRX were in second place. They also get 10 points, most of them on boars, if I'm not mistaken, after the recall. So DRX, big farming up north.
Oh, yeah. I think DRX are settling down in that second place position as well, putting up some points. Honestly, though, the big mover and shaker for me, it's got to be Weibo. This game here, I think, really sets them up for that possible top 3 finish, especially because we know how well they could do it Aaron Gale, Niptera.
Yeah, I agree. I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more proactiveness when it came to maybe sweeping the edges and clearing out more space for themselves in this game. But for a first game of the day, it's a really solid start. 14 points on the board, you know, when the leaderboards are still so close, that I think it's a really good setup for a confident next game when we get onto Erangel.
You got also 2 very important points here, is that True Rippers get 9 points, which is great, but E-Arena get 9 points. Team Flash, 1 point. I believe they're gonna be they're gonna be very close to one another in the leaderboards. I don't think E-Arena jump in third just yet, but literally just a good game, depending on how Team Flash perform, and they will be the new top 3 squad. As MVP is wild. Are we surprised, Niptura?
No.
Definitely not.
No. No, not at all, crazy. Man. He is going crazy, and he continues to go crazy. Isn't that insane? Isn't that wild, guys? Isn't that wild that he continues to be super consistent day 2, now coming into day 3? Love this for him.
Wild.
That was good. It's true. Yeah. It is true. It's hey, that end game was pretty wild. That's a fact there. You know what, guys? I want to know what you guys think. All right. Was True Rippers just late on that third party, or did they just believe in a fair fight, and that's why they stayed back? What do you think, Max?
I wouldn't say late. I think the timing was good. It's just no willingness to commit once they did make that push. They slowed down significantly. But here we go. Leaderboards. No movement from 9th position and above. It's stale. It's stagnant. Ow. It's not moving. But yeah, True Rippers back on them. I do think that here, just once you especially find that you have the man advantage, I feel like that point, Niptro, they would have full committed, because if they get a big game, chances are maybe they would be over the side of ball and just barely able to make in top 11.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jelly had a really great off angle, but he just wasn't able to capitalize on it. He just wasn't able to get that momentum and push forward and try and be, you know, make something. He was just a little bit too careful on it for my taste. If he had been a bit more into that angle, then yeah, I think he could have done something and they could have probably won the game. But Regnum won the game, and Regnum get 130 points. DRX are at 120. We're starting to see a little bit of a point gap here, guys, because Flash with 108, it's not undoable, of course. EA with 105. I mean, we've got several teams now with 100 points, but it's starting to be run away with. If Regnum can get some top 5 finishes or just some high elan games, they're going to stay well ahead of the rest of the pack.
And we saw Weibo popping off with the explosive bow on that hot drop, right? If he does it again, hey, 6 more points if Flash gets 0 points, and he could be our new podium squad. Weibo looking really solid. Influence Rage, though. Hot Jukes, where are they gone?
Yeah.
Had a stellar start here on day 1 for Group Red, and ever since, they kind of fizzled out completely. Not able to really bring too much to the table, except for Lil Boy, though. This game, he was destroying Twisted Minds on the western side. Great plays, but a solo is not going to redeem this tournament for you so far.
Yeah, definitely helped put some points on the board, right? I mean, they're not out of this just yet. And look at that little boy. Yeah, with 5 eliminations, he was going crazy there towards the end. Sure, he had a little bit of help from Weibo and EA, but still to mount a 1v4 defense there towards the end with the blue zone on your back is pretty dang tough. So he's definitely trying to keep his team alive here. Now, we didn't see like changes in the rankings, Niptura, but we did see that, you know, Weibo was behind Flash 19 points going into today. Now it's down to 7. So that gap is getting closer than ever here.
Ooh, it really is. And if you're Flash, you're starting to get a little bit nervous, right? And I really hope that means that they're not, that doesn't mean that they're going to get super pressured, right? Because they've been having a really good Group Red stage, right? It's been so easy for them just because of that first day. They were able to just pop off and get all the points they needed. Now the other teams are starting to wake up, starting to go, oh, it's day 3, we better do something. You've got some big teams right behind you. They just need to make sure they keep that consistency, because if they play the way they've been playing the last 2 days, we are going to see them in the top 3 for sure. They are good enough to do that. They have shown us time and time again that they can beat out a lot of these global teams. They just need to stay ahead of the curve just a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think that I'm looking at Arcred in particular. We're looking at the squads above them, you Influence Rage, Weibo, Arena, but I'm telling you, Arcred, just like Go Team in their respective group, right, were a big surprise. I feel like Arcred could be the ones to come in swinging and steal a position literally last minute. So keep an eye out. Uzbekistan, they're scary.
Absolutely, man. And you know what? I'm really just starting to think about Team Flash here, right? Because we had the storyline at the start of day number 2, right? The new Kings versus the OGs, right? Regnum Karya, they are so used to the situation, and that's why they're thriving, right? How is Flash gonna handle this pressure? We talked about at the start of the day, right? Pressure is so difficult to overcome. It is now at its peak. With Weibo doing good now, Flash have to be able to settle down and put up some points here, Neptura.
They do. I just hope that they don't change up their rotations or their strategy in any big way, right, Max? I think you might agree with that there, because it's just like they've done so well with their strategy as is. Don't change it just because some teams are starting to put up some big points. That's not enough reason. If you start feeling like you're getting taken out on rotations a lot more today, then cool. Then this is the time to actually change something up. Don't do it just because other teams are also doing well. Don't go, oh, we need to keep to ourselves now because other teams are doing big things. It's like, no. Make sure that you have presence as well. Make sure that you have what you want to do, and actually say to the other teams, you can't bully us out of our top 3 positions. We've come here, we've earned it so far, we will continue to earn it, and that's the confidence they need to keep up.
I mean, definitely, if you're in the top 3 currently in a PMGC lobby, guess what? Maybe what we've been doing so far ain't that bad, so maybe you should just keep it going to some extent. So definitely go for it. By the way, I do want to point out, Intro's got a new chair.
Let's go!
It's cool. Upgraded PMGC chair. I didn't realize. I just saw it. Congrats on the chair. Yeah. Great desk.
Thank you. It's very comfy.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Yeah, you got that IMAX, man. You can see that chair rotation real quick, right? You know what? And it's so crazy when we talk about these top squads. You know, one thing that's interesting that stood out to me, because it just kind of just hit me like a light bulb moment. You know, the fact that Sook from Weibo uses that explosive blow, the bow, right? It's so good because it just blows up everything, and you can kind of get some really good things happening there for you. But what it also does is it's a dead giveaway of who you're fighting. You know what I'm saying? So, like, let's be real. If your Team Flash, Weibo is creeping up on your leaderboards. If I hear that explosive bow in your back, I'm like, that's Sook. Weibo, they're right there. Let's go, right? So I mean, there is something that could come into play a little bit. What do you think, Max?
Are we going to see some Sook impersonators? Just like, what if I fake being Sook? They'll think we're Weibo and they might run away. Okay, no, that's I'm reading too much into it.
Possible.
No, it's a real thing though. Like, if you see there's an explosive bow being used, like, chances are 99% of the chance that's going to be Sook. And if Weibo are in a top 3 position and they do clash with your likes of maybe E-Arena or Influence Rage or Arcred, they're like, well, maybe this is a fight that's worth taking at that point in time. So I don't know if it's going to be like a big thing, Niptura, but it is something that, like, if they do spot it out and it does make sense to take a fight with Weibo at that time, maybe it could do something in this lobby.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a calling card, right? It's like as soon as you see that explosive bow, you know exactly who that is. So I think Sook's gonna have to be a little bit more careful with how he plays those big old plays, just because that is gonna be now a target on his back. It's a good point to make.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be interested to see if we're gonna continue to see it in the next few matches. I mean, any time is good as now, right? Because he did get that first Elim with the explosive bow, that knock with the explosive bow on Rondo. We saw it for the first time after 2 days, so maybe that's just his his sign to just keep on going with it.
I think so, because you know what? It plays in 2 different ways, right? There is that way of where it could be a disadvantage because you kind of let people know who you are, but it also could be an advantage because it lets people know who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, like, you can be a team like, oh, it's Weibo, and then that could make them second guess themselves. It's happened plenty times before where you realize the squad who it is, and all of a sudden you get so nervous, you panic, and it makes things so difficult here, Max, man. So, man, it's just something to consider for sure. Weibo and Aaron Gale is going to be the biggest thing here. We need to see that day 1 Weibo for sure if they want to make it to the grand finals.
Oh, definitely. I feel like it's just a matter of time. Weibo, they're not going to fumble. They're going to get second place, as we know. Sook loves second place. If he can be in first place, he's like, hell nah, I want second place. That's how I do it in PL. That's how I do it at PMWC, and he's going to keep doing it every time, Niptura. Though, we're talking about players like Sook and stuff. I'm really wondering, the day we get, if we get the mortar in PUBG Mobile esports, if it comes to comp, who would be the mortar guy? There's got to be someone like Sook, Doc. They're good with it. Phallic. I don't know. There's a few options.
There is a few options. I don't know why my second thought was Top. First was Sook, then was Top.
If he can't shoot you with a Mini 14, just snipe you with a mortar shell. You're right,
yeah.
You gotta have one.
You
gotta have one player for sure.
Right?
Especially if you get like a Milta finish and you realize that like OP dip is in play. Because I think when mortars come out, guys, OP dip is dead as a spot. Like completely.
Oh yeah.
If it does, it is OP. I don't know if it ever will. If it does though, it will be cool.
I think it was OP. I think it was, but now teams have got like they know that's every crevice of that spot. So it's so weak from the backside. People just drive up, throw nades, and then it's just chaos, right? I think it's a strong spot towards like the absolute late game, but taking it early now, I mean, we've seen like in this lobby, teams like third party, fourth party, and it's just craziness there.
It is hectic. I mean, I was talking about the mortar, but I get your point also. Yeah, OP dip is quite interesting as a position on Erangel, the grassy pastures. But yeah, now onto Erangel. Curious to see who's going to be able to step up to the plate, Niptra. I mean, are we going to see Blank's Ghouls do something? Are they going to win an Erangel? I'm still waiting to see a big Erangel game from the Ghouls.
Yeah, I would like to see that. That would be very interesting because, you know, we did see them get that win on Rondo. Now we need to see them get the win on Erangel if they're going to do anything, right? Because they are a team that needs to do something here. 9th place overall, still a safe enough position for them to get into last chance, but if they really want to make sure that they've got that spot, yeah, a win I think would be the best option for them. Of course, a win's going to be the best option for any team, right? But for them in particular to solidify that chance and make sure that they're not feeling as pressured for the rest of the day, you know, you want to get that win as soon as possible.
I know I've been repeating myself, but we need to continue the Yangon Galacticos Myanmar legacy. To some extent, we've got to keep it going, okay? I was very sad when they didn't qualify through PMCL. But here, of course, they're trying to hold the hopes high for the entire Myanmar region in PUBG Mobile Esport, which is growing rapidly, by the way. I'm very, very curious to see how they're going to be performing as a region going into 2026. Because, yeah, it's so cool to see these regions rise up at Hodgix, right? So, like, this year was the year of clearly... Myanmar with PMWC. Last year, in my opinion, was the year of Japan. The best year Japan ever had, winning PMGO second place.
It's too soon.
Into PMWC at the halfway point. It was eventually won by Alpha 7. I'm wondering which region will be the new rising region of PUBG Mobile Esport in 2026. There's so many good options, man.
Yeah, so many indeed. You know, it made me sick to see that we're not going to see Team Japan in the grand finals here this year. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? It's back and forth, right? The lobby changes. We notice that teams like level up every single year, and you got to definitely just be prepared for that. You know, I'm looking at the back at the leaderboards here in Neptura. For me personally, it's really interesting because we're seeing such dominance. This is what I predict. We're going to see Regnum Karya, DRX just run with the rest of the lobby. I think they're in a position just like where it's just going to keep on happening. So you got one slot available. It's still possible for teams like GK and Arc Red to make it happen, but I think it's all on this first Erangel. I think they have to win it. If they don't, there's no shot. What do you think?
I would agree with that. I think if you're not going to get the win, then you need to get a really controlling, strong game with a lot of eliminations, top 3, top 5, something like that, right? I think top 3. A win is always going to be your best shot, but I think for Arcade and Geek, you know, they're kind of 20, 30 points away. For the first game, I'd be very happy with just seeing their macro, seeing them trying to control portions of the zone, trying to see them, you know, sweep edges, get as many elims as possible. If they don't get the win, that's okay. I just want to see that momentum starting to build from a team in this first Erangel.
Max, you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Overall, I'm just looking at the leaderboards. I'm looking like, what's the cutoff right now? Has it changed? It hasn't really changed right now. It's still 8th position and above. Maybe Burmese Ghouls can still do a jump up. They got 73 points. Technically, it is in reach of a 3rd ranked place from Team Flash.
Yeah.
So it's still doable for Burmese Ghouls. They can make it happen.
You know what? We got to hear from True Rippers, right? After that last fight with Regnum Karya. Jelly is on the stage with the 7WG. Let's go and hear what this guy has to say.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Hydro from True Rippers, a team that finished in 2nd place. They definitely could have gotten the win, if I'm being completely honest. Why was True Rippers not willing to be more proactive against Regnum Kari, especially when there was a fight going on between them and another team?
उस टाइम पे हमारे पास राइट का इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं था, जस्ट हमारी लेफ़्ट साइड वाली एरिया हमने क्लियर किया था एंड हमारे पास लूट की कमी थी, तो उस टाइम पे हमारे लूट और उस सब में थोड़ा सा दिमाग चला गया था एंड जैसे ही हमें राइट का इन्फॉर्मेशन आया कि राइट क्लियर है एंड देयर इज़ ओनली वन टीम लेफ्ट, तो उस टाइम पे हमने लेफ़्ट का प्ले बनाने का ट्राई किया, बट वहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत हमारा चोक हुआ, उसकी वजह से हमारा मैच थ्रो हो गया, बट वी विल वर्क ऑन दैट एंड ये वापस ना हो यही विश करते हैं.
They are saying that they didn't have a proper info about right side, and when they got the info about the right side, they were so late at that moment, and so they thought of making a play from left side only, and at the end they choked, and they are accepting that mistake, and they are going to come back next stronger.
I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate that you even used the word choke, because that's definitely what it was, but it is all about timing here at PMGC. I can't wait to see what you guys will be looking to do. You're continuing to learn, you're continuing to improve, and I'm hoping you make it to last chance. Shukriya, bye. Back to y'all.
Well, you heard it. You heard it from the man himself, right? They knew that this was their game to win, and they lost it, right? You could see the look on their faces. I always am interested whenever we get these player cams. We saw it a little earlier. You could see the frustration in them talking to each other, but they seem to be focused, which is good, because they need to focus up here big time if they want to make it the last chance, Max.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and make their best. It's good to see, at least during the interview, they know what was the main mistake, so they can try and learn from that and build upon it.
Yeah, well, you know what, guys? We got the next game coming up soon. I appreciate everybody for being patient with us right here, because, man, it's so dang close, you know? Personally, when it comes to, like, that mid-pack of trying to make it a top 3, I think you got to go for it, like, without a shadow of a doubt. I think this is the game, because personally, from what I've seen so far, Arc Red, Geek, I don't know if they're going to make it the last chance, guys, considering that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's last chance is going to be so dang stacked. It's only 2 days, and only 2 teams are moving forward, right? So if you consider all that, you got to kind of look at this as like, hey, this is it, right? If we want to make it to the grand finals, we got to pull something out here. So I don't want to see them play show at all. I think they got to go nuts, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's only one slot remaining here. I think Team Flash might be the one to fall. DRX right now are looking mighty scary, so only one team can make that comeback happen.
Well, we'll be right back after this break, guys. Don't go
I don't
anywhere.
think any MSL champion teams are stronger than us.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك. بالتاكيد يعني احنا ابطال بي ام اس ال عربي, MENA region من افضل الريجنات بالعالم.
Chúng tôi khá là tự tin ạ, tại vì chúng tôi là đương kim vô địch C nên chúng tôi không sợ. Chúng tôi đã đạt được 1 top 1 trong một ngày, thì chúng tôi đến đây mục tiêu phá kỷ lục, chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng sẽ được 6 top 1 trong một ngày.
I think we will qualify straight to the final.
اذا انت بطل بي ام اس ال ممكن تكون محظوظ بجيم جيمين, اما انك تكون محظوظ انك تفوز بطوله هذا الشيء مستحيل.
Bên Milan, tại vì họ là một đội mới nên họ sẽ có những tâm lý khá là bất ngờ.
Büyük ihtimal Wolves derler.
I think probably Virtus Pro just looks like that.
Нельзя, блин, сказать, что они удачи, они нормально сыграли, там нет неудачных, те, кто на удачу выиграл. Я посмотрел, типа, фавориты своих регионов выиграли.
Wolves esports, they have Coops, best player in the world in my opinion.
Đội VP ạ, tại vì bên khu vực này khá là căng thẳng và họ chứng minh bản thân mình từ những ngày đầu tiên.
İyiler, kötü değiller ama heyecanlı oynuyorlar.
Я считаю, что из всех победителей PMSL мы являемся самой сильной командой.
Virtus Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten bu PUBG Mobile oynadığımdan beri hiç sevmiyorum oyun tarzlarını. Kendilerini seviyorum ama oyun tarzlarını hiç sevmiyorum. Yani bölgeleri güçsüz olduğu için ben MENA bölgesi demek istiyorum. Oradaki takımları biraz daha vurmak kolay diyebilirim. Main fight hariç.
I don't think any MSL champion teams are stronger than us.
Я думаю, для нашей команды будет легче всего зарабатывать только на плюсах из Америки.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك.
Em muốn gửi một lời nhắc đến đội đương kim vô địch BMSL Bela là cách chơi của họ có thể là khá là ổn bên khu vực đấy, nhưng ra đây chúng tôi chưa chắc các bạn đã làm được.
Yes, I think we have a lower experience than the other teams, but I think this is benefits us. It's in our advantage because the teams don't know how we're really going to play.
Takım içerisinde binada en beklenmedik pozisyonda kim oynuyor?
Silas. Berkan abi. Silas.
İlk başta fight atarken kim ölüyor?
Silas. Silas Foto. Ben.
Fight içerisinde fight olarak değil de genel olarak panik yapabilen kimdir?
Panik mi? Arda mı?
Wild tabii ki o.
Ha, tamam Arda, ben de onu
Ben
anlatacağım.
değilimdir ben. Kaydıranı gelemem. Mahmut abi ben. Mahmut
Hayır,
abi
ben-
Evet, panikli. En iyi karar veren Silas, en iyi aim de bence
Hepimizin
White'dır ya, aynen. Diyeceğim ben.
Evet, yanlış yere geldik.
en kötü arada bir koşu giden adam koydu.
Takımda en iyi eğime sahip olup da kötü kararlar verebilen
Devam edelim de kötü kararları.
Benim.
da IG'ni hiç dinlemeyen, kendi kafasına göre hareket eden kim?
Buna acil karar versin.
Ben olabilirim.
Sence
abi.
kim?
Gelsin abi, yerine
Ben
kadar.
olabilirim.
Ya kimse yok ya. No one.
En fazla konuşan kimdir?
Berkan abi.
Silas.
Silas.
Küçük kardeş statüsünde kim var?
White.
Ben mi?
En küçük sensin oğlum.
Takımda diğer oyuncuları en çok kim götürüyor?
White.
En fazla şikayetçi olan kim?
Loxi.
Mahmut.
Loxi. Net Loxi bu arada.
Bir şikayetimiz yok ya.
En geç uyanan kim?
Wild.
En fazla yemek yiyen kim?
Ya bu nasıl bir soru yani?
Yani
şöyle.
Bizi izlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok komik bir takımız. Görüşürüz.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you guys being so patient with us before we get match number 2 started. First Aaron Gale of the day. I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and Neptura, here to give you guys some more information before we get started. Now, we did get a little bit of a clarification on the last interview that we had on the stage with True Rippers. So you said that they lost because they didn't have proper information. The actual translation was they didn't have proper loot. Okay, so he actually accused us saying that we were underlooted there towards the end game, and that was the reason why we weren't able to clutch it up. What do you think about that answer, Max?
I don't know why the first saying that comes to mind is only a poor craftsman blames his tools. But no. Unfortunately, bad loot happens, right? But I don't think, looking at the actual game there, I don't think loot was like the thing to like, they don't have enough loot. That didn't sound to me like the main core issue here, Niptra. I think they just didn't show true willingness to commit to the fight with Regnum Karya. So, I think that's a bit of a scapegoat answer coming out in an interview.
I mean, we could definitely see, right, that they didn't have any nades, and nades would have 100% helped. Some utility would have helped in that fight. But I have to agree with Max that apart from that, there was also just not a willingness to fight, and I feel like that's a really good description of that. They just weren't ready to commit to that fight in the way that they should have, and in the time that they should have as well. So it's a very narrow miss of a win. Hopefully they can kind of just like loot up a little bit more and get into the next game ready to go and get that win.
Because looking back at how the players were positioned real quick, Hot Jukes, is Jelly had a really strong off angle, and it's a good defensive angle. If you are going to get pushed up, guess what? Jelly's angle really shuts that down instantly. But the thing is, Regnum knew that, wait, they have a really good setup. If we push, we're just going to get completely fed into the meat grinder, so let's play it slow. And they played it so slow. In fact, the circle pushed all of the, I was going to say Thunder Talk, all of True Rippers out of position, and they're just forced in a really bad spot that can easily be used in favor of Regnum Karya. So in this case, it was a good one. If the circle was slightly pulling their way, but it wasn't, the blue forced them in a really bad spot, made them make a mistake, and Regnum were just like, yeah, that was such an easy way to abuse the circle as their own weapon, kinda, and take home the win. So still a really good setup, I think, from True Rippers, but the circle didn't quite work greatly into that plan, and that's why the fumble did happen in my eyes.
Yeah, that off angle from Loxy really shut down a lot of their like ability to kind of use their numbers to their advantage. And True Rippers, they were playing it really separate. They didn't try to bully them with their numbers. I think I would have liked to see that, just kind of like, hey, we don't have the play, but we got the numbers. Let's just trust in our gun skill. Let's just try to get this 3v2 and see what happens, you know. But man, these end game zones, especially when it's like, oh, if we lose this, we could not make it to the next stage. It's really hard, right, to make those happen. Regnum Karya did have the loot, that's for sure, right? Yeah. One thing I loved about them is like those guys were throwing nades, they were making terrain divots, they were throwing cover flares, and they were setting themselves up way better because of it. Now, that is by far one of my favorite things when it comes to Rondo, is the fact that you can make those divots in the terrain, Max.
Yeah.
What would you like to see, right? Possibly translated from Rondo into some other maps.
The terraforming is one of my favorite features, and if it goes onto Orangle, Miramar's already quite, no, there's already enough dip snipture. I think we don't need it there. But on Orangle, you got these very flat finishes, especially field finishes or plateau finishes. You add the possibility to terraform, and instantly, I'm telling you, the whole meta of how you play Orangle shifts drastically in esports.
Yes. Yeah, I think 100% that's accurate because, you know, you're going to have teams move into positions that before that change are 100% not a good position, right? You just don't go there, and you have teams avoiding those positions. Now, if you add terraforming in there, if you add that possibility of using your utility to actually get those holes in the ground for your cover, now you're getting teams taking far less optimal positions and making them optimal. It's gonna really change how teams view the map and how teams view those rotations.
I mean, look, for example, I don't know if you guys agree, Hodjuk and Niptura with me, but if we don't have the terraforming feature on that Rondo game we just had, I think the game ends literally 3-4 minutes earlier, because that dip kept Regnum and also some players of True Rippers alive for way longer they really should have been able to do.
Absolutely, and you know, that's also a big factor, right? The fact that a lot of these players don't have a lot of hours used to those that terraforming, right? So maybe that made True Rippers second guess themselves on the push. I know it definitely would have made me, Neptura. But you know what? We're getting into the first Aaron Gale of the day. Neptura, where's the zone going? Military?
Ooh, zone is gonna go. No, I'm feeling Georgia Pole. I'm feeling crates. I'm feeling a little bit of Everest.
Ooh, Baxman, what do you think?
Yes.
Stolba, because funny. Please.
Yeah, I love it. Well, I want to see it on over to the west side. Blank and John Allen, where do you want the zone to go?
Where do I want the zone to go? I mean, that's always a difficult question. In terms of excitement, I mean, military islands are always fun, but we've seen quite a few of those now. We haven't even had a back-to-back one. I mean, we nearly had a Zaki circle, so that could be quite interesting to go back on towards. Nearly a Lipovka circle. I feel like we've been treated to some decent circle situations, but no Yaz Fields. We did have a little bit. No, that was out on the western fields by hospital. Yeah, Yaz Fields. Let's go. Let's be mean. Yaz Fields.
Mountain finish. Funny. Very good.
Yes.
Top performance here on the map, though. Silas, Wild, and Zedwolf. Loxy not being in there is kind of strange, despite most of the insane clutches we've seen on Erangel have come through from Loxy on Regnum Kaya. But easily head and shoulders above the rest right now is this team. Up towards Severny, playing path is very central this game, so real easy to spread out across the map. We'll wait and see where this circle does end up, though, and see if we do get one of those funny circles. Real ha-ha good times.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what? Sometimes it is about those ha-ha good times. If we're going up north, it does put a lot of water into this zone blank. It's likely we're going to see some fast rotates coming on through from our teams down towards the south, getting up towards those shooting range hills, skirting around Stalbert as well. For Weibo, that's maybe good news here, maybe not, depending on who they come into contact with. Disappointed the nuclear zone have moved away from Melter Power. They have been generally disappointing, I think it's safe to say, over the course of the matches so far in this group. But going away from the nuclear reactor in Melter Power, that's the most disappointing thing about them right now.
You know it's bad when John uses the word generally. That's everything, right? It's not no particular thing. It's just everything is not great right now. I would agree. I would agree, Joe. I actually would agree. we're told we're getting an interview. Oh, I thought it was with VP. I did think it was with VP there for a second. I'm very excited.
It might be.
I hope it is.
It might still well be, but there's a little. I think we're on board with this because Havlik is a little bit back and forth with Lil Boy. I think just get away from there. If you can find a vehicle, yeah, he's got a vehicle. This is definitely a get out of town situation for Boars. They're on the 12th place position right now. You can't afford to be taking some interesting fights like that. Don't overcommit when you know there's weaponry inbound. But I believe the interview we have is with a player from VP, Blake.
Oh, so we get to finally figure out what happened. Why? Please tell us. So curious. But we're going to head over to the stage now with Seven to deduce exactly what did go wrong on that rondo, or what was meant to go incredibly right.
Yeah, we'll see. Head over to those guys on the stage.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. John Blank, you asked me a question. If I could get it for you, I'm going to get it for you right now because I got Aragon from VP. Why did you end up nading yourself? 3 players to be exact in Rondo.
Так, на карте Рондо, почему вы взорвали себя?
Ну, у нас была тактика играть один лонгардена, и чтобы не терять тайминги, мы просто взорвали себя. Потому что если бы мы поехали дальше искать, это было бы очень много времени.
So we have a tactic, so we didn't want to lose the timings, and if we will continue to go, we'll just lose the timing. So that's why we named ourselves.
Okay, well, hey, that makes total sense. A tactical decision to be able to do it. Now, talking about tactical decisions that you might have to make during the day, you're currently 18 points away from 11th place. If that starts getting a little bit further away, are you willing to hunt down 11th place to stop them from getting points?
Так, сейчас ваша команда на 18 поинтов от 11 места. Будете ли вы охотиться на других команд до 11 места, чтобы ворваться? Или 11 место, кто сейчас находится?
Ну, еще есть очень много матчей до конца, поэтому как пойдет. Если будет мало поинтов и нам нужно будет руинить, то мы будем руинить. Мы готовы на все, чтобы пройти.
We have a lot of matches now, and we will see what happens. But if we're gonna lose, we're gonna fail, we'll just try to ruin them and get less chance, yes, sort of for less chance.
This is why I like this team, because I know they'll pull through. Spasiba, Eragon. Back to y'all. Thank you.
All right. Well, I mean, that's good to know, but it highlights, I think, a little bit of a weakness potentially in VP, right? If they don't have the ability to adapt to having to go to a different place on Rondo, that's not great. I think that's not the sort of thing that you can really be relying on. Sure, it's a new map, so your strat book maybe isn't padded out in the same way as on Miramar and Erangel, but I mean, yeah, in my mind, it's not that. It's not a real confidence booster in their performance.
John, hello.
Yes. Hello.
I was waiting for you to get that one out. God damn.
I know. Hey, look. Can I have a necromancer, please? Because I'm dead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Can you necromancer me, please?
I'll rise, John. Rise. But yeah, I think honestly, your point was good though, and I think that it is important to think about a little bit, because I think for VP, I think the key word for me there was the timings were wrong. So it sounds like to me that VP has like a very rigorous playbook. That's not always the best thing, and I think you're right. If you can't play outside of the norm, then you don't get into those late game situations where you're able to pick up a chicken dinner that comes off from an odd rotation or an interesting start to your game. I mean, there's situations where you're able to cut out 2 teams from the western side off of some fortuitous fights. At that point, you need to start controlling a lot of area. But for VP, that sounds more like they're just continue with their original plan, which I think needs to change. And it does explain a lot of why VP looks so great towards these end games. Because if everything has gone right up until the 24th minute, then they'll let off the leash a little bit and they can play a little bit more freeform, and that's where they can close out the game strong. But I think, you know, hoping that your plan goes correctly all the way up towards the end is the wrong idea, because it's the age-old sentiment of, you know, fail to plan to fail. But if you prepare a plan and don't prepare for that plan to fail, you're equally going to lose out. So yeah, I think VP needs to have a little bit more freedom to make plays in that mid game.
Yeah, you can't be relying on just the single strat. Sometimes it's just not gonna be realistic. And I mean, we saw them say, oh, we really wanted to stick to our strat. We thought it was really good. Well, they didn't do that well in Rondo. They didn't get very far at all. So maybe needs further rethinking there on that front. Let's hop over to the North Shooting Range Hills, though, because teams now have started to group up. Blank. We're on Geeke on those Shooting Range Hills. They've got Nuclear Zone, who started all the way up north, very close to them, and further north than that, you've got DRX out to the west side of Severny. As it looks like we've only got a few teams yet to cross the river, but Influence Rage and E-Arena, two teams that we praised during day one and to an extent during day two as always surviving into those later stages of the game, playing edge out on that west side.
Yeah, 100%. No, you're so right there. And between DRX as well as E-Arena, I think that they are some of our best edge teams so far, because I think there is this real, to me at least, I don't know if you'd agree, but I think that there is that real dichotomy between E-Arena, DRX, and then Weibo and Regnum Kaya. It's like your two top central teams, then your two top edge teams. And I think that they're sort of playing the best out of our squads. And then you got Flash. And Flash is a weird one, because I think they play a little bit of both.
Yeah, well, being adaptable in a lobby like this where, as we said, a lot slower, although today things may be on for a little bit of a change if Rondo's anything to go by, a higher elimination count there than we've seen from them in the previous 2 days. So maybe a little bit more dynamism in this one, but being adaptable certainly has served Team Flash well so far. And right now, they hold the mantle of third place. With Reckon Kaya and DRX starting to really stretch their legs here in towards the lead and getting into the sort of territory where they're guaranteeing themselves into those top spots, into those top three. The bubble in the previous group was 131, I believe. Regnum Kaya very close to that already. Anywhere over 140, good news. Anywhere over 150, you can already start planning your trip. It's what you're going to see over in Bangkok, because it's very likely that you're going to be heading there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's happy days if you hit 150. But for Regnum Kaya, currently down towards the south side. They did make that crossing a little bit earlier. They're going for a 2-2 split again. One of the few teams actually we're seeing take these splits early. I think Weibo was trying to go for it before. Unfortunately for them, some of those splits just have not worked out, or if they've not had the firepower to rebuff some of the squads. I don't really know how True Rippers were able just to remove this, honestly, but they did. The Flash was like, we don't want anything to do with that anymore.
That's what I was owing. I mean, like, interesting. I guess you don't want to stand off there. You just want to regroup with, teams are going to be smashing further forwards north, but you want to hold it out. And not really wanting to fully commit to that side. You say, you know what's not worth it even holding it. But True Rippers, they're just not going to let them go. Oh, they're like a dog with a bone on this one. Blank. Bose does get rest. Hydra and Jelly sail on in, but they realize that the time has ticked away a little bit on that opportunity. And back to their petrol station they go, or gas station for our American viewers. You're welcome, Hot Jukes. You're welcome, Seven. I know it's difficult and confusing when people say petrol to you, but yeah, I've clarified that. And True Rippers, they're going to be filling up the tanks.
Yeah, get ready to go. I mean, for the Flash, honestly, for them, I suppose it makes a little bit more sense. I can get my map feed to remain live. Oh my god, dude. Stop. No, play.
Oh.
Play.
What? Are you okay?
God, my map feed just won't play right. It keeps like falling behind by 5 seconds. It's being lazy as all hell. But yeah, I think for Flash, it does make more sense to head down towards the southwest side if they get ahead of it. And I think that's what in their head we're like, well, there's going to be quite a few teams that haven't quite made it here yet. So let's just push the advantage right now. And I think that Weibo is going to be a little bit surprised by Flash being here, actually, because they're sending down nice and early. With Influence Rage just chasing them, trying to pin the tail on the Weibos.
They are maybe able to find a shot through. Alliance chiming in towards Stuke, and Weibo didn't have the greatest presence in those final circles. They did decently, and they are pretty close towards that boundary, and they want to hold on to it as well. Hero now the last to stand, losing his teammates in order very, very close to going down as well. ETSH wants to find more. They're getting the knocks, they're getting those flushes. Hero still with a last stand, and he holds off for one more, but his teammates are bleeding, and Order still not going to be up in an action, needs to get across fast. ETSH, they crash a lot of their players in, and they're left only as one as well.
Yeah, I mean, for ETSH, a little bit of an awkward push there. Order's definitely going down. Hero does the right thing just to try and hold the fort down. Try and make this one work. Quick spray. Won't quite find it, and Jimmy will finish off Order. One thing I will say is I think Order's been a little unimpressive this tournament so far. Oh my god, Feeder, what a shot. Unfortunately, there is shots from the sidelines from Joker. Immediately shuts them down, so they had the refrag there, so everything's fine. Yeah, I think Order's been a little bit unimpressive. I'm sad to see. I really like that guy. I think he's a strong player, but here it's sort of felt like Ketch from Ulf. Yeah, I mean, he has his off tournaments, and he has his tournaments where you're like, oh my, this guy's godly. So yeah, I'm a little confused.
It's I mean, it swings and roundabouts for a lot of players. I mean, we've seen rises and dips from quite a few powerful players over the course of PUBG Mobile's history. It is just the way of things. Sometimes you have an off year, sometimes you have an off week, and you can't really afford for that to be at PMGC if you want to keep things going. But I mean, for Weibo, they're still up in 5th place. They're still 4 points behind 3rd place in a direct qualification spot, so it's not like they're dragging their feet on that front for now, but we are comparing them to past performance, which maybe is unfair, maybe not. It is a bit of a confusing lobby after all on this group. Things have changed. When you add Rondo into the mix, it gets all the weirder. The Boars, they are moving in from that western side right now, close to E Arena. They're also fighting around a bubble of their own, but this time it's around that 11th, 12th place bubble.
Ooh, so glides down towards the southeast here. The Burmese Ghouls do grab themselves a location on the eastern side, but for how long will that stay in play? For Alliance as well, they need to move back out from that south side, push over towards the north here. But for Regnum Kai, they're going to get a move on. Influence Rage will be in front of them. Weibo still hanging on with their one player in Hero. Krona from Nuclear Zone, I think the time is coming to an end.
It would seem so. Stage 4. Maybe a little earlier than he'd like to go down, but not much choice. Team Flash fending off against the Boars here, and the nade comes on through from the outside there, and a nade over towards Team Flash actually catches wind as he was trying to get in and amongst the Boars themselves, and it looks like the Boars are starting to take control of this fight, but Reckon Kaya moving in, got Weibo as well on the south side, but only a solo. ETSH only a solo as well, and the Boars absolutely have this one in hand. The crawl back though for win is there. And True Rippers as well, chiming in. So a dangerous fight to be taking. This should be the Boars sweeping through, though. They've taken down the majority of Team Flash, and they only have one more to go. Everybody crawling out to the outside, and actually the Boars try and step on the in. Tops immediately into the fight, and he's going to put him back down, and that is the end of Team Flash.
It's good play from True Rippers as well. I really like this. You know, this time I like the slow approach. You see that Regnum Kai is also pushing in, so you don't want to go for this engagement, but you slowly pull yourself further down towards the south side. You gain more control over towards this area, and you can get a shoe in, because eventually Regnum Kai is going to have to push something, and True Rippers is going to be ready when that does come through. So this actually was a nice play from True Rippers. I respected the discipline on that. Arcred just have a really nice spot to play out the rest of their game. Some teams would maybe rather be down towards the south side so they can play out those ridges when it comes to the late game. But that does require the circle to push south as well. So it's definitely not a fun one here, John. There's a lot of ifs and buts when we come through to stage 5 and 6.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions that desire an answer, or at least we desire them to be answered. I'm sure plenty of players are dreading what that might be. As at the moment, we're on board with VP, looking to guard out that influence rage position. I think under the bridge at the moment, I mean, it's not terrible of a spot, but not favorable for the time being. If it shifts over that direction, it starts to go up in value slightly. E-Arena under pressure. True Rippers, I mean, they're really getting stuck in. To be fair to them today, they have not been bowed out. They will not be cowed, and they will look for these fights, it seems. Willing to get stuck in, but a little bit slow sometimes on pouncing on those opportunities. So the thought is there. The execution just a little bit faster, and maybe they'll be able to jump up into 11th.
I mean, it's not looking terrible, right, for Troopers. I mean, 49 points. There's still a lot of chance today to get up towards 11th, which is 64. So they're only 15 points behind now. I think it's definitely possible for Troopers. I think they are learning quite quickly, and even if that last match, like, that's a big adjustment right there. Even then, on that engagement of how they played it out, they pushed down. They were like, we need to take advantage of this moment. Then they saw it was getting a little bit hectic. They didn't want to get third party by Regnum Kari, so they pulled back. So I think the overall decision making process there was really quite good from True Rippers. And that could have gone horribly wrong for them if they actually crashed onto where Balls is currently playing. So yeah, I was quite pleased how that panned out, because, you know, looking into the future, I saw very, very bad events happening.
I mean, this gas station's working out well for them for the time being. DRX trying to move up to it. We'll see if they're easily pushed off. Jelly on the outside of this one. This is a really bold decision to be on the outside there. I feel like you just want to go on back in, and you can see that DRX are like, there's a guy on the outside. Let's just try and swipe him. Go for those vehicle plays. And not quite connecting on that first run around. We'll see if they go for a second. Nade over in from Hydro. His feet not exposed, standing on the rooftop there. And they do keep things under control for the time being.
Nice shot from Keo over towards that side of things. Looks like VP again. They're trying to eliminate themselves to help with their timings. It makes sense to me. At this point of the game, one player should have been knocked. That's in their playbook, so they'll do it themselves.
Opener looking to be found here by Hyunbin. Hydro has that lineup. All the players hitting the dirt. No way you can do that. Hyunbin, you should know. These shots are coming through. They're going to see you immediately. Maybe he thought the smoke cover was there. The answering nade is pretty good, though. And Hydro will get knocked. Now it's just Keo on the off angle, and his cover's moving away from him. Jelly's knocked on the flip side as well. On the swivel, hits the deck, stays alive, looks for the flush as well, and Soez goes down too. Now it's just up the kite safe for DRX on the approach. Can't stand up. There's Harp, there's Keo, and they handle DRX on the approach. Held their nerve in the face of it. Hydro goes down, but DRX are taken out. Regnum Kaya look at a rise above. Be free and clear in that first place spot.
Yeah, I mean, for Regnum Kaya, after this game, they're playing it slow now, and absolutely fair enough for them to do that. They know that right now, for them, it's 16 more points and they're done. There isn't massive prize pool difference between first and third place, but getting over towards 150 points off the back of this game, they've basically finished by match 2. So I think for Regnum Kaya, for them, all that matters is just getting a late placing in this game. For True Rippers, though, taking down second spots, big news for them. Very, very big news for them. They did hold a lot of angles there, so it was slightly easier, but still, they held their own. For DRX, it's slightly more unfortunate at 123 points, but again, they're getting very close. They're also getting very close to finishing out that day.
It felt like a little bit of mistiming there by DRX with Hyunbin going for the lie down. He should have known that angle was completely visible. The smoke blooms just a moment after he went for that play as well. So I wonder if that was what was happening there. Unfortunate for DRX losing that one out, but really good stuff, as you say. For True Rippers, very, very happy with that fight for them. A little bit messy in the middle of it, but they kept things together. Not sure what Harsh is doing still back there, but their options were very limited. We're on board now with the Burmese Ghouls over towards the river, and actually Virtus Pro doing a lot of work against them. Blank. Looks like they've got the counter spell coming on through. Your necromancy might be coming to an end on this game.
We don't count them out yet. It's still playing down towards the low ground, and the nades could be good. That one looks fairly on target. It's a lot of damage done. Needs a bit more chip on that side of things. Aragon is very lucky. He will get 70% of his HP back. I think the nades should be running dry soon. What the hell, Burmese Ghouls still have some back in pocket. I mean, she's still got one more. BBS now pulled out for maximum effect.
Ooh, a lot of damage from Virtus Pro's nades. Godspeed has to dodge the bullets and be effective with his own. Itchy lines them up, but Virtus Pro answer. And in a 4v2, That's not the sort of trade you can go for. They get the flushes, and that is the Burmese School down, but Alliance have the lineup. They are 2-2 split right now, and they've watched all of this unfold. Aragon to fall, and there's a lot of damage sidling its way on over to the Virtus Pro camp. They're looking for the reses, looking to keep this one going, but Cluck wants to stop it, wants to stop these reses. Looks like they're not going to have too much luck, though, and the fold back might need to come through.
Yeah, I think for Alliance, they did as much as they needed to do there, which was to move up, finish off that fight, hurt Virtus Pro a little bit, and then move back down again. Hero does go out as Alliance are able to hold on. This is probably the best Alliance game we've seen in quite some time now of the 7 elims so far, with a really controlling presence. I talked about this earlier, John, that ridge down towards the southeast side that currently we're seeing Alliance play around. Very valuable, but requires Circle to come down here. It in fact did. So now Alliance can get a good game off this. Basically, they just need to hold on to that angle, looking over towards Virtus Pro as they slowly move their way down. But for quite a while, that's going to be the only threat to them for quite some time. So I think for Alliance, this game can be played out pretty carefully towards the season side.
We're on this eastern side. You say Alliance just keeping Virtus Pro on their toes, and lots of damage being poured on through this open hillside is not their friend. And it looks like, yeah, Arc Red are going to chime in from that northern side. They've spotted blood in the water blooming around Virtus Pro, and they are like sharks to it immediately. Glory 22, he's not even stopping on the hillside. He's like, okay, I want to know what's going on here. More like piranhas, maybe, as they just feast upon Virtus Pro, not even worrying about Alliance across the way. Somehow Voston doesn't go down to it, but they do manage to clean it out. And I think at this point, Arc Red, they've done their job. They now actually have a decent amount of control with this flex out.
Yeah, pushing down this side was pretty good from them. And I mean, Alliance were slightly more preoccupied with Virtus Pro, and it means that with Arc Red being able to get towards this spot with no knocks going their way, yeah, they actually are able to get a lot done from this spot. Jimmy on a wide off angle, trying to find some of these players coming through from Arc Red. Jelly also getting towards an end game as a solo. Quite important for at least ETSH and True Rippers here. For Boars, I am kind of worried for them. This is like the first time we've seen them in a proper end game. But they are in 12th place, John. It's further than I expected them to go.
All right, well, fantastic stuff. I mean, it's further than I expected from them. I mean, I'm not going to back down from the comments I made about Boars at the start of this group, right? They are a team that I'm really not expecting a lot from here. So to make it to last chance would be a massive victory in my book for the squad to be able to keep things going. And right now, they are on that cusp. And with a good game here, as you say, they could be jumping up to join that top 11 spot, push Twisted Minds out of things. But they do have to convert here. With 6 elims, they're a little bit on the outside, and they've got Regnum Kyrie to worry about on that south edge. Silas already stepping his way into the zone.
I mean, Silas moving down towards the south side. Alliance are really preoccupied with Arc Red, so they even spot this push. Finally, Olio is able to look over this way. But for Regnum Kaya, they've got to deal with Boars as well. That was ambitious. Very, very ambitious coming through from Regnum Kaya.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mad regroup there, but again, as you said, most of their day and most of their group is pretty much under the belt. It's tucked away and secured. They do want to go further, but they've already managed to ladder up and get a 4th. I was about to say 3rd place, but that was actually Silas who went down just there and get a 4th place. So pretty decent stuff, getting 4 points. What was it, 5 elims as well, so a total of 9 on the match. That's pretty much done and dusted. They're very happy with that. Even after a mad regroup, the Boars starting to suffer on the hillside. They are now down to just 1 player, EXO, remaining, and he's not going to be getting Havlik back up.
This is a big game now, though, for Alliance. If they win this game, it sees them safe, right? At least going through the last chance. It'll push them quite far up the leaderboard towards the middle, and it'll be a lot of other teams battling out for those last chance spots. So I think for Alliance, it's a really big game for them. Unfortunately, we've seen this team really mess up a lot of endgames in the past. And it could happen again here, especially with this circle, which shifts hard over towards Arcred's position. Luckily, Alliance is already sending out, getting quite a bit of work done. Good shots from Jimmy with the AUG, and Olio will finish off the other. Just Havlik now left alive. 12 elims for Alliance. This is looking to be a very big game for them, and they are desperate to follow through on this.
Absolutely, but against Arc Red on the circle right now, Arc Red have got the terrain, they've got the circle edge under control, and Alliance have yet to put a foot in. Look at the high ground for Glory. He's going to have angles over to Jimmy, towards Olio. It is a really difficult push here. It's going to rely on the gun skill for Alliance, and to be fair, that's something we've seen from them, Blank. They have been competent in those fights. But it's all important now, as you say, looking to try and secure their spot. It was a three-way 98-point tiebreaker on the bubble back in Group Green. It was a little bit higher than we were expecting it to be as well, but for Alliance, I don't think they're going to be able to make it up towards 98 points this match, but they can get damn close.
And to be honest, although Alliance hasn't been explosive in terms of performance, they've still been putting up consistent points throughout all 2 days. And even today, shots over towards Easy for Bad Boy, but no knock found, which is the big deal here. Glory also is always a worrying aspect. He has some of the slickest off angles we've seen so far from any team. And he could really be a thorn in the side. Currently, the algorithm's giving it by 0.10% over towards Arcred.
But it is going back and forth. I mean, it's getting closer by the second. Oh, Cluck not going down there is huge news. Glory desperately wants that nade to find it. So much needed, and he will be able to connect. Cluck going down there is disastrous. Holding that position would have been brilliant. That's why I was so excited for them to be able to stay up and alive there, because it's unlikely you can go for that res and immediately Arcred pounce. They're moving around. The Piranhas of the lobby moving through, and it's all coming crashing down for Alliance. Immediately 2 more knocks found, and it is not to be denied. The Piranhas swarm, and Iftar, the last to stand against them, looks to try and find one, get a point on board, but from the high ground, it's shut down. It is Arcred.
Alliance just cannot play endgames. It's sad to say, but it is the damn truth. They cannot play at endgame to save their lives. Closing games out is just not a possibility. For Arcred, this does push them quite far up the tables, though. And I'd be excited to see what the desk have to say about it, because I wasn't quite following exactly how far they were going up the tables there, but I do think that it puts them in striking distance, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still a good game for Alliance, right? On that match, they were able to earn a lot of points and get deeper into the middle of the tables, which is where you want to be for those last chance prospects. For Arcred as well, see where that ends up sitting them. It's getting nice and close still around that third place bubble, but really, at this point, it seems like maybe only one position is malleable in those top 3, with DRX, with Rekkenkaya, starting to lock down those top 2.
Yeah, DRX position is pretty solid. I think it's the only one you could really take a pickaxe to. For Rekkenkaya, it is impossible to catch them up now. But some of the other teams, they are still absolutely pushing for that third place.
Red's back were against the wall. They needed to win this match if they wanted any shot of making it to the grand finals. And boy, do they do it right towards the end here. Alliance put up some serious points as well. What a way to start off Airgale, Max.
What a perfect setup too. Every single team around Alliance and Arcred in the leaderboards, Hot Jukes, just taken out relatively early this match, which just opens up a huge opportunity for these teams. And you know what? They strike while the iron is hot. What a great game, and perfectly timed too, Niptra, to see coming out from both Alliance and Arcred. And Arcred in particular, creating a little bit of a man advantage. And guess what? The moment they have that 4v3 scenario, full send to make sure that chicken dinner is not going to slip between your fingers.
an open mic. They definitely need to have an open mic. That would be fantastic. For goodness sake. No, I think it's really, really nice what they did here. They had, like you said, the perfect setup with all the teams around them going out. And we were talking about it before this game, right? That this team, both of these teams in the top two, Alliance and ArcRed, they needed to get a win here and now in this game if they wanted any sort of chance of moving forward in a different position at the end of the day. So really happy that both these teams were able to do just that, Max.
Yeah, sorry for laughing at your muted mic.
No, it's fine. It's fair. It's fair.
But no, Alliance, I'm very excited. I think that you in particular, Niptro, are going to want to break down their map rotation for Alliance because they had some very interesting setups for them to be able to get to the late game. So we'll go a bit deeper in that at some point in time. Let's get ready for some highlights. And man, the mid-game stage had so many crashes. Hodgix, I think we're finally at that point where teams are like, okay, we got to do something. We need to go for these big plays, and the crashes are beautiful.
Oh, I can't tell you how excited I was for this match just watching it because I was like, it's about dang time. And everything worked out so perfectly for ArcRed, Alliance in particular, because we got, towards that end game, 2nd through 6th place were out early, right? Regnum Karya, if they get points, it's pretty inconsequential at this point. We know they're going, right? So for that 3rd spot, this was the perfect scenario for ArcRed.
I mean, True Ripper's also in this one. Look at that, winning a big fight versus the likes of DRX. And I'm not sure if it was intentional or not. I think they were trying to maybe bait DRX towards the wall so they could actually shoot their feet under that wall and actually create a little bit of a man advantage. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but if it was intentional, a big brain play here coming out from True Rippers as Virtus Pro getting a bit humiliated in that position. If you're a good approach, but the off angles just decimated the entire squad.
Yeah, they got off-angled to smithereens, I think is really appropriate to say here. And it was unfortunate. They tried to do something with it, but again, we're just not seeing that confidence in their plays. We're not seeing that full sweep that we need to see, especially in that zone. But we are going to go over to these team rotations. I love this graphic so much. And you can see here that the Boars and Alliance, both of those teams had to go into the zone, right? The biggest rotations coming in from them. But you see here Alliance, look at that spread over Garden, right? Really controlling that south side, making sure teams can't really cross that bridge until Alliance have had their share of it, right? Until they're done with it. But they move across the bridge, taking advantage of the fights that were happening on the north side, right? Taking advantage of those fights to actually move in, not to get elims, but just to move their own position forward. So you see them make that full rotation across the bridge. And then here is what I love to see, this next zone shift. You see two go over towards VP's position, controlling that area. ArcRed do the same thing, to be honest, and well played there, right? But I just love how we are seeing Alliance really being able to move around there, and 20 points is going to be their reward for that.
I mean, the setup player for Alliance was Jimmy. He was going next to the riverside, and he was making sure that he had an angle on both Virtus Pro, and after that it was ArcRed, and he was really stopping a full-on clash from happening in the first place. So really, if we had to go for one MVP, maybe not stats-wise here, Hot Jukes, but at least positionally speaking, it would have to be Jimmy, because, oh my goodness, that guy was a godsend for Alliance.
Dude, Jimmy's been going nuts all day today. Even in Rondo, right towards the end, we saw him putting up some serious points. So this is a huge charge from Alliance. I'm just saying, if somehow, some way, this squad, Neptura, is able to make it into the top 3, it will be the comeback of the century, like without a doubt.
Oh, it has to be, right? Because it's the final day. It's you're down in the middle, in the mid bit, right? In the middle bit of the lobby, and then you come in with all those points. I mean, this is exactly the springboard they need to make that, Max. But that would be such a storyline. I would love that.
Sorry, I'm a little bit cringy because Flash got 0 points.
Yup.
I don't like seeing Flash getting 0 points. They might be slipping out of the top 3 after that performance. Here we go, though. ArcRed Glory gonna be our glorious MVP for this match, with a total of 3 eliminations. But yeah, the negative, Team Flash losing steam, losing momentum, that confidence, that presence in the late game scenarios is just not there for the squad. Win might have to rename to losing, because right now he's not taking the dubs.
Let's take a look at the leaderboards here, and oh my goodness, that 3rd place position is now looking scarier than ever. ArcRed are not that far away, only 6 points away now. Flash just haven't been able to put up anything here. And now, I mean, even Alliance, they go from 11th all the way to 8th, Max. This is getting crazy.
I mean, they're lucky that the arena only got 1 point. Is all I'm going to say for Team Flash. They got a little bit lucky in that scenario. But yeah, looking at that, Arcred able to jump up finally, escaping these middle ranks and able to slowly begin the ascent. Here just behind Weibo, 3 points away. Arcred, they could pull a go. They could be the surprise factor, Niptura, and just snatch away a final slot literally in the last few matches of day 3.
I mean, I'm really scared for Flash. When you think about, we have 4 matches left. I mean, Arcred starting this momentum so early on in the day, so decisively as well. Like, it wasn't just the zone was handed to them or anything like that. Yeah, they held the compound for a long time, but as soon as they had to push, they pushed. They pushed in style. They had the big split over the rest of the circle. They were moving for that control. They were trying to move other teams around as well. So for Arcred, there's a lot of mentality there that I see in them, that it's like they are confident in that push. And so this game is very scary for Flash.
Also strong performance from Alliance, as we already said, right? Able to jump up 2 ranks from 10th position up to 8th. And Boars escaping the red zone at the bottom of the rankings. Boars definitely going to be over the moon about this performance. So really, really happy with them. Havlik actually being a top performer. We know this guy's an absolute OG in his region. And Havlik kinda, we know, can bring some big numbers on any kind of stage, especially the global stage. As Olio, though, sneaky angle right, Niptura, able to get that huge spray from like, what, 150 meters, 200 meters under the buggy. That was insane accuracy from this player.
Yeah, insane clutch indeed, and that's going to contribute to one of his 5 eliminations coming into this game. And you talk about, you know, how we were saying, I think yesterday it was, that a 2.5 average elimination is insane, right? We don't talk enough about how insane it is to get a 5 elim game for one player. Like, especially in that zone where you're looking at a lot of other teams as full squads trying to get all the sneaky angles. And so for Olio, for Jimmy, to get 4 eliminations is pretty crazy. Like, there's a lot that's going on there. You got to be real quick with those peaks as well. Like, some really, really good skill coming in from these players.
I'm sure Sakura from E-Arena's like, yeah, but I got 11, so like, you know, you're bad. Me, Sakura.
Sakura, you had a mountain. Come on now.
What a crazy game. You guys want to hear some crazy stats?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Yes, please.
All right. So at the start of the day here, Alliance, they were in 11th place. All right. In order for them to make it to 3rd, that was a 49-point difference. Okay. A mountain decline. After these first 2 games, they have closed that gap down to 23. 4 matches left to go. It is possible, folks. And the only reason why this is even possible is because in the first 2 matches, Flash have only gained 1 single point. So, yeah, that lead that they had, it is gone at this point. It's do or die. They have to perform here. There are now so many squads that are a huge threat here, Niptura.
Oh no, that is really troubling to hear, because I feel like if any team deserves to be in that top 3, it's got to be Flash, right? Because they've been so consistent over 2 days. They've come in with a massive day 1, and then we're consistent day 2. But for day 3, for them to fall off day 3 would be so heartbreaking for them, Jakes.
Man, this is getting crazy. I'm so excited. I mean, DRX too. DRX need to start making a little bit of movement, because they've only gained a handful of points as well. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers right here. Prior to today, they were sitting, you know, nice and comfortable with a good amount of points. But in this last match, they only got 3, so they're out of 123. They still have that point gap, but that's for this match. If for some reason DRX can't put up anything, and you see EA, Weibo, Arc, Flash get a good chicken dinner here, it could get mighty close, Max Man, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that happen to Team Flash, right? It could definitely happen to DRX too if they get a little bit too comfortable. They're resting on their laurels. You know what? They could be slipping. Out of top 3 seems a bit unreasonable, but I've seen worse, unfortunately, Hot Jukes. So there's definitely a possibility for DRX to slip down if they do not bring some points back on board. But it's really good for the middle of the rankings, right? I love seeing all these top teams get eliminated, not because I don't like them, but because I love a good comeback story. And you know what? Right now, Alliance, Arcred, they're doing just that.
They really are, yeah. And I want to go very quickly back to DRX, right? We saw what Regnum were doing. I mean, Regnum are pretty safe right now. Oh, no. Please don't do that. Please just be resting your head. Don't look. No, please. We need you to do well. Come on.
That's right.
No, but I think for Regnum, they know they're pretty safe, right? And we saw in that last game, they got to top 5. They waited until they were in top 5 and then tried to make some moves, but weren't super pressed about getting as many points as possible. I think DRX need to aim to do the same thing, right? Just make sure they get a consistent top 5 finish, just get enough points to keep ahead, and I think if they take a page out of Regnum's book, they'll be just fine.
Oof, that's hard to do, man. Regnum are going crazy today. I mean, they're so comfortable. They're putting up points no matter what. Even that last push just looked like a heat check from them, to be honest. Like, it looked like one of those situations where, like, we got this. Let's just push, see what happens. We can afford it, right? So they still put up 9, so they're locked down. I mean, I doubt it. I still think DRX are a lock because we know what they could do. There's still a lot of matches left to go. But it is a little concerning when you see a team jump up so much, right? Like, they need to perform. They need to put something up for sure here.
If they pull an alter ego, which if you guys don't know what that means a 5-point game on day 3 of Group Green, then they could slip. And that's after I made a video on alter ego, and I did make a video on DRX. So again, I got some interesting messages, but no, they're fine. I'm just memeing. They're gonna be okay. But going back onto your point, Regnum Kara, right? They're looking really comfortable. But I don't know if you guys would agree, but they just look to me like they're playing, and the way they're playing is effortless. They're just it's our game. It's such a good way to play the game that even a PMGC lobby just crumbles at the sheer thought of playing against us. And right now, Regnum Kara, they're just cruising. I'm telling you, this is the easiest performance I've seen them do so far. Regnum, they're big chilling.
Yeah, I think honestly, they're just sitting so comfortable now.
Yeah, they are, and it's all down to them slowing down. We said it yesterday, right? They just slowed down their pace a little bit because they weren't doing too well. I mean, let's remember day 1, they were struggling big time here. But then second day they went, oh, what we need to do is just play slowly, and they were able to just flip the switch just like that. So today I think they've really found their mojo. They've really found what they need to do, and Max, they're looking so good for this next game.
We had the APG prank. That was the Regnum prank, and it's done now. The prank's over.
It's done. It's done. Well, here we go into match number 3, Arigale. Which team is going to make that rise like we just saw from Alliance? Maybe Burmese Ghouls, Blake? It's time for them to arise.
Whoa. He's stealing your bit there, Blank. That can't be right. That can't be right. We'll have to talk to someone about that one. That's not on. We'll head into this game though with that setting of it being so close around the 3rd place bubble, because that is what teams are going to be paying attention to.
Yeah, I mean, for Burmese Schools, they need to rise again here in this game if they want to get something done. I am a little bit concerned though, and my necromancy powers aren't quite going through. Help them out too much here at the moment, but again, there's definitely much more important teams that I'm invested in at the moment. I think for Regnum Kaya, we can probably stop talking about them altogether at this point in time, John, considering they are currently in 1st place, and with the amount of points they've been able to get, and I think Erangel is just such a strong map for them overall anyway, it's likely that they should be able to get through towards top 3 now with no problem at all. We're looking at DRX to finish out the race, finish the job, and our 3rd place team to make themselves known.
That is the question, isn't it? Right, DRX are primed, the princes of the lobby right now, to jump up into that 2nd place. They could take 1st place away from Regnum Kaya. Oh, goodness me. But this is where you want to try and test for a 3rd place team. We are going nearly off a north plane path as well, which means nobody is dropping there, and we'll start there early on. It's about moving fast. It's about moving now. For our teams looking to try and control those points around the bubbles, it's all or nothing, and to the skies they go. This might actually work for... No, it's not. They're all the way up near Severdi, up near shooting range for nuclear zone. That is a long flight.
It is a very, very long flight to go for, unfortunately for them. But we'll see how they make it happen. We have no teams in South Africa, John, which is crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. So see if teams can get there quick enough. Avertis Pro, I imagine it's a swift descent towards the south side of Mills Power and pick yourself up a boat or so and get through to Novo. which is free. Twisted Minds, though, Chudo does get knocked by Havlik as they attempted to make that early cross.
Getting across early. I mean, that is the name of the game, right? No quarter given either. Judo in the middle of the road gets run down. And that is nasty news around a bubble place team, and actually two of the bubble place teams going very early into the scrap. Good news for Boars, though. They're up into the top 11 blank in that 11th place right now with 67 points earned added to their tally. They are far from safe, but it is good to see. Twisted Minds not so happy with this one.
No, it's a rough start. It's a rough start. Max is saying this is a ghoul circle. Technically, if they were here, but it's going to take a while for them to get down. Currently sat over towards Watertown at the moment. But they'll get a move on, I imagine, eventually. Twisted Minds do end up over towards Millie base. It's a central area, but playing as 3, I believe. Sometimes you can get caught off guard here with like a small sliver of HP, but I am curious.
Yeah. I think Twisted Minds are actually split. I don't know how. I think only one of them is in Millie base right now. The rest are still on this northern shore, north of DRX, who are now trying to cross this western bridge. Boars set up a roadblock. They want to try and farm this one. This is the position that we saw Regnum Karya do incredibly well from in that previous military circle that we had. They won't be there this time, though, Blank. Boars are trying to take up that mantle, but it's probably more profitable generally to be going further inland, right? Get in and across fast and see what you can find. Silas grabbing a jet ski and actually just going to head straight on over the water. Not going to wait for his teammates. They are already, it looks like they're already swimming.
Yeah, getting across nice and early.
Hovercraft.
Making no pauses there. I mean, from the small dinghy into a hovercraft is quite the upgrade, John.
Oh, yeah. I imagine they spotted it across the water. He jetted out, and now he's going to be able to pick up the rest of his team. And you're right, those hovercrafts, really powerful for these crossings. We've seen them develop moving forwards. Another team going for the crossing right now. It's Alliance. We're going to be heading on with Jimmy with an interview as well. 7WG was able to catch up with them after their match. They're in 8th place, 85 points. Let's see what they had to say.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Jimmy from Alliance. They just put up a great performance. Let me just break it down real quick. Day 1, you put up 39 points. Day 2, you put up 19 points. This match, you were able to put up more points than you did in Day 2. What happened in Day 2?
Okay, kalau kita tengok hari pertama korang dapat 39, hari kedua 19 dan hari ketiga ni baru beberapa game poin korang lebih banyak daripada semalam. So boleh ceritakan tak apa yang terjadi pada hari kedua semalam?
Apa yang terjadi, mungkin kita orang terburu-buru lah untuk pergi ke dalam circle and ambil division fight, and itu saja. Mungkin saya buat keputusan yang terburu-buru, and hari ni kita orang dah reset dah.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a IGL, I make a lot of like rush decision, like such an example, like we too rush to get into the circle, and I think that's one of the problems that we encountered in the day 2. But yeah, as usual, we already reset, and yeah, we're just gonna focus on today.
Okay, well, the reset definitely helped out. You're currently 19 points away from 11th. Now you got a cushion sitting in 8th place. What are you looking to do for the rest matches today to make sure you stay within the top 11 or maybe push to top 3?
Okay, sekarang kalau diikutkan cuma 19 poin berbeza dengan nombor 11, dan sekarang korang adalah sedikit gap yang boleh dikatakan seronok jugalah. Sekarang korang dekat top 8. So apa plan korang? Adakah korang nak maintain ataupun mungkin aim untuk top 3 ataupun just duduk dalam kalangan top 11 tu?
Untuk sebenarnya untuk main goals kita orang nak top 3, and kita orang masih ada lagi 4 match. So nothing impossible. So kita orang nak top 3, and kita orang will do it much more better untuk this day, untuk kita orang dapatkan top 3.
Okay, of course. I mean, the aim is still top 3. I mean, there's still 4 games, and I think it's achievable, and I'm very confident that we're gonna try to climb to the top, and yeah, we're just gonna do much better according to me.
I like the reset. I like the confidence. Terima kasih, and also Salamat Hari Jadi, Melvin. Back to you all. Let's see what Malaysia can do today.
All right, keep that confidence going. Keep that power trucking. See what they can do for Alliance's side for Malaysia. As Twisted Minds, they did manage to get Lord across, and the Boars are trying to hunt him down, do even more damage to them. Lord around the generators now, trying to stay alive, and does have a first aid, so can get back to health. Lord pulling the pin on an aid as well. I don't think Snowix is aware of this one either. We'll spot it now as he's just tippling out. Yeah, reposition there is good. Snowix puts the pin back in his own nade, and Lord will be allowed to heal, but he just doesn't have his teammates with him, Blank. The other two, they're still on that northern shore.
Well, let's just bring it back a little bit. Right now, Lord has currently been in a 1v4 and has effectively finished out the 1v3. Now there's only Snowix to deal with. So Lord has actually made a play of a lifetime right here in Millibase without the rest of his team. So yeah, I think this is insanely cool coming through from Twisted Minds, or at least Lord. And this would be an insane anchor point for the rest of the team to regroup on.
The shift goes over to Millibase as well, and you're right, if they can get there, it might be pretty profitable, but we'll have to wait and see, because Snowix is still alive, and I think they're looking to disengage from one another. Lord doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew, but he has been plenty violent on the inside there against the Boars, and I mean, we missed a lot of it behind that interview, but able to stand tall and actually take back that 11th place spot from the Boars, who took it from them on a neck-and-neck tiebreaker right now on 67 points. There is a back and forth conversation to be had, but you can't count the teams beneath them out either. Virtus.pro and True Rippers both wanting to jump up there as well. I'm paying a lot of attention now to this east side bridge as we're on board with Team Flash. There's about 4 or 5 teams now looking to cross here.
Flash waiting, looking over towards ETSH. Flash still holding on to 3rd place at the moment, 109. Arena far out in the blue, currently still trying to push in towards the circle. They're around hospital at the moment, so it's a long journey. Same for Weibo, but Weibo's just coming out from the blue now, around shelter. None of these shots hitting for the Flash over towards ETSH. Which does make their cross now a little bit more difficult, though they are assisted by Arcred, who are hand in hand right now with the Flash.
Well, for the time being, at least. Looking to try and keep things going against ETSH, and both of them, Arcred and Team Flash, looking for that 3rd place spot. Both teams competing for that area of the table. ETSH very much not. They'd be happy with anything really at this stage, and we'll see what they can find. And for a little bit of a run across, this is the last player, I believe, for ETSH to actually regroup and might be able to get away with this. Twisted Minds do regroup as we hop back over to the military base. Snowix on his own, no recall beacons here in Erangel, and Twisted Minds with 3 actually making it through in a way that maybe nobody expected.
I mean, for Twisted Minds, it is a crazy performance from them. I mean, all down to Lord personally. In that 1v3, the fact he's able to hold off the Boars is just a monumental task. But well done to him. Virtus.pro did make their way down towards that south side. Arcred, one player goes down to the play zone here on the outside, but mostly to the bullets coming through from the Flash.
Yeah, that's going to be the major damage dealer here in stage 2. And this is good news as well for Team Flash, again, defending their spot on the tables. It's just unfortunate. There are so many teams who are looking to try and push up towards them. Fortunately, though, a lot of them actually also stuck in this traffic jam, Blank. We've got Arena, who can't even see on the map right now. A big south shift on this circle as well, by the way, keeps that south coast in. Yeah, Team Flash, Arena, Weibo, Arcred, all trapped in the traffic jam from the northern side. So maybe for Arcred, this is really good, or Team Flash, this is really good, if they're able to control this east bridge.
Yeah, it's going both ways right now. Both teams kind of concerned with getting across here. Weibo are off in the distance, currently taking some good shots though, and getting some points on board for their troubles somehow, some way. But it's very, very packed in over on this eastern side. Very hard south shift down towards Sosnovka too, so VP feeling quite confident with the way that one pans out. Alliance looking to do more, as they said in their interview. and see themselves a little bit safer towards that top side. Currently 85 points. You know, it's not out of the world of possibility right now to still get into top 3 if you're a team like Alliance on 85, but it will be a difficult run for them. And as we know, they don't really have that staying power towards the end of the games, and I think you need that if you want to make that final push at the end of the day. Geeky, it is a wild run out, and it goes terribly.
Yeah, they are not going to go too much further, and the points split apart as Twisted Minds. Oh, they have Regnum Kaya to deal with now, and that's a little bit taller of an order than going up against the Boars. If you are able to go for a 1v4, but Lord does want to finish the job and will be able to do it. A technical 1v4 here going through from Twisted Minds as Lord is able to get that final elim on the last Boars player.
It's me. Okay. Finally done and dusted. Twisted Minds, though, down to 1. Balls out. Regnum Kaya just sailing in. It seems that they're not done quite yet, Sean, which I find surprising. I feel like for Regnum Kaya, at some point, you just kind of want to be like, let's save some of our energy for the grand finals. But no, they are looking to get as much experience as they can in these games. I think that they easily have the highest survival time out of any squad inside of this lobby, which means the highest amount of practice out of any squad inside of this lobby so far. Influence Rage on a very... Go on.
I was going to say, and they've been playing through the whole gauntlet as well, so even more under the belt, and against some of the teams that, if you haven't played in that gauntlet, you won't have faced up against.
Yeah, no, and again, it's nice to see, especially getting as much experience versus DRX as well as the Flash potentially. It is something good, and like you say, also for last chance, like depending on which teams make it through there, you also have experience against them as well. And it's so many more hours of footage to go over before you go towards the grand finals. I think that's something that is like underestimated quite a few times for teams, is the amount of footage that you get from playing out these matches. For some of these teams, they're getting less than an hour's footage sometimes after day 2, just because of the amount of time they spend dead. So I think for Regnum Kaya, this is really good, because you do have quite a bit of time now to really go back over the VODs before you head over towards those grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting yourself that research time, that research period, very important. But for a lot of our teams, it's all about just getting there in the first place. I feel like, I mean, Influence Rage, we're on board with them right now. This was a team who was back and forth, in and out of those top spots, and now they're very much at the back of the queue for it, with Alliance almost in a position to overtake them as well. They are the team that is the furthest behind. If you can take down Weibo on the approach, that is great news for Influence Rage. Nuclear Zone as well, looking to find a spot as Krona. No, not going to be able to do so. Hero spots up the top there. Wonders what he's doing, but actually the rest of the team are here for a little bit of retribution. Hero born down upon him. Yeah, he's not getting away with that one. You can crawl upstairs all you like, mate. Your health bar's nearly 0.
These nades are kind of going off target slightly. But Influence Rage is trying to live onwards. Again, it's just a kind of a difficult area of the map to play, in my opinion, John, which is why they are quite split. We have seen some big wins from that location, but at the moment with it heading down towards the south side, really uncomfortable area of the map to work with. But Alliance are in this end zone. They're looking to push that momentum even further.
Keep on going, keep that momentum going for Malaysia on that south side. Keep it under control, but as you said before, it's those late games that seemingly Alliance sometimes struggle with. And this seems like a bit of a late game position to be taking up, right? All the way on that south side, playing inside the compounds. If the circle keeps them in, it's very likely they're just going to have to try and get all the value from the late game. And it's more often than not that we see them get the lion's share of their points from those mid-game elimination counts, from those scraps that we've seen them in before. Relying a little bit more on their gunfighting. See what they can do. The Burmese ghouls, in the meantime, they've lost Unknown. Well, that nade looks like it's on target. Nuclear Zone. A tasty morsel for the ghouls to feast on.
Yeah, it's a good wrap from Burmese ghouls, honestly, depending on where they were coming in from. So I think it's good that they get down towards this location, and they are cleaning house right now in Nuclear Zone. and it will be a clean sweep. Sadly, there is some shots going their way, but I do think that this is a resable location for them. Just have to be slightly worried about Alliance making some pot shots towards them, and the vehicles exploding too. You can see Olio getting some hits in there. Godspeed doing his best, create a blanket of smoke for Yatka to lay across.
Trying to create that comfort for him. Virtus Pro as well, moving through against True Rippers. They lost Voston, but they managed to find two in response. Aragon answered on towards, and this fight has been a little bit back and forth. The circle pops down south. This does help out True Rippers, but with only two players, they do need to control Virtus Pro. Jelly's going straight in, going in for the fight, but Blank is immediately torn to pieces, and now it's just left to Harsh, and Virtus Pro likely to be able to get this reset.
I mean, Virtus Pro will be able to get the reset easily off the back of this. I think this is a very, very resable location for them. Harsh just has to send forward from True Rippers to get towards the center of the zone alongside with Lord, the one and only, the 1v3 master on that side. Influence Rage, I think, are quite unhappy with how this one's set up. I think they set themselves up nicely over towards Airstrip. Sadly, the circle does move away from them. Now they have pretty difficult ground to traverse ahead of them. I think DRX is just looking to strike out at any moment and pick up a lot of elims from the stragglers in the zone. Regnum Kaya here, this is a very aggressive approach they have to take this circle. They're going to have to sort of battering ram their way in.
Regnum Kaya getting battered by the vehicle approach there on the swing around. I'm not sure. Wait, that's just a ghost vehicle driving on its own all the way on out. I'm not too sure what happened to Regnum Kaya, but they get run through, and DRX all the more happy to take those points, adding 2 to their tally. Regnum Kaya with 3 points this match, though. They're on 141. Blank, again, they've kind of done enough, and sure, they still got Wild going. Maybe you can get an extra point or two, but once more, they'll just look for what they can find. In the meantime, True Rippers are going to be eliminated. Their last player eliminated there. Twisted Minds can sit in 11th place for at least one match longer.
Yeah, they're right on the edge. They are right on the edge. Virtus Pro definitely wanted to catch up, though, on this southeast side. Alliance, again, they're very good when it comes to the opportunity plays towards the mid game, and these shots are good from Jimmy. It's just so I don't know what happens, or the pressure gets them in that end game, but that has to change. But if that does improve, oh my god, we've got a team on our hands.
And we will see if they can make that ascent, but there's not too many more matches to do it. Alliance do have a crash on their hands as Influence Rage making their approach and doing so very effectively. They lose Diego, but the majority of Alliance are taken down very, very quickly here. A really bold approach coming through to this fight, and only Jimmy now stands. Influence Rage giving them the run around. They will not be able to hold this compound on the south side uncontested. That's for certain. They're going to have to disengage. Meanwhile, over on the northern side, this is Team Flash and DRX crashing as well. And DRX finding ETSH as well. It's Flash off in the distance. A lot of similar nameplate colors, but ETSH go down. DRX adding the points to their tally, which is not good news for Team Flash, for teams around them as well, all competing still for that third place.
Yeah, well, I think for Team Flash, yeah, losing players like that is awkward. For DRX, though, what a good game for them to really put themselves further up the leaderboard. If they're able to get a chicken dinner here, yeah, they're done. They're finished, right? They're into top 3. It's unlikely they'll leave. Virtus Pro, they need a really big run here if they want to make it out from that bottom 5, and they are setting themselves up for success. I just talked about how good Alliance could be, but it really does feel like that 4v4 is just not there for this squad, which is so surprising because everything else about their gameplay feels really strong. I think it's a very similar situation to what we see from OG, honestly. It's just that this 4v4 isn't quite as good. I would even say that OG had a slightly better 4v4 than Alliance. But yeah, I don't really know what's happening here for this squad, but that has to change in the future.
Players alive though for Alliance. They got fun this match, solidifying themselves. Remember that 98-point 3-way tiebreaker bubble on 11th place. They're getting pretty close to that now. There's still 3 more matches to play after this, including another Erangel. It should be okay. So Influence Rage, but Influence Rage wanted to jump up a lot further E-Arena, I mean, a lot of these teams in that third place competition have had a tough game here. E-Arena will be going down here as well. Arc Red, Weibo, E-Arena, all out and eliminated. The fact that Team Flash are still alive is massive for them. And they're alive as two in a not terrible position. If Influence Rage lose a player here, all of a sudden their southwest spot is looking pretty great for a top 4.
Yeah, I think so. I think Influence Rage looking just to clear out the rest of Alliance and then potentially push over towards the roadside. The roadside is going to be the most difficult spot. Max brings up a really great point as well, is that the hovercraft here that DRX I think they have on board is going to be huge in this zone because it is quite open, and having that massive bit of cover, which is essentially a wall towards the end game, is really useful. Not only that, it's a wall that you can maneuver. So I think for DRX, like we say, if they're able to close out this game, that's their run done, and they're in the top 3. For Virtus Pro, it's all the more scary for them because they are in the bottom 5. They're at risk of going out. So although for DRX it would be lovely to finish off the day right now, for VP it means all that more for them.
Influence Rage, find another more, goes for the spray and immediately goes flush. They clean it out and they don't take too much damage. So can they transition now for Influence Rage over towards the center side of this circle, because they've got the 2 players in the way from Team Flash, and DRX covering the run out. Finding the shots over to DRX would be huge, but Lorison doesn't quite connect fully on the spray down there against QXZ. The vehicles might be going up in smoke, and DRX maybe overexerting themselves over on that northern side. They'll have to bide their time for a little bit longer. Aragon gets delivered. A little drop, but I don't think he's going to be able to stretch his legs far enough to be able to go for it. I mean, he's already got the ghillie suit. What more could you ask for?
In this kind of zone, it is a really big blessing. Groza up in front inside that loot crate, which will be nice for an end game. Honestly, extremely potent weapon. I imagine he'd immediately switch it. Oh no, I think he's, yeah, maybe he's just happy to have the 3x on the M4 for the long range. I guess with the shotgun as well, you sort of do want to hold on to that because the Groza does kick a lot. It might be something, especially with this circuit, it might be something he switches towards later on when players get closer to him. How does Influence Rage do this? This is a really tough approach.
Really not too many options. They need those smokes pretty desperately to cover their approach, but DRX, I mean, they know that this is dangerous for them, and they're all too willing to take those points, right? Jump up over that 130 point boundary, up towards the 140s, get themselves a lot safer. There's still potential for them to take that top spot away from Regnum Kaya, even if Regnum Kaya super unlikely to be going down below 3rd place. First place bragging rights, you know, it is good to see. And Influence Rage really under pressure now. The zone's starting to move away from them, all the way on the out. TRX the only 4-player squad. They made the transition over to the water tower, but actually it's going to go undamaged for the time being, but they still have to go further. And the blue zone's not going to stop.
No, it won't. I think for Influence Rage, they just kind of rely on other teams taking shots towards one another, but these are some slick shots from So Easy. Really accurate too. Lord is trying to get a little bit of an investment off the back of that. Flash wins actually taking a lot of those elims away. And as a 2-man, if they can get up towards the top 3, John, it is very, very good for the top 3.
And getting those points as well, that's really huge stuff. A 3-way 108-point tie right now sits in 4th, 5th, and 6th. They are on what, 111 and then a couple more, so 113 right now. 5 points ahead. That's not comfortable, but the placement points that they're going to earn here is good news. They've already got at least 5. The nades from Virtus Pro, they look pretty good, but they're not quite getting the job done entirely. Still not quite connecting. That one will find the knock on towards win. Aragon still has another, and the answering nades are not quite there. Virtus Pro removing Team Flash from proceedings. DRX getting involved. The spray down towards Aragon, but finally the flushes come through. They lock down in towards a 5 elim 3rd place, so a good result, but they're not out of the woods just yet. In the meantime, though, DRX, they're looking to control Virtus Pro, shut this whole thing down here, right now. They want that top spot back. Regnum Kaya have challenges, but our top 2, blank, they are pretty much guaranteed here. Regnum Kaya and DRX are going to be in Bangkok.
Yeah, it's a good finish there for Virtus Pro, but you are right. For DRX as well as Regnum Kaya, we secure our top 2 spots in game 3, which is fairly insane, honestly. So very well played to them. And that's even after the fact that Hyunbin's got a bit of a headache going on right now. In fact, a fair few of them do. All got the cool and soothes on the head, and they certainly need that soothing prowess because it ended up in a very nice win. It was a soothing win. The leaderboards as well.
And there you go. I mean, the top 3 is the third place spot
of them.
is still the third place spot is still very much hotly contested right now. There's still the same 4 teams going for it. Influence Rage as well, jumping up a little bit closer. The 11th place all to play for. The second half of the day. It's going to be exciting. Stay tuned.
And that 4th chicken dinner locks DRX in to the PMGC Grand Finals. We were worried there for a slight second, but this win here sealed the deal, Max.
Not a flashy game, just straightforward. They drop in their main drop location, Gatka Fields, quick rotation across. They even shut down their looting phase to try and get across very soon. They play landing strip very well, make sure no teams behind them, such as Regnum, E-Arena, Influence Rage, become an issue. And then they just start bullying this lobby into oblivion. Niptura, this push-up, while Flash are fighting VP. The timing is so good, they know they're in full control. This is the DRX we expected going into this, and now they're going full steam ahead.
They sure are looking over at the winning team stats here. Yeah, 8 eliminations coming on for them. So, you know, like you said, I think what you said is pretty accurate, right? That's not a flashy game, but it's just some good old pogey mogi. It's just coming in here, doing the business, doing what they need to do, and securing that win. And I do want to say, Max, right, is we had all 3 teams that were in that top 3 desperately needed a good game in this game, right? DRX were in danger of slipping down. So were Flash. VP still trying to make it into the top 11, right? So all 3 of those teams came out swinging when they needed to.
Yeah, and not only that, also Lord, right, from Twisted Minds, able to kind of somewhat redeem this game for his team, able to get, I think, a total of almost 5 eliminations, not as lonesome, but still able to get some really good fights, especially versus Boars in the military base itself, as we have these quick little highlights of this match. And you know what? I'm going to give props to the team right now. Not that much bridge camping, except for that one. Maybe that and that one. Not as much as you would usually see when you have a very, very military island circle one. So teams are definitely very quick on the rotation, which you always like to see in it. It shows the lobby respects the zone very nicely.
Yeah, it is really nice to see that. I also really was looking out at Flash here. I mean, VP being able to clear up True Rippers here and move on through, clearing up Arcred in the meantime as well, actually. Did some really nice sweeping of the edge. But for me, Flash really stood out because we talked about them slipping and we were hoping that that pressure wasn't getting to them, and they just came into this game fighting. They knew what they had to do in this game, and this game alone, they went, we have to do something, and we're going to do a top 3. It was like a lot of eliminations as well, so some great stuff coming in from Flash. They really impressed me this game.
It still doesn't feel like the Flash we saw at the start, right, of this group stage for Group Red. They definitely feel a little bit slower, a little bit more passive, so I'm still waiting to see that little oomph from Flash that we used to see back in the past as you go over these rotations. And look at DRX, as I said, their looting stage was just cut short. They instantly make that transition to make sure there's not going to be an issue. They even go and cross over the wart itself, over the likes of Ferry Pier, Western Coast, play landing strip, play that very, very strong dip. And on the meantime, we saw in that rotation near Ferry Pier, Niptura, they took the hovercraft that we saw was just making that move from landing strip into the open fields onto ETSH so much smoother to execute.
Yeah, they really did. And I also want to point out, well, first of all, Flash, very late rotation through the blue there. But VP as well, I appreciate them spreading out like they did in the end game. That's a little bit more like the VP we're used to seeing. I just would like to see them do a little bit more with the rotations that they have, right? I feel like they always play catch up in these circles rather than waiting for teams to come to them and having that layer of control. I really do wish they would actually just be a little bit more proactive, but they redeemed themselves in that final game, or in the final stages of that game. 14 points for VP is huge, but it is going to be DRX who takes the chicken dinner and the most points as well with 18, Max.
Ooh, now, okay, so we had Regnan popping off, Hot Jukes.
Yes.
DRX 18-point game. You know where I'm going with this. Flash 10-point game. Is the top 3 going to even move today? Because as of right now, it's not budging by 2. Well, it hasn't budged at all, actually. So, what are the middle pack teams doing? Come on, take them down. Hot drops.
Make
it's
it
a bit
happen.
risky, but could be cool.
This game was the game of just like keeping yourself alive, in my opinion, right? You got Flash putting up 10 points. That kept them in the game here. You got Virtus Pro putting up some serious points. That keeps them in the game. It's still not over yet. We still got a few matches left here to go. But, I mean, man, it's so good to see DRX say, you know what? And it's so funny. They did this yesterday, right? Where we're kind of like worried. We're like, oh, man, you know, what's going on with this team? And then they shut us up. They do the same thing today. Lock it in. They've made it.
Sorry, I got excited. Sorry, he's my guy. I support my boy. Hyunbin, MVP, QXZ, I think stole it at one point yesterday, so I'm very happy to see Hyunbin up there again. The one of the new gens of top tier global players, not just from South Korea, but globally speaking. So good to see him get 4 eliminations on board here in Iptura, and this guy, I'm telling you, I said it multiple times, and I'm going to repeat myself because I'm a bloody broken record. He will be global MVP one day. As the leaderboard said, DRX are standing strong in second place. 1 point behind Regnum. Oh my god.
Wow.
The chicken.
4 chickens, Neptura. With 4 chickens and they're in second place. That's crazy.
4. That is insane. I love to see that from him. GG. And it just makes for a very, very spicy next couple of games coming in here, because those two will probably be battling it out.
Oh, man, there's going to be an absolute war coming up, guys. We still got 3 more matches left to go. Get your drinks. Get all nice set up and cozy, because we got some serious action coming up right after this short break.
Aduh.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Anneciğim. İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyi ben de çok iyiyim valla. Maçları izledin mi?
Oo izlemeden olur mu? Ben krizleri geçirdim ben burada. Bana 2'ye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz. Geri 3'e düştünüz, geri 2'ye çıktınız. Ben kriz geçiriyordum yani o sıra. Neyse mutluyum anne. Bu da diyorum ya 3 gün formayla takıldım.
Vallahi.
Formayla gezdim iş yerinde. Görmüyor musun? Resim atıyor ya iş formalı.
İş yerinde de formayla yani şey yaptın değil mi? Formayla gittin.
Evet, evet.
İyi sen ne yapıyorsun? Ya,
İyiyim anneciğim. Özledim seni, sadece seni özledim.
ben de seni özledim valla.
Aradım akşam, bakmadın hayırlı olsun demek için.
Uyumuşum bir de uyuyakalmışım.
Ben de dedim kutlamaya mı gittiler, ne yaptılar?
Öyle işte.
Tamam anneciğim.
Tamam.
Seni seviyorum, öpüyorum.
Ben de seni seviyorum öptüm hadi.
Hadi arkadaşlarına çok çok selam söyle.
Aleykümselam.
Yok hanım, canın sağlığı. Bunları da tebrik ettiğimi sana ilet hepsine tek tek.
Tamam aleykümselam. Onların da selamı var sana.
Tamam aleykümselam anneciğim, hadi görüşürüz.
Hadi görüşürüz öptüm hadi.
We're at the halfway mark of the final day from Group Red, and I'm standing next to none other than the IGL for Influence Rage, currently sitting in 7th place with 101 points. We did notice you make a bit of a roster change today. How is that roster working out with Federal sitting out?
Vocês fizeram uma mudançazinha na line, né? Trocando Federal. Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, assim, com essa line nova?
A gente se sente bem confortável porque a gente jogou muito tempo com essa line, com o Lohan, praticamente mais de um ano. Então, praticamente o sentimento é o mesmo, a mesma função também deles. Então a gente tá bem tranquilo.
So yeah, we have the same feeling because we've been playing with Lohan for more than 1 year. So we are very familiarized with the team, with the roster. So yeah, we are pretty comfortable.
Okay, you're currently 17 points away from 3rd place and a healthy amount to 11th place, meaning that you are able to take risk. What is the team going to be doing in the next 3 matches to make sure you secure a top 3 finish?
Então, vocês estão a 17 pontos ali do top 3 e estão com uma distância bastante grande ali do 11º. Então vocês podem tomar um pouco mais de risco, né? Então como é que vai ser o approach de vocês nesses próximos jogos?
Acredito que a gente vai fazer nosso jogo, ver o que a gente combinou, o que vai dar certo. E é isso, acho que é só jogar nosso jogo mesmo que a gente vai conseguir essa vaga.
We're just gonna play in our play style, so we're gonna maintain our stuff, and yeah, we are pretty confident.
With that said, I mean, going especially into the last 2 matches in Miramar, when teams realize that they have nothing to lose, which team do you think might try to target you in those last 2 matches?
Então, nessas últimas 2 partidas de Miramar, vai ter muito time aí que vai vir pro tudo ou nada. Você acha que algum time específico pode querer focar vocês, alguma coisa assim?
Eu não consigo prever nada agora, mas a gente vai estar preparado. A gente está trabalhando para isso e se vier, a gente vai estar preparado.
So yeah, I'm not really thinking about like a certain team, but anyone who wants to fight us, they can try to get us.
All right, well, I know the guns are going to be ready for y'all, so hopefully you will be ready. The other teams will be ready because it is the final 3 matches of Group Red. Let's see if Influence Rage got what it takes to get a direct ticket to the Grand Finals.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see here. I got to be honest, I don't like those answers at all, man, because if you're going to play your regular game, that you're putting yourself such at risk when it comes at least to top 3 here, because let's be real, Flash win 1 game, it's over. It's a wrap at this point. So if you are Influence Rage, I love the fact that, hey, you bring Lorenzen back in the fray. That's a huge roster swap at such a pivotal time here, Max. And in that last game, he ends up outperforming them all when it comes to eliminations. But you know what? He got all those eliminations on the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag I'll play the rest on the global stage. Can Influence Rage do it? Can so many other squads do it? It comes down to this Aaron Gale and one because the last one is cursed.
Was he what are you talking about? This beautiful Infinix device. So sorry, I was just an absolute awe, just having a great ice cream right there. But it was a fun one for Influence Rage, seeing how they were doing it. But I am wondering, you know, for Influence Rage, are they going to really keep playing their own game? Because if Random Car and DRX told me that, you know, before going into this, I'd be like, yeah, you know, that's fine, keep playing your game. Influence Rage, I'm like, if you're playing your own game that didn't work out, maybe we need a little bit of a change up. Just like Virtus Pro, that definitely changed it up on Rondo. That was a weird one.
Yes. I still don't know how to be on this, but we're moving on. We're moving on. I could see, I like that we've got some confidence coming in from Influence, right? They're not going, oh, we're going to change some things. They're like, no, we're good. We're just going to keep playing our game. We're doing it right. And, you know, they've only got 17 points to actually tie up with Flash. So with a good game here, even if they need to have a pretty good game, they're going to jump up those leaderboards very, very quickly. So I can understand their confidence coming into, you know, such a good position like that. They're still very close, but I do need to see a little bit more than what they've get so far today, at least, Max, before I go, yeah, they're definitely top 3 material.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely understand your reasoning behind that. It does a lot of sense. You see the hype and excitement between these players and able to actually get a win. Or that Regnum one, he's trying to desperately change seats in the car so he wouldn't get knocked down, but unfortunately, there's only so far that can really take you in these matches, and he was taken down eventually. But man, that push onto ETSH from DRX was just so clean, so instantaneous, and especially not giving a lot of gaps, Niptra, for players to get knocked and flushed. They were so closely packed that ETSH, even if they do find knocks, which they did, you just can't really capitalize on it. So DRX, these engagements, when they're fully committed, man, oh man, are they scary.
Yeah, it is indeed. But hang on a second, we still got coming on in with 18 throwables used, so using a lot of utility for EA, and you can see Law there as well with 14 as well. So a lot of utility through here, and that's really the kind of thing you want to be seeing when you have a zone like that, right? So flat, so gotta use those utilities as best you can. I mean, I think we've been harping on about VP for a long time here, Max, just because VP we're used to seeing, but I will give them, they played that end game pretty darn well. They saw a little bit of a ridge in the middle of their circle and they took it. They were able to defend it well there, and just DR able to sweep on through the north side. Just didn't really do much else, especially as a duo. But honestly, this is exactly what they needed. Hopefully next game it can be a little bit more than that.
It was a bit messy over to the side, actually, for VP versus, I believe it was True Rippers. That fight, they were clearly engagement, but once they go for the res, they back up as a 3-man lose 1, but they were still having 3 players alive at that point. They really are pushing away. I think it was Team Flash in particular tried to take some of that real estate on the high ground away from them, but no, they instantly shut that down, said like, no, this is our high ground position. They kind of chased them away with the cars, which I really appreciated from VP, the aspect in that Erangel lobby. And that was enough for themselves a decent finish. Not quite the win, but you know what? Still some points on board. And when you are so close to Hot Jukes from the bottom 5, those points could be so important, but they still are in the bottom 5. I'm going to say it, VP, I need a win for you to show me that you have potential to do well in the last chance.
This is the last Erangel of the day. Honestly, if you're going to get it, you need it right here. But that's the thing, is that the later we get on into this day, the harder it gets to get that win, because there are so many teams desperate for it, right? I mean, even Alliance, 92 points, a win in this one could put them in that chance for top 3. If they don't get it, it's over, right? So there's so many squads desperate at this point. It makes things harder. That's why I was talking about that last game curse. It's going to be crazy to see coming up. But, you know, Influence Rage had a nice push onto Alliance in that last game, Niptura, right? They were able to take them all out. If Influence Rage wants to make it a top 3, they need to do the same thing, but to Flash, right?
Yes, awesome. They need to do it exactly to Flash. And the other teams that I'm looking at for this next game in particular, Jukes, is going to be Arcred, Weibo, and EA, because they're all tied right now. 4 through 6 have 108 points currently, 10 points away from Flash. So any one of those teams have a really good game here, and we could see a new top 3.
Totally possible. Totally possible. Well, last Erangel of the group stage, folks. It's all up to Flash. If they win this game, that could punch their ticket. Let's see what happens here for match number 4.
it is getting really, really close for those teams on that third spot that is still up for grabs on these tables. Blank, as Duke said, it is maybe Team Flash's time to punch a ticket, but even with a chicken dinner, if they have a poor Miramar set after that, teams behind can still catch them.
It's very much a possibility, John. Very much a possibility. I think that it is slowly and surely becoming more and more concrete towards the top of the tables. I wouldn't even say a few. I'd say right now is where you need to make that breakout performance, right? And to do it on this playing path is so unfun. It's a really awkward start for a lot of our teams, a lot of our squads, a lot of squads forced to head down towards Sosnovka. We know there are a couple of squads that don't really like going down here in the first place, but Burmese Ghouls get a good start off the back of this one. Geek is going to play a Novo and then rotate back over on that eastern bridge. But yeah, this really does cut a lot of teams close together.
Going to force a lot of potential hot drops on these vehicles. On the south side, I'm seeing Influence Rage and Irina both out near Primorsk. I mean, we've seen Irina. Oh my goodness me. Blank. Whatever I was talking about doesn't matter because we've got another back-to-back military circle in the PMGC. What is it with these lobbies? This is absolutely crazy that we've seen this not only, and it was the other group as well, wasn't it? It was in Group Green that this happened. And now it's happening in Group Red. The team's having a nightmare, and it's a Southside Circle, and Blank, the Ghouls are on the island.
Yeah, it is actually ridiculous, and it is a Ghoul Circle. For real this time. It actually is. They got to drop here. This is their time to rise. Rise up, my Ghouls. And win this game, potentially.
I'm casting with Song Jin Woo here, bro. It's absolutely crazy. He is... having a crazy time, and I mean, right now the Ghouls should be popping off. The Boars are moving fast. The teams over on the mainland gonna look to transition as well. Are we gonna see that same roadblock on the east, or a team's gonna change it up? Because of course the plane path was a lot more north-facing on our last Sosnovka military circle that started out very, very far on the north plane path, so not quite as far for teams to rotate.
This time they're very, very close to the circle. For Regnum Kaya, in fact, they're slightly pipped to the post there by Alliance on the south side, so they're getting there a little bit sooner than them. For Boars, they got to cross very cleanly and quickly. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, weren't there in time. But the Burmese Ghouls do control the entirety of the military base. Very pleased with this one. Looks like the Boars are going to try and set up a little bit of a roadblock there over on the western bridge for any teams trying to get through. So that does include Influence Rage, who are chasing 118 points right now with that game from early from Arcred that placed them just 10 points behind. Same with Weibo, same with Irina. We got a three-way tie here on the leaderboards.
It's not pleasant. An Influence Rage only 7 points behind that, and only 10 points ahead for third place. I say only, that is still quite a margin. But as the desk was saying, it might be an opportunity to jump up and challenge on that spot. With an only 10-point difference, that is very much a chicken dinner away for any of those teams. And it is not comfortable at all. It is really back and forth, and this is the sort of circle that you hate to see, right, when you're in this scenario, because all of them got caught in the traffic jam before. Every single one of those teams got caught in the traffic jam on the east side bridge that were all chasing for that third place, so not much movement. Max wanted to see movement. Maybe he's not going to see any more here either if they all get stuck in again.
It's so tough. I mean, having this be your last Erangel of the day too. Oh my goodness me. The shots out from the back of the glider towards Milky Way. Inside the hovercraft is going to put a bit of a dent in the time of this. Good shots from Aragon from VP will take down Corona at least. Oh, the hovercraft has exploded. That's a big deal. That's a very big deal.
That was the major transitional vehicle for Virtus Pro, and not being able to have that under control. I mean, you're right. It is a big, big deal, right? Because otherwise they would have been able to wrap around to the south, try and move their way up, but they don't have that tool anymore, so they've got to figure something else out.
That's actually one of the cooler plays today, is taking that glider and just being a nuisance over towards the hovercraft. I mean, denying that really does cause problems now for Nuclear Zone, for Virtus Pro, sorry. It almost feels cruel from Nuclear Zone, honestly, because they've still got to get their way into the circle now. And posting up towards Nova up north is not going to be easy with Geeke being there.
That's real aerial combat coming on through. 2 gliders, in fact, in convoy. A little bit of a replay. Okay. So Voston spotted this on the takeoff and did get a knock. That's why they lost their player, but they're still not going to be dissuaded. They were going to be 3 gliders going across. Regnum Kaya going across the battlefield right now. They lose Loxy, however, against Twisted Minds. They trade 1 for 1. Lord is out of the mix. Sorry, it's 2 for 1 as Regnum Kaya wanted to keep that top spot still under control. They held this compound before, couldn't do it in the last match. This time around, maybe they'll be able to find it. If this fight continues, Blank, Influence Rage could use this opportunity to come across the third party. So could the Burmese Schools, and they do just that. They give the assist to Regnum Kaya, and Twisted Minds fall 11th place. Tenuous.
Bit of a grudge there, it seemed, between Regnum Kaya and Twisted Minds. Take them down fairly quickly, though. Good push in. And a clean sweep from Regnum Kaya, which is great to see. They're still not done, which is hilarious to me. The fact that Regnum Kaya consistently are putting up these points here is fantastic news. True Rippers making a slow approach right now, John. Nice and quiet, but do get themselves into a good position. That Eastern Bridge is completely clear at the moment.
I think everybody tried to learn their lesson at the same time, which is unfortunate because there's a lot bigger of a traffic jam on the west side now for Influence Rage, for Arc Red. They're all now kind of stuck into it. Regnum Kaya not extending back on over. They don't have 4 players this time, Blank, which was a major factor in their ability to hold this bridge previously on a similar situation. And that could severely diminish the power of their position. With Influence Rage now holding the stop, though, it may be a 2-team hold, unless Influence Rage want to go for the crash. Arc Red, they're marauding around on the north side of the shoreline with ETSH kind of stopping them for now, getting closer towards this bridge.
Arc Red do take some shots for themselves, but yeah, again, everyone keeps going to the western bridge. No one's really challenging out for the eastern bridge, despite no one being there. Everyone's taking these weird approaches to get out of dodge. I mean, Virtus Pro tried to take a hovercraft. There was multiple gliders in pursuit. But no one's really like, hey, why don't we just drive? That'd be good, right?
Everyone's playing wacky races right now to get across the Sosnovka, and most of our teams have actually been able to do it. Twisted Minds technically did also do it, but they are now down. Not going to be able to play on in this match. We're still waiting for Virtus Pro to leave that Milta Power area. Team Flash are trying to cross with Geeke maybe establishing over on the Observatory Tower. And this scrap between ETSH and Arc Red will continue to unfold and maybe looking to lay down some shots. We're kind of going back over to the west side, and maybe Arc Red can stop for a little bit longer and take the rest of ETSH down, although the ground around that west bridge is going to start to get full.
Easy Bad Boy does get taken out there from ETSH. Some of the final players on this side who are getting a little bit of revenge here over towards Arc Red jump. Ooh. It is so hectic. I just, like you said, cannot believe we're getting another double Sosnovka here at PMGC. It's so cruel. It's so mean, especially on the final day as well, John. It feels scripted.
It does seem to be that these circles just love causing problems right now. Arc Red, I mean, they do have 2 knocks, but we saw that player moving on through. They're looking to try and get those reses. Baby being distracted by Hardboy, who is stepping inside the container to dodge that nade. The reses can come through. Hardboy should be on a stall game right now, and it seems like that's what's happening. If he goes down, Baby will get that flush. And for Arc Red, they do need all 4 players alive to look to transition across to that island with a hope of success here. So for Hardboy, I like this stall tactic.
Try to deal with them as long as possible. If they get up Ramses, you know, it's a full reset for them, which is great news. But doesn't have to push, like you say, Baby, too hard on this one. Sadly, with the circle shifting so far off towards the northwest, it's just going to keep this in play for a long, long time. in which case Arcred sort of has to play and remain on this northwest side. Great nade from Bad Boy. Took a while to get there, but finally makes it happen. In the meantime, Flash is taking on Geeky. Arcred not far behind though, with 4 elims already accrued during this match. They are battling this one out. Weibo and E-Arena still out in the blue, by the way. Taking a while for them to get into the picture, and with E-Arena starting over towards North Georgia Pond, Weibo far up towards the north side of the map. These are 2 circles are very difficult though. We know for Weibo what they're very good at doing is pretending to be a cardboard box and somehow making it towards the center of the circle.
Snake? Seem to try and get into the middle of the circle. It's effective, you know, just don't want to see any of those exclamation marks coming on through. Reckon Kaya, I mean, losing that player Loxy earlier on, it's stopped them holding the bridge like they did before, but do they want to establish, I mean, it looks like they do, want to establish on this bridge, with the circle as it is, the mainland's a little bit, could it go back to the mainland? I don't think so. But that, I think that would be the craziest, right? It could go bridge.
Yeah, it could go bridge. I think going bridge is probably the more likely thing here, which would be gross and disgusting. But it would require another hard northeast shift, northwest shift, sorry, the second one in the row, which is still quite unlikely. And instead just send them back up towards that south side. So that's going to take a little bit more time for Arcred. Then again, it does keep the bridge in, so they can continue to hold here, which is bad news for E-Arena. I think E-Arena would have much rather this moved away over towards the eastern side. Instead, because it holds in, they know they've got a fight coming.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough time moving into this northern side. It is a little bit close to that bridge. Easy for Bad Boy. Ooh, takes a lot of damage, but I mean, he's got the bandages. Should be able to heal that one up. E-Arena stood behind them. Arcred and E-Arena, again, 2 of those teams chasing right now for that 3rd place. With Team Flash already across, they're going to challenge out against EK. They managed to get the run through straight away, out and into the points as well. They're up to 3 now, Blank. They lost Zeus earlier on. And on the Shack on the northern side, I mean, they might just be able to hold this one out, but their power to impact this circle is going to be severely diminished by playing this area. They want to scout further. You can see them moving players out wide to get a little bit closer to it, but that is really, really tricky stuff.
Yeah, very much so. You're always gonna have difficulty on this kind of circle, on this kind of position. It's never fun, and it's never confirmed either, John, on this sort of circle. You really do have difficulties putting up those consistent points. I think all the more reason to be so impressed by these squads towards the top side of the lobby throughout some very weird zones, some very weird gameplay going through from all our squads. To be able to be here in that top 6, that's a difficult task to make work.
Very, very tricky stuff. I mean, these top 6, I mean, the top 7 really. 3rd down to 7 really is that bracket that we're looking at to push on in. Right now, 2 of them are trapped out in the blue zone. E-Arena on a wide wraparound, moving over to the east bridge. They couldn't get through Arcred, or rather didn't want to try. They will get through uncontested. They want to play edge on this circle, Blank. They'd absolutely love to be there in the edge position, but so far, they haven't even gotten close to it. They do need to go a little bit further. You can see the bridge off in the distance there. Well, they need to make it past, because Weibo have a similar idea. Go out to the eastern bridge. And now Arcred, they're bridge guarding nobody. But maybe they're being stopped from crossing, because Rekt and Kyra are on the hold once more.
For Arcred, that was their choice, right? They had to hold that. I think it was the right decision to go for. For E-Arena, I'm glad that they didn't even attempt it. Weibo already got across on the eastern bridge, and that's, again, good planning from Weibo. In terms of understanding that this eastern side has been clear for so long, for so many games. But for E-Arena, it's slightly more dangerous because we're getting to stage 4 now. Shifts all the way over towards the west again, keeping Regnum Karya in and forcing Arcred now to move. I think that with the limited time that E-Arena had and Weibo had, they made the right choice. You know, there was no point even trying to sniff out the danger over towards Lighthouse. It was just the decision had to be made there and then.
Yeah, they never follow it.
Yeah, it's just a do or die kind of situation, and you've got to make that tough sort of call if you go for it. Arcred going to try and make their crossing against Regdom Kaya on the 3-player hold. Zedwolf up top, Wild down low. Silas off in the sidelines in their compound. And Arcred, I mean, they should be wary, right, of this position. They've seen this circle. They're going to know that there is going to be presence felt here. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them try and drop down on this one, although Silas is on the hunt for that. That's why he stayed out wide. He'll be feeding that information back over. And Zedwolf may start to feel uncomfortable on this high ground. Will be spottable by potentially DRX if they get close enough, and he's completely open, pretty unresable if he gets knocked.
Flash close to Weibo, who again have pulled the old cardboard trick, and they are towards the center of the circle somehow, some way. Yet it has worked. Like you say, for Zedwolf, if he gets knocked, it's completely unresable, but this is a sort of position that does give him a lot of oversight. And preemptive warning over towards the rest of his squad.
Arcred moving beneath him. He should be aware of this. He'll hear the vehicles. Wild as well. Arcred being very, very slow, very cautious, leaving easy for Bad Boy on the back lines as well to try and challenge. I wouldn't be too surprised if he's been climbing the scaffolding in the meantime as well to try and get an angle. Silas will be feeding back exactly what's going on. Wild as well. Zedwolf on the swivel. No, he's okay, so he is down towards those walkways. So not playing up and on high. In the meantime, Virtus Pro and eArena clashing again. eArena still on the chase, but having a tough time of things on this south side, Blank. They managed to sneak their way all the way down there and losing players. The nades start to come through from Wild as we hop back over towards the bridge. And the crossing for Arcred being held out still. But they're in the zone and they don't need to move too much further. He is spotted on a drop down, and that's Zedwolf finding Ramses, and another Hardboy goes down too. eArena is starting to fall. Blank, these chasing teams are being punished.
It's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate, and it's just the way this circle works. For eArena, though, I think they took the most dangerous path into the circle. I think it was very unwise, and I think it just shows that Weibo does a lot more homework here. In terms of their initial rotations. I think some of their other parts of gameplay is slightly lacking right now, or is a little bit messy. I'd say it's more clumsy than lacking. But when it comes to these rotations and understanding the lobby and the rotates, they are second to none here.
Yeah, it's nice to see that people are keeping their wits about them. On that front, Arcred. They're turning this fight around against Regdom Kaya, who now only have one player alive. Oh, last player from True Rippers goes down over towards the mini base exit. As the circle will close fairly soon. Wild getting knocked over on that north side. I mean, the transition for Arcred onto the mainland. Sorry, well, I say the mainland, the now mainland onto Sosnovka. That's gone very well for them, and I think it's mostly to do with the fact that Regdom Kaya were only playing as 3 and maybe holding a little bit too much ground. And Weibo now in with a massive opportunity up on the high ground to the east side. And they have so much ground under control, Blank. The chase for them, definitely possible here, but Team Flash are sequestered down to the south side, and they're going to make it hard to get rid of them. Clinging on like limpets.
It's a really big chance here for Weibo. Arcred Glory has been a really big member for the team on that side. He has had such a strong performance for the squad. Some really good off angles, and I think it's those like little moments where his plays were necessary to keep the squad up and kicking that makes me think that this guy deserves all the praise on the team. DRX sweep over towards the north now, look over towards Arcred, who have lost Ramsey, so they're 3-man. Potentially DRX could take advantage of that. But you're right, it is this fierce battle between the Flash and Weibo right now in this game.
In terms of those chasing spots, they seem to be the best positioned. Arcred still, though, we've seen that they can somehow move through dangerous terrain after that fight, and they are still knocking on the door of Team Flash's position. eArena cut down to 1. We saw them clash with Virtus Pro, winning the fight, sure, but with a little bit of help from the off angles. Nuclear Zone rocking up to the Boars in the meantime as they try and move up to the top of the hill. And with just Tony K up the top there, this is a very viable approach coming on through. This spot in the next zone, up the top of that hill, should be fairly takeable, but it's Nuclear Zone, and they're playing as 3. Looks like they're a bit tentative, and maybe going to go for the Boars instead, which could be the wrong decision. Oh, no.
I mean, for Boars, though, they are looking to chase on this one. 11th place is 74 points. They're on 72. They're looking to move up and out from that bottom 5. DRX with some great shots, not only over towards Arcred, but to Weibo as well, as Weibo drops down to just 2 players, John. What a disastrous result for them.
I mean, Arcred just seem to be able to get through these situations where it seems like they should be dead to rights, Blank. And again, they've moved in from that north side. With the Burmese Ghouls distraction on the eastern side, it's allowed Arcred to do a lot of damage to their position, to their hold, and Weibo are getting dismounted. Nuclear Zone really not able to do a lot against the Boars here. They're just not going for it. They're not going for the fight. They're not taking these peaks, not taking these fights under control. And it is going down around them. Further up to the north, you've got Influence Rage as well, who sit in this compound out to this northwest side. And maybe they are going to be the team to be able to take this one down. But, well, Blank, you've got DRX to deal with on the north, who are now in first place.
Yeah, they do accelerate ahead, and you're right, first place for them with the chicken dinners. They were able to get on board. Lovely stuff. Arcred able to find 33Z with a well-placed Molotov. It's Order up against Hardboy. Finally, he does come in clutch.
Able to find a player from Arcred that finally is going to bust them down to size. Humble them slightly, but easy for Bad Boys still live and kicking, and they are really pushing on the Elim count now, Blank. If Team Flash don't survive for too much longer, if they keep being quiet as well, they're getting very, very close. Very, very close to things indeed. Oh, easy for Bad Boy goes in, and he hops out to the side passenger seat, and again, the swivel round, the swift takedown, and Weibo not going to be able to chase. 9 eliminations found for Arcred, but they're not quite drawn level, and they will be drawn short. 4th place earned, but how far can Team Flash go? And beyond that, how far can Influence Rage find themselves?
For Team Flash, this is a big opportunity now. It's a huge opportunity. With 3 players alive, quite a few other members in the lobby still up. There's a huge amount of limbs in this lobby to gain. Sadly, there are sharks in the water with DRX who have gone from strength to strength, which is usually the South Korean way, it seems, right? Where they start off a little bit slow and then just get stronger as time goes on. So it's a team that they're just teams that are really, really, you want to keep them down early on and you want to get ahead early on before they start to power up, essentially.
Alliance trying to move past the Burmese Ghouls, but they are getting shredded as they go. Just Jimmy remains, and from the long range shot of Stoiz, who goes down himself almost immediately, is going to be a bit of a catastrophic turn for Alliance. They full force will go down. Burmese Ghouls lose 1 on the approach. The south side fight is popping off with a picture-in-picture. Nuclear Zone, Boars, and Influence Rage all getting stuck in down there. The Burmese Ghouls are balling up now, Blank, to try and arise to the top of this hill. Yatka leads the charge. Kaitse trying to control it, but can't quite have the effect that he's looking for. Ichi unknown, both needing to heal up a little bit. So distraction coming through, and the nade not on target for Hyunbin. The res is out, and DRX are back to 4.
Yeah, so easy back up again, which is very awkward, and being at the bottom of this hillside is very difficult for the Burmese Ghouls. We'll see how they want to play this one out. The Flash really have had no impact on this game. They've been playing this from very, very slow. The Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, consistently trying to push in from this northeast edge, but as soon as DRX took this high ground, their lives became so difficult. It's a nice shot from Havlik at long range, but they're not giving up easily.
Been so low on this trade. 4 players still for DRX, and Yatka not in a position to refrag it. Unknown is down. The Burmese Ghouls are waning. Like, this is a big game for Boars as well. They're in 12th place right now. Placements will see them over Twisted Minds, but it's about establishing those buffers going into our final 2 matches. From the south side, Boars are chasing. Influence Rage desperate to clamber their way up to challenge Team Flash, but in a 4th place now. With 4 elims, Team Flash are still just sailing away off over the horizon from our chasing teams.
It's just kind of crazy how good South Korea is. I think I was sort of on board with what the desk was saying, is that I'd be very disappointed not to see DRX go towards the grand finals, and it looks like they will be. What a performance from them over the last 2 days. Regnum Kaya looked insane, and then somehow DRX has just performed on every single map to a very high degree. I think that is the difference.
They are looking for DRX to move down south. Influence Rage playing up in the hills, but a Team Flash holding off against the Boars. 2 teams looking to try and keep things under lock and key, but it's the Boars who win it. Blank, this is big for the bottom bubble. The Boars looking to break through, to burst into the middle pack. and stay alive. Team Flash will stop here, will stop now on that south side. I think they're going to lock in 126 points here, which puts them quite far ahead of 4th place. Arc Red do a lot this match, but it won't be enough to keep up. Influence Rage as well, looking to keep things going, but it's DRX who just will not stop on the transition down to the military island. With now 11 eliminations, Influence Rage look to open them up.
Sadly, Hyunbin will go down as the forward vanguard for the squad, and Influence Rage will waste no time in pushing over towards them. Diego up front, 2 players in the vehicle, trying to go for the drive-by, get a little bit of damage done. And Diego goes for something a little bit crazy, in my opinion. I think unnecessary would be the word I was looking for.
DRX now in a 3 versus 3. The knock onto Hyunbin, though, is Resable. If Sois can get that back, it's going to be nasty. But a nade lands on, nearly takes them down. Another one. No, it's going to fall short. Not going to go quite tag on. A DRX are allowed to get back up to 4, which is a huge pickup. Now the flex out for Lorazin needs to come in clutch because they didn't quite have time for DRX to get there at the same amount of time. The stage not quite set either because we're in stage 7. So another shift will come through. It could go west or east and favor one of our squads here, Blank.
So easy pays Hyunbin back the favor from picking him up earlier in this game. Lorazin, the sub-in for Federal, looking to prove his worth here on this match, our final match of Erangel in Group Red. But a 4v3, DRX looking to close Erangel's out strong.
4v3. I mean, they should have this one under control, but for Influence Rage, they've only got 4 elims right now, and with 3rd place on 127, they need 22 more points to catch up. They can get a maximum here of 14 from the placements and the 4 extra elims. So they could be on the doorstep, but not really within striking distance of taking that 3rd place just now. We've seen the Brazilians outlast a lot of teams in the past, but will they be able to do it against DRX?
Hyunbin? Okay, I like this a lot. The rapper. This is sort of the Diego play, but slightly more sneaky. And they can afford to send him up here too. If he gets an opener, the 3 players on top can just flow straight over like a crashing wave, take down Influence Rage.
Law on the top. I mean, he knows where these players are, but you just can't peek them yet. The player on the north, QXZ, actually pushing further out to try and get a sneaky little off angle. Hyunbin, I mean, he's not wanting to strike just yet. He is a dissuading factor, though. And QXZ is looking for Lil Boy here, but I think the terrain just about covers him off unless Lil Boy gets too close. Law allowed to fade back, but that should be spotted by QXZ. No, he's just staying down on the deck. Moving around, not quite in position yet. DRX working the ground.
I mean, Hyunbin bin down here gives them so much information because not only is this big off angle, they know that they're all on this side, and Hyunbin will strike now. And this is where the rest of DRX will just send straight over. Like I said, here comes the tsunami.
So it goes past the player down in the dirt. Lil Boy looking for the strafe underneath the vehicle, but just can't hit the shots that's needed. And DRX, they find that off angle. Sneaky little Hyunbin down the bottom there, able to find the first. And the crash comes on through. South Korea, back to back. First place is theirs. They don't need it, but they sure as hell want it.
It is crazy to me that all 3 players do have coolant suits on. But at the end of the day, these guys' heads are a little bit sore, sure, but they're causing a splitting headache for the rest of the squads inside this lobby. Influence Rage kind of confused by how all that went down, with Hyunbin just sidestepping nicely into position.
Brilliant stuff from DRX. They did so much work with that final circle. The nades weren't even really a factor. I was looking and seeing, oh, Influence Rage have 4, DRX have 2. Maybe not. But no, it's not going to matter. They don't need it. They just need Hyunbin and the rest of them to crash on through. It's DRX once more.
DRX set the record for PMGC 2025 with the most chicken dinners in a single stage. 5 chickens so far, and once they got this zone, we knew these guys had it on lock. A good effort from Influence Rage, but this off angle from Hyunbin Max was just too good.
I contracted a very bad illness, Hot Jukes, and it's called the #1 Hyunbin fanboy itis. That is my predicament, and you know what? I am loving what we're seeing. It was a slow setup for sure, but it paid off significantly in those finishing moments. And then they're like, yeah, we opened up the floodgates. You start swarming over the ridge. We take control. We take the win. 5 chicken dinners in Group Red. Niptura, at this point, they're just flexing.
It is. They've taken a page out of Ragnar Karya's book and they've gone, yeah, we might as well just go for it and have fun and just do what we need to do. Flex it on the rest of the lobby is style. I mean, that is a lot of eliminations coming in here. Let me try again at this math thing. That's, what, okay, 15? I think that's right. 15 eliminations coming on in. That's a lot. It's a lot. That's my math. It is a lot of eliminations. Some really great stuff coming in here. And I love when we get a win that's based on control of the zone. They were able to come up over that hillside and then just sweep down onto Arcred, take out Weibo Gaming as well, and just move across that northern side. I love seeing those kinds of finishes, Max.
Yeah, it was so well played. But no, I was wondering, why was Sizzy always making this expression of like disgust on his picture? It's because this lobby's so bad and they're so good. It all makes sense now. He's just like, oh, man, Group Red, get me to the finals already. But no, QXE also shredding it with those 7 eliminations, almost 900 damage in this game. And keep in mind, this is a team. People better not start saying in the chat, oh, GRX gifted circle. They drop Gatka Field.
Yeah.
They don't complain. They make it work. And oh my goodness, those early transitions where they are fine surrendering their early looting stage. Niptura to just get priority on these positions is so well executed. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, same here. I really love what we're seeing from them time and time again. They're a relatively quiet team for the first half of the game, right? We don't see a lot from them in the first. They generally keep to themselves a little bit, just waiting, biding their time. And I think we saw a lot of that self-control coming in that last fight with Influence as well, right? They were just taking it very slow, very quiet, waiting for Hyunbin to get in position. Then once Hyunbin had that position, he was able to give over so much info, but they still just waited for the right time, which is really great to see.
Though, if we're talking about another team, Influence Rage right now, good finish, 2nd place, love to see it. Hot Jukes, what was Diego up to?
Oh my gosh.
That solo drive-by and trying to actually go into the passenger seat of the buggy and spreading it down when you have 3 players at that point up and looking at you. Ballsy would not even begin to describe my feelings about that play.
Dude. As soon as I saw that, my head just hit the table. I was like, it's over, done. Because what are you thinking? That's a play for like when there's 1-2 players up left. You still got a full squad. Easy. But I mean, if you're elimination tracking, you know it's DRX here. It's just such a crazy play to pull. I mean, you know what the crazy part is though? It's one of those such like a wild play that if it works, you're a genius, right? Like you're just like, oh my gosh, you are the best at turn. But if it fails, everyone's just like, what have you done? And unfortunately, it's the latter.
Unfortunately, it is, but I tell you what, I don't hate it from Diego. I would have liked to see more backup from the rest of his team because that's the kind of crazy play. I give it to you, it's crazy. But it's the kind of crazy play you make that completely subverts every expectation DRX have. So that means that it's like a classic bait move. That's the ultimate, there we go, the ultimate bait move coming in here. You rested with Influence though to just back that up. I would have loved to see them come over the hilltop at the same time as Diego was making that wraparound, because I think DRX were so distracted by him because they were like, what is this guy doing? They wouldn't really have noticed Influence come up over the hill. It would have been so instant. So it would have worked. I don't hate the play. It's just I think he kind of got left behind, or the rest of the team left him behind a little bit.
I know what happened. They sent Diego out there as a human sacrifice to respawn and revive the Burmese Gauls for blank. It was definitely a ballsy play, but you know what? I love seeing it. Though, talking about ballsy plays, we're going to see that, and we better see this in the replay, guys. I want to see the hovercraft getting sprayed down from the heavens by that glider that was happening from Nuclear Zone. Please? I know we passed that. I don't think we're going to see it. No! We never see that. That was actually so cool. Ah, I'm sad.
GG.
My day.
What a crazy game this was, right, Neptura? Oh my gosh. You had Boars there towards the end trying to push themselves out of the bottom place. And then we had, you know, Flash make it towards the end, trying to hold on to that third place. These Miramars are going to be so close.
They really are, and especially remember that Flash has won every single first Miramar of the day so far in both days, right? So if we're seeing what Flash are doing in today, then I definitely think we could be in for another win from them in the next game. I really like what they've been doing, though. I really like how they're playing this. They're just making sure that they do enough, and they've not felt that pressure. They're not letting that pressure get to them, which is what I was really worried about, Max.
Yeah, Silas hurting his desk again.
Yeah.
You know what? I want to ask, memes by Kana, if you're watching, can we have a highlight montage of every time a player just destroys his desk? When he punches, I'm telling you, that would be like a good 5-minute long.
There's a lot.
Because they are fuming right now. As DRX, all the excitement after this chicken dinner, the 5th one, you know what? Another day in the office. The entire team behind the squad, of course, really happy about it as you go over this one. By the way, what's up with all of these military island circles? I'm telling you, these teams have had enough. They've seen enough for a lifetime at this point. But you know what? DRX are just loving it so far. Also going with a hovercraft rotation across the water. And you know what? That early pivot from them. And also Boars that I think this game might push them out of bottom 5, Niptra. That early pivot on the southern coast was paramount for them this match.
It was really nice to see. Yeah, I really liked how they played this. They played it with a lot more confidence than we're used to seeing from them. I did say at the beginning of the show today, I was like, listen, they had a little bit of a glimmer in the last Miramars. Maybe we'll see something from them yet. Still, is it enough to really want a win or predict a win from them in the last 2 games? No, but I think you're right. I think they do propel themselves into the top 11, so they probably have done just enough to get them there.
Man, dude, look at these points. Oh my gosh, 25 points for DRX. I think after for the first time, right, today, we are going to see a new leader. That's for sure. With 25 points, I think they have locked down first place and are looking to get those bragging rights, right, for Group Red champions, Max.
Yeah, seems like it. It seems like they're going to be taking 1 crown home and joining their homies of D+. It would be, can you imagine if we get PMGC 2025 trophy going over to or D+, or DRX, just showing that South Korea are just the dominating region in this esports. Here we go, second page though. Weibo only the 1 point. E-Arena only 2 points. And Niptura, they're slipping, unfortunately, at the really worst time imaginable. Sure, we have 2 Miramars. But Weibo, E-Arena, this is not what we need to see from them, especially at this moment in this day.
Yeah, I am confused by Weibo, actually, because they had such a fantastic position once that circle shifted on that north side, right? And they just seemed to set up a defensive position, which is okay, but they just kind of were a bit weak in it. They didn't have enough presence there. Presence that QXZ definitely had, right? 7 eliminations, 900 damage nearly. Like, this guy is taking up space. He's making teams know that he is there. And that's just really what I would have wanted to see from Weibo, given that circle shift.
Yes. I really like the approach of Weibo because they were trying to negate the rotation on the eastern edge from Burmese Ghouls, which I think was the right decision. But unfortunately, Arcred also made a very good call, which is to push on that fight in third party. And you know what? That allows Arcred to remain very comfortably in a top 4 scenario. And actually not that far off, 9 points away from Flash in third position. But as we do now have officially Hotchicks, a new first place team for the first time over Regnum. And it is going to be none other than DRX.
Woo! And that might just stay that way. With 5 chicken dinners, they've definitely deserved this. So they are set nice and pretty. Regnum Karya, I mean, they're just happy to make sure that they make it to the grand finals. You know, it's really just comes down to that third place. But with that performance right there, that could just have done it. There's a 9-point difference. It's still possible, but we're going into the last 2 games, guys. And we know just how crazy it's going to get, right, Neptura?
Absolutely. I want to point out as well that Regnum and Flash both have the exact same amount of placement points, 51 each. The only difference in their points are those eliminations. So Flash, we know they can frag out. This is definitely something that they could do. So I almost want to say Regnum still kind of needs to be a little bit careful if they don't want to drop down further. I think top 3 in this is kind of finished in two games. I don't think it's too early to call it that Arcred and Influence, even if they do massive games, I think Flash are hungry enough for that top 3 where they're just going to keep ahead of the pack here, Max.
You can see Flash also, by the way, they're playing the Churro. They're just trying to get into a decent position and try and salvage it to some point. Get into the late game, get at least a few placement points, maybe a few eliminations here and there, just to make sure their position remains solid. But when you see Arcred get a big game like that, where the gap is closing every time, Influence Rage getting a top 2, we need to see more than just them trying to salvage these games, Hodgix. We need to see them try and go on to these big double-digit matches, because otherwise, Flash, unfortunately, a 5, 6, 7-point game is just not going to cut it if you want to be a Grand Finals contender.
If we consider the last game curse, Max Man, if we consider the last game curse coming into play, it's up to Arcred right here, right now. This first Miramar is so crucial for the squad. You know it's at play, Max.
Yeah, I guess. No, it's gonna be Arcred. They're gonna overtake it. Flash, they're gonna fall out of top 3. It's happening right now, Hodgix, on Miramar.
Some bold claims. Let's see if that will come to fruition as we get ready for the first Miramar of the day in the last 2 matches. John and Blake, take it away.
I mean, that last match was a good result for Team Flash, but they're right, it's not all done and dusted just yet. There are still 2 more matches to play. There is still that catch-up potential. The back-to-back the back-to-back military circles on Erangel have played havoc with that 3rd place spot. But Blank, it's all going to come down to the desert. Who's going to be joining DRX and Regnum Kaya in those top 3 spots?
It's all down to this. There is a lot of teams chasing for it. I mean, considering the circles we've had, would not be surprised to see a Partona or East Island finish here on Miramar or Group Red. It feels like the circle gods above decided that Group Red was not so aggressive, not aggressive enough. So we'll make it happen through horrendous circles on the map. I mean, even yesterday we had that Chumacera circle as well down towards the southwest side, which was also grim to play. So let's see what we have on offer now. Pretty rough playing path down towards the southwest here. We have not had fun playing paths at all on Miramar throughout the entirety of Group Red, John. It's been unfun, put it that way.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a mess sometimes around on these tables, around a lot of these situations, especially with those military circles. A north side shift comes on through on our first of 2 Miramars, our last 2 matches. The penultimate chance to earn those points, to get those top spots or make it out of the bottom 5, because that too is a closely fought competition. Burmese Ghouls, GK, Boars, Twisted Minds, an outside chance for Virtus Pro as well to try and make it up on that bottom side of the table. So 4 teams really fighting for it there, maybe 5 teams. True Rippers, they might just be too far behind at this stage. And I think that they may have just not quite done enough to make it through to the last chance stages. And I think at the moment for Nuclear Zone, for ETSH, there's no way.
I think for Nuclear Zone, ETSH, you're absolutely right that it is not happening. It really isn't happening. 36 points to 35. It's game over. Getting towards last chance is too difficult. It is too difficult. But it is a pretty big race for at least the middle of the pack right now, and to not be in bottom 5 with Twisted Minds at 74 points. Virtus Pro have got to do something. I mean, this team, honestly, I did not expect them to be going out.
Ooh, okay. We are getting a restart here. We're getting a rehost, Blank, on this match. So, despite nothing really happening, it wasn't super dramatic of a start. Looks like we have got an issue on stage with our players. And they will have to be going back in for another drop down. So, no early knocks, no early flushes. So, nothing really too controversial about the restart at all. And we'll be getting back into Miramar as soon as possible, because everybody wants these points. Everybody and everybody is going to be after them. It is going to be really, really tough stuff nerves, I'm sure, running riot.
Yeah, we've had a couple of technical delays today, and we do apologize on behalf of everyone here, and very much thankful for all your patience at home. For the players, I imagine it's not too saddening for that to happen, considering that the playing path was very rough. But we are going to go to a break in a short little while, and by that, I mean right now. So we'll catch you guys soon when the game starts. See you soon.
Takım içerisinde binada en beklenmedik pozisyonda kim oynuyor?
Silas. Berkin abi. Silas.
İlk başta fight atarken kim ölüyor?
Silas. Silas hata. Ben.
Fight içerisinde fight olarak değil de genel olarak panik yapabilen kimdir?
Panik mi? Arda mı? Var tabii ki oğlum. Ha, tamam Arda, ben de onu
Fight'ı ben değildir. Fight'ı bana gelmem. Mahmut öldür ben. Mahmut'u
Hayır,
ben
farklı. En iyi karar veren Silas, en iyi aim de bence
hepimizin
White'dır ya, aynen. CJ'den.
Evet, yanlış yere geldi.
en kötü kararı bir poşun kitabını adam koydu.
Takımda en iyi aim'e sahip olup da kötü kararlar verebilen
Devam edelim ya, kötü kararları.
Benim.
da IG'li hiç dinlemeyen, kendi kafasına göre hareket eden kim?
Buna acil karar versin.
Ben olabilirim.
Sence kim?
Gelsin acele karar versin.
Ya
kimse yok ya. No one.
En fazla konuşan kimdir?
Berkin abi.
Silas.
Küçük kardeş statüsünde kim var?
White.
Ben mi?
En küçük sensin oğlum.
Takımda diğer oyuncuları en çok kim götürüyor?
White.
En fazla şikayetçi olan kim?
Loxi.
Mahmut.
Loxi. Net Loxi bu arada.
Yani bir şikayetimiz yok ya.
En geç uyanan kim?
Wild.
En fazla yemek yiyen kim?
Ya bu nasıl bir soru yani?
Yani
şöyle.
Bizi izlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok komik bir takımız. Görüşürüz. Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك. بالتاكيد يعني احنا ابطال بي ام اس ال عربي، المينا ريجن من افضل الريجنات بالعالم.
Chúng tôi khá là tự tin ạ, tại vì chúng tôi là đương kim vô địch C nên chúng tôi không sợ. Chúng tôi đã đạt được 4 top 1 trong một ngày, thì chúng tôi đến đây mục tiêu phá kỷ lục chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng sẽ được 6 top 1 trong một ngày.
I think we will qualify straight to the final.
اذا انت بطل بي ام اس ال ممكن تكون محظوظ بجيم جيمين، اما انك تكون محظوظ انك تفوز بطوله هذا الشيء مستحيل.
Bên Milan, tại vì họ là một đội mới nên họ sẽ có những tâm lý khá là bất thường.
büyük ihtimal Wolves derdi.
I think probably Virtus Pro just looks like that.
Нельзя, блядь, сказать, что они удачи, что они нормально сыграли. Там нет неудачных, те, кто на удачу выиграл. Я посмотрел, типа, фавориты своих регионов выиграли.
Wolves esports. They have Coops. Best player in the world in my opinion.
Đội VP ạ, tại vì bên khu vực đấy khá là căng thẳng và họ chứng minh bản thân mình từ những ngày đầu tiên.
İyiler, kötü değiller ama heyecanlı oynuyorlar.
Я считаю, что из всех победителей PMSL мы являемся самой сильной командой.
Virtus Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten bu PUBG Mobile oynadığımdan beri hiç sevmiyorum oyun tarzlarını. Kendilerini seviyorum ama oyun tarzlarını hiç sevmiyorum. Yani bölgeleri güçsüz olduğu için ben MENA bölgesi demek istiyorum. Oradaki takımları biraz daha vurmak kolay diyebilirim. Main fight hariç.
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
Я думаю, для нашей команды будет легче всего зарабатывать только на плюсах из Америки.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك.
Em muốn gửi một lời nhắc đến đội đương kim vô địch BMSL Milan là cách chơi của họ có thể là khá là ổn ở bên khu vực đấy, nhưng ra đây chúng tôi chưa chắc các bạn đã làm được.
Yes, I think we have a lower experience than the other teams, but I think this is benefits us. It's in our advantage because the teams don't know how we're really going to play.
Nerves are still riding high here as we're getting into Miramar, hopefully fairly soon. The 2 desert maps at the end of the day still await us. You can see some teams still looking like they're definitely not in the lobby. I could see a couple of sets of headphones not on heads. But our admin teams are working to get things under control. Oh, okay, there they go. They're popping them back on. So hopefully we're going to be loading in fairly soon. Everybody looking to keep things going. It has been an interesting day so far to close down Group Red. Obviously, there's 2 military circles, very predominant in the mind, but the fact that Regnum Kaya and DRX have 3 of the 4 chicken dinners here, Blank, is kind of crazy. It's kind of a slap in the face to all the teams chasing those bubbles, right? Because they're the teams that need them kind of the least at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they haven't stopped either is sort of cruel to some of our other squads in the lobby, where they are just fighting this almost isolated battle at the top of the mountain between Regnum Kaya and DRX, and it is a tremendous fight indeed. And then everyone else is at the bottom of the mountain just watching, and that's really how it feels. Back to back there from DRX is just incredible, though. Miramar, also the fact that it's back to back on difficult circles too is crazy. But we're heading over to Miramar in 40 seconds. We'll see exactly how things pan out. I think the players weren't too happy with a rehost there, considering how brutal that playing path was. And we'll see if it's a little bit kinder this time around.
I think is that why we had a rehost just then in Arena? I think that looks like a nosebleed fallout coming through. Hopefully that's not the entire reason, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. So Plague maybe at a disadvantage there, certainly uncomfy with a wad of tissue up your nose. Maybe a little bit difficult to heal. The comms might be slightly messy. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm seeing a countdown nearly reaching 0 right now, Blank. I'm seeing a map on our map feed, and I'm thinking, Miramar, yeah, let's go for Miramar. Let's have a go around the desert again. This plane path, a lot kinder.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not bad. Teams are banking E-Arena if that's the case. Straight from the south side to the north side of the map and very central. So really easy to get wherever you want to go. Hopefully teams aren't getting baited by this, though, and the circle heads, like, I don't know, far down towards the southwest side, Minas del Sur. But yeah, right now I think most teams are pretty pleased with how this one turns out. There might be some hot drops here. There's continued to be hot drops throughout the entirety of the Group Red stage on Miramar, which is a weird map for the hot drops to be happening on. But there you go.
We'll see if the San Martin situation continues, but I think the Arena, very unlikely for that one to happen. We've only seen it once, so we do keep harping on about it because we hate it so much. Out early, you've got Nuclear Zone, you've got Boars just to their north, trying their best to stay up in those top 11. Virtus Pro as well, desperately been scrambling for an 11th place, which is definitely not what we would have expected, and that is going to make it all the harder. Milky Way has been taken down, and that point goes to DRX. The point sponge at the top of the table continues.
Very silly. Very, very silly stuff. I mean, I didn't mean it. I didn't actually mean it.
Okay.
Okay. I think there's someone is pulling the strings. Someone's definitely pulling the strings somewhere. That's ridiculous.
Okay. Still yet to touch down, though, up on the northern side. That circle is going to make lives hard. Up on this northern side especially, right? We're seeing Twisted Minds only just touching down. They're going to have to move quickly. Weibo wasting no time grabbing those vehicles. Going to be heading on in, maybe towards... No, they're going up towards Monte Nuevo to try and grab that north side of the circle. Nuclear Zone may be quite happy about this, but it's probably too little too late. One thing that has happened, Blank, is that we have confirmed that Team Secret will be our lowest scoring team from group stages. They were on 32 points at the end of proceedings, and that was with a chicken dinner right at the end of things as well. So our teams at the bottom
really love to rub that in.
Look, you know, it's always fun. But that does mean, yeah, they are going to be our lowest scoring team from all of group stage, which is unfortunate. You hate to see it, but you kind of love to see it.
I don't know. I feel like you've brought it up so many times. It's cruel at this point.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm kind of not looking at which team's done the worst right now. I'm kind of looking at teams that are trying to get in. That's Twisted Minds and VP, with VP sadly losing that player, like you said earlier, to DRX, which is really rough. I think VP, it's a weird one as well, because you even see the videos that we have playing in the interim, that a lot of teams were scared of VP, worried about that team, thinking that they had a lot to show for us. But at this rate, they're going out. I think losing a player here on Miramar is really, really quite bad for them. And it wounds them in a big way for their performance to get into the middle of the pack, to get into last chance. And I think that might just kill them off in the bottom 5.
Yeah, it could be terminal there for them. On their run towards Bangkok, it's seemingly a little late in the day for them to pick up their heels, but weirder things have happened, and we'll see if they can pull themselves together, pull their socks up. Influence Rage, they are at the moment 16 points behind Team Flash in 3rd place. They're moving currently through Graveyard towards Picardo. Coming in from this northeast side of the circle. Team Flash much faster into this circle. They're already towards Chumasera and have a little bit of a road in towards the Minister Valle Hills, towards the hills south of Chumasera. So Influence Rage definitely don't want them to get too far away with it. Arc Red, they're still all the way out east in Impala, and the approach might be pretty tricky for them. We'll see how they can navigate that one. For Team Flash, though, getting into the middle might be all they really need to do. Consistent 4 points over these next 2 matches may be enough to fend off the teams beneath them.
Realistically, for Team Flash, like you say, it is a case of consistent points and then hoping teams go down around them. I think in a circle like this, getting central on this one and getting 4 or 5 points would be the best idea for you. If you can take it further than that, fantastic. Great news, but it's a tough circle already for a lot of teams. With Arcred starting over towards Impala, that's a tough approach. That's the team closest to them chasing. Influence Rage, they're coming in from that northeast side, but they're still outside a lot of that high ground that is available, which has already been taken up by quite a few of our teams. So another team that might struggle there. And Ian Arena, I think they've sort of lost their mojo coming into day 3.
It's not been what we've seen from them before. That edge style, able to see them right in the first 2, but they're just slipping now. Down and down, time and time again. And they're having a real rough time of it. Yet to leave San Martin as well. They'll be fairly late to the party on this circle. We'll see, though, where it is going to end up. It could still end up towards Montenuevo, right? And that might play well for them and see what they can get done. But with the circle as it sits, it's much more likely to be in those Chumasera Hills, in the dark brown section down towards the southwest side of the Miramar map. Up on the rocky terrain down there. It is really, really nasty. I know a lot of our teams kind of hate playing in that area as well. So hopefully they can put their best foot forwards, because now more than ever, they need to.
Reminds you to make that rotate down from El Pozo. So they're a little bit late to the circle here. We'll be rotating alongside him with ETSH, I imagine, slightly later on this western road. There are shots been taken, though, towards Nuclear Zone. Can't quite get their players to safety. Just on the bridge of Valle de Mar. My buddy gets some damage back towards ETSH. Bit of friendly fire towards the bottom of the tables.
Not making lives easy. Just want points as much as you can. But again, it's one of those situations where if these 2 teams clash and the majority of the points get taken away, they're sort of inconsequential, blank. So if nobody is around to third party them, it becomes a tree falling in the woods situation. No one's around to hear it. Do the points even matter?
A little bit. It would be nice to go to a team that actually needs them. Towards the top of the tables. If they're taken out, like you say, doesn't really matter. For Weibo, you see they're up on high right now. Arena trying to see if they can spot any players in this location, but again, it's such a long roll up for them. This point in time is better just to send away. Order as well with a spray down over towards Joker. Misses most of the shots on that one though. A single tag on.
Not quite able to get that knock, that flush. The only one we've seen so far is Virtus Pro losing a player on the drop. As we head on in for the next zone. Moving in from the northeast side, we've got Geeke moving past Picardo now. Arena actually sending all the way out to the west side. They've managed to make their way in nicely with quite decent access. And we're going to Chumacera. Okay, so team's going to have to push up into the hills. The coastal roads now kind of locked out of this. Push north. DRX are going to potentially have a tough time here. The Boars will have the fight of their lives, I'm sure. Over in that 11th place spot, still looking to defend.
The Boars have done great. The Boars have done really great to get in towards 11th. I think it's been a bit of a mad push. Final moments today. They got to go a little bit further though. If they can maintain control over towards the south side, it'd be great. I think Snox has really put up a good fight for the squad as well. And there are good players on that team. Do I think they're PMGC caliber? Probably not. I think that they're doing their best now as much as there's just a short amount of time here in Group Red. So fair enough to them. Magnum Kaya sits themselves off towards the outside. DRX just floating on the south at the time. But yeah, Flash currently does have a nice lineup on the east with options towards the northeast if the circle does move that way, which is out back open ground and less away from these foothills.
It could be slightly more favorable. Cred. Oh, they're close. They're right on top of Flash. This could be a big fight here unfolding. These two teams clash, but yeah, Team Flash is going to get out of there. They know. They don't want any part of that. They're going to allow Arc Red to play into the buildings to their southeast side, a little bit downhill. As Virtus Pro, they're losing more players, this time to Nuclear Zone. The heater does fall. Voston, the one to be able to find that shutdown. Will Virtus Pro be able to get too much more out of this game? Because Aragon's already fallen. Voston still desperately trying to trade back with them, but it's just not happening. Aragon flushed away. One knock down the stairs. Runs out of ammo. Spray down with the M4. He's good for another. And maybe he'll be able to be a bit of a lone ranger here against Nuclear Zone. As they step out, look for the cross. A 1v3 for Voston. And he's going to be able to find it here. Blank Nuclear Zone have lost 3 of their players in a 4 versus 2. This is not good news. Well, actually, as we said before, kind of doesn't matter for Nuclear Zone. Pretty important potentially for VP.
Ish. Because they lose 2 more players. Right? They get 3 points, but they lose 2 players. And they needed like 10-point average on these games. Now this cuts them out into needing a chicken dinner game 6. Right? That's the hard part about it. For Virtus Pros, although they got 3 points there, it's likely that player is not lasting much longer in this match. This is a wide route from Alliance. You can't quite see them, but this is all the way on the western side. They're crossing on the other side of the road. Turn a wrap down towards Via de Mar and then pass through back up towards the hills. We do send pretty central again, so Chumacera does become this big focal point for the map, and Weibo suddenly get a lot of that high ground cut out towards that western side.
Western side is where Twisted Minds are going to be trying to find their way in as well, with Alliance halting them a little bit, dead in their tracks, maybe not wanting Twisted Minds to get too much further into this one, but pushing in across this ground, really, really difficult. Arena crashing into Voston now. It may just be the end of Virtus Pro's push. A 1 versus 4 against Nuclear Zone, you think maybe just about against the Arena? That's a little bit taller of an order, but we've seen Loxy at those 1v4s before. Is it going to be a repeat? Voston, the nades say no, but they're not connecting. A bounce down with a nade. Nice bounce, actually, to try and find the angle. But, okay, Voston should be done for here. That should be go time. I think there was a Molotov on the stairs. And Tourniquet is cooking another. Voston desperately healing. Doesn't take the damage from that one. Mormon up into the floor. One shot, two shot. Voston still going. Still a little bit of life in the old dog. Desperately first aid punching right now. Looks to try and hold it through, but needs to go for the barrel. Will not be able to find it. E-Arena. Oh, they cling on, but Voston gave them a good go. Unfortunately for Virtus Pro, they go down. 13th place, 3 elims, 10 points behind the Boars. But the Boars are set up a little bit nicer on the south side.
Yeah, it was almost insane. It actually almost was insane. I respected him going for the fight as well, basically on 0.1% HP. He had to take those shots. Couldn't really force the first aid kit. But Virtus Pro, I think that might be them done. Again, it does require a massive game, and Virtus Pro just cannot find these chicken dinners throughout Group Red. So the likelihood of it happening is just so low at this point in time. I think that's the scary thing with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they definitely wanted more out of this one. They wanted to extract more value. It is unfavorable, but that is just how it goes sometimes. The Boars, I mean, they are seemingly a little bit more stalwart than I gave them credit for. Still in that 11th place right now, and on the south side, as I said before, bit of a solid potential to earn into this match. Pushing up north towards Shumasera, though, not always the easiest, especially with Arc Red up the top there with Team Flash beyond them as well. Could be a tough time for them. Moving through for Twisted Minds, though, the main team chasing them at this point. They're quite isolated up towards Ladriera on that northwest side. Next circle coming on in.
The shift off to goes over towards the west here. Very hard shift on the northwest. Keeps Weibo in and Twisted Minds and Regnum Kaya on that low ground, which is very nice for them. On the other hand, though, it really does hurt the Flash, because now they're cut out over towards the southeast side. There's a lot of teams they need to pass through, and I think they're going to immediately move over towards ETSH. This is the smart decision. Get this done early and basically create a small path for yourself out. That's not great, though. That's bad, actually.
Ooh, a second knock returned, though. Team Flash holding on. They want their spot, that third place. Currently in their possession. Baby not able to stop the res over towards tops. Last player going, and he's still tagging on. Some hero moments from the bottom of the tables, maybe on the cards. Team Flash seemingly struggling. He dances back in onto the position underneath the staircase, but now they'll all go in through the open door, and Team Flash charge through. Nobody third-partying. That's ETSH down, and Team Flash up to 3 elims, 130 points blank. It's a moving target, and they just want to keep this going.
That's how you do it. Honestly, that is how you do it when it comes to those fights versus one player. Just send everyone in. Just send everything. So Flash will confirm that fight, and I think that was a great push from the Flash, a necessary one. And like you say, it's making it all the harder now for Arcred, who have already taken a knock and another 130 points. If Arcred go down here, it starts to run away from Arcred and Influence Rage.
Nades from True Rippers over towards Arcred. A nade back, not quite finding the knocks, but the hop in from Jelly. Hydra is there as well. Harsh on the off angle, taking Glory down. Arcred still trying to make this work, but the health bars are starting to get lower and lower for True Rippers. That makes it so much harder, and the flashes are coming through as well. Just Ramses remains blank against the True Rippers, trying to stay alive themselves. They're looking for the res and might be able to find it, pick themselves back up to 4. A bad nade, and Ramses nearly takes himself out of the running. Desperately needs to try and find this heal now, and True Rippers, they're going to slow down somewhat. The Boars are going to find the open door, find the angle over towards Harsh. The nade not going to be able to find it, and the nade into the open door, not connecting either. Harsh is still down, though. That was the Boars doing. True Rippers do not want to charge. Ramsey still with a little bit of life left in him. Steps up, and it's Hydro to close down Arc Red. One of the chasers is down. They've only got one more match to do it. Team Flash don't show any signs of slowing.
Team Flash can just push this even further in this game, and it looks like they will. I think Team Flash has been the biggest surprise out of anything inside of this lobby, other than maybe Virtus Pro being in 13th place. But I think for Team Flash, A lot of people weren't expecting them to be here in top 3 of 130 points, challenging out with one of the best teams in the world, Regnum Kaya, as well as DRX, who are newly invigorated into this lobby with 5 total chicken dinners over the stage here, which is just an unbelievable margin.
Oh, this is... Bubbles now. Starting to get very sweaty. Weibo on the west side, they've been quiet for a long time. I mean, maybe it's their time to start to step up and put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, I mean, for Weibo, it's been a case of, oh, God, we're going to have to move. And the circle's like, no, don't worry, guys, I got you. Like, oh, God, we're going to have to move again. And the circle's like, no, you're still in. You're still in. And then we get to stage 5, and I think Weibo was very much considering, we're probably going to have to move now for definite. Circle's like, nah, I still got you, fam. Don't worry. You're staying in the circle forever.
That's going to make it a little bit easier for them, sure. But they still just have that tiny little sliver, that spit of land to keep on going in with. Souk spots Alliance from a distance. And Alliance have had a real rough time moving in on this south side. But I think they've done enough to stay in. Souk, oh, go on. Give us a long-range shot. And, oh, it tagged.
He actually hit it.
He hit the damage. Is there more? Not on the second, the third? He's got so many arrows going. Oh, this is a really long-range shot. A look at the bombardment received to the outside of this shack. It's a wonder it's standing. Cluck, oh, you've got to be careful because there's more arrows coming. He is now on the outside. White tag on more. Looking to thread the needle through the open door, but not quite managing it. The range on this is, I think it's approximately...
He hit again.
Oh my goodness me, he hit the moving vehicle and Hero sprays it down. The vehicle's up in smoke. Oh my God, Souk with the bow stops half of Alliance out in the open and everybody chimes in. Regnum Kaya take one of those points, but that is nasty.
It is actually insane. Robin Souk in the lobby causing havoc just must be a terrifying thing. Seeing arrows start to pop out from the top of your vehicle, make you look like an exploding porcupine. Yeah, it's bad news. It's very bad news. But for Weibo, they're glad to have him on side. The aim, though, is, I think, the most impressive thing.
400 meters out that with the bow on a moving target. That is tough stuff. The arena wants to give it a good go against Regnum Kaya, though, because we're focusing in on a chasing team. Regnum Kaya take the first knock their way, but Wild has the door frame. He's got 2 out. Taken down by E-Arena will be a price to pay for it. Mormon and Tony K have got the other 2 of Regnum Kaya to deal with, but they're across the road. Blank, they're not going to be able to get back into this one. E-Arena should find the reses unless there's a crash coming in. Hydro wants to pick up the pieces on this fight. Maybe sidles into the backline. Tony K has the challenge. A nade, a bounce on it, not going to find it. Hydro will look to cook one of his own. Alliance could get stuck into, bounces it badly. Not going to find the inlet there. And Jelly's going down in the meantime, so it's all up to just the one man for True Rippers.
Final alive here for Hydro. He has a lot of life still left in him. And maybe a bit more to give here for India. But Tony K launches the nade. It's on the outside. Doesn't get too much done with it. Small amount of chip damage, but he could have ended it right there and then. Order with the K9 as well. What is happening with Weibo? They use all sorts of weaponry. A true arsenal on side. Okay, finally the circle moves away from them.
Unorthodox in this approach to the weaponry. You're right. Order with that K9. Oh, I know Hot Juice is going to be happy about this. They're going to rock straight up towards Twisted Minds as well. 33Z leading up to this one. And remember, Twisted Minds are chasing towards that 11th place spot, trying to get rid of the Boars in this qualification spot for the last chance stages. Weibo looking to chase up towards the top 3. And the arena as well, stuck in a fight. Everybody has their troubles this match. The Weibo can't quite push over the top against Twisted Minds. They can't clear out their flank, not just yet.
Yeah, for a team that can hit arrows at about 400 meters, they are struggling with the nades here. I don't think they've got any left. I think Weibo realizes that chance to hit these shots very minimal now. Burmese Ghouls will take a lot of damage from both Geekay as well as DRX. Attempting to make a bit of a wild rotation on that north side, but they have done I'd say just enough to stay towards that middle pack right now. Twisted Minds look to make a move, and Yaka here taking shots over towards Lord. Yabacam, he is just ripping through this ammo so quickly.
Ooh, finds the knock onto Tudo. For the Burmese Ghouls, they've got Godspeed, they've got Yatka, and this high ground is working out for them. Godspeed with the off angle there as well. That's actually Weibo, sorry, chiming into the fight. And Boars go down in 11th place. Twisted Minds need to go a little bit further. It'll be still very, very close on the bubble. But if they can get through this, maybe they'll be able to extend the lead over it and put Kike in the hot seat instead. Maybe the Burmese Ghouls too. Blank, it's all to play for. Influence Rage, they take a knock against Arena as well. Oh my goodness. It is so fraught with danger. Every fight in this zone matters.
Flash, it's one last player alive, and I think he's done for here. The Flash with 6 points on this game, 133. They are ahead of Arcred, but with Influence Rage being the ones to take them down, they're looking to send this a little bit further in this game. Burmese Ghouls look to move up over towards Twisted Minds. You've got Freak in front. Yaka with the pump shotgun will send the Molotov, forces him on the right side of the building.
Or through the building if he wants to go for it. Yatka with the peak wins out against Twisted Minds. And the Burmese Ghouls don't want to let Twisted Minds come with them to survival stage. The last chance not going to be there, and they are locked out in 12th place. Blank, there is a really minimal difference here, but 7 points might be the boundary that the Boars need to stay alive in this tournament. It is so possible. And Virtus Pro still very much in the running going into this next match. But now we have to focus up towards the teams chasing 3rd place, because Team Flash, I mean, they're still alive and the placements are going to start to kick in.
Yeah, one more team goes out. You get that extra placement point coming through. You can see from the leaderboards here how clear the difference in skill level is between our squads, with 11th downwards all out. Oh my God. Opening up a ventilation hole in the front of the ghoulish head of Godspeed. In order, bringing disorder to the brains on that side of the map.
It's tough stuff to come up against, and you just don't expect it as well. With the K9, you expect to have a little bit of reaction time to those shots, so playing that unorthodox off meta. As soon as teams start to realize you're doing it, it becomes a lot easier for them to deal with it, but who brings a K9 into this match right now, especially for Weibo? In 7th place, right? You're chasing, and then all of a sudden you see a bow and arrow, a K9 start to bark out towards you. It's got to feel really confusing for our teams in this lobby, but Rez comes through from Geekate. Will not be able to get that flush.
I mean, the thing is that in this kind of circle, actually the K9's not a bad choice. It's just long-range fights you have to take. You get the one shot, one elim. It's nice to see Kevin inside the smoke does his best, but his best is not good enough versus Influence Rage, who are the chasers here alongside with E-Arena, who do have 4 players. Great nade from Nerzed.
Brilliant little pickup there to open up, and Yatka all too happy to take shots and suppress Influence Rage on the angle. Looks for Ragnarok downhill. Diego does not connect. Lorzin, he's not getting picked back up here. Influence Rage going to be moving on as 3. As Lil Boy looks for the shots, and he will find them over towards Nerzed. Just Ragnarok round remaining. I said Lorzin wasn't getting picked up. Maybe they could have done it, but down into the shack he goes. Holds with a P90, but he's got 2 players bouncing in towards him. And Influence Rage take them down. That's Team Flash going out as well. Blank, the moving target has stopped for the time being. It's on 134. Big match is needed for E-Arena, for Influence Rage, for Weibo to catch up anywhere near for the final hurrah in the last Miramar.
I mean, everyone's chasing right now. E-Arena with 8 elims on this game, and they still hold on to 4 of their players as well. Burmese Ghouls do go out. They were rid of the Arbiters down towards the bottom of the lobby, alongside with Alliance. So it is still this brutal battle towards the top side of the lobby. Weibo look to make this one happen, but what they don't realize, the Influence Rage, E-Arena still here in this game. It's all their main competitors still going. Got the UMP coming through from Regnum Kaya, but also the SLR from Wild, which I thought was crazy. Weibo takes down the final players there from Influence Rage, which is a really big deal. Oh, we got to stop doing this, man. If you see teams getting taken out and you assist in that, don't immediately move into that position. I feel like that's pretty obvious.
But looks like Weibo are going to be able to get that res coming on board, right? For them, it's only 2 players for Regnum Kai to deal with. The match right now is on tenterhooks for E-Arena and Weibo, both looking to challenge it out. 8 elims already for E-Arena. A chicken dinner necessary to put them up in contention. It would put them up on 128 points, and then whatever elims extra they were able to get. That is very, very close to Team Flash. And in fact, they would draw, I think, exactly level. If they get every elim left in the lobby for E-Arena, they would be exactly level. They would be 2 points behind for Weibo if they did the exact same thing, though, in the process. So very important stakes here for both Weibo and E-Arena. Rectum Kaya are up on 150 already, and then whatever placement points they get here, guaranteed at least 5. So a 155 minimum tally for them. They are still definitely locked away. It's just going to be a question of who joins them, and it could be one of these 2 teams.
E-Arena's already been a big match here. Been a very big match, but the real prize is the chicken dinner points. It's the cherry on the top of the cake at the end of this match. Try and lock in your 3rd place here. But even then, the Flash could still do something in their final game. For the thing for the Flash today, it's just been a white knuckle grip on the side of a mountain. Just hoping not to fall off. Desperately trying to get as far through as possible. The Winchester? Okay. No, I expect Winnie the Pooh to make an appearance here at the end of the game.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it so much. He just wants that scope, probably swapping it back to whatever weapon he dropped for it. Regnum Kaya, point denial. Okay. So it does mean that E-Arena would be 2 points shy with a full 4-man wipe, and 4 points shy for Weibo if they get the chicken dinner against E-Arena at all 4 elim points. Both teams desperately want this one. Whoever makes it here next is going to get close to the boundary. The spray down for order starts off well. The weapon swap is hot, and the 2 players fall. And in a mishmash of chaos, it is going to be Weibo to take it away in the final moments. The placement points are there for them. They are on the precipice of joining the top 3 once more. E-Arena still in with a shot as well. A little bit further behind than they would have liked, but blank. It is 3 teams going into the final match that could make all the difference.
Insane stuff there coming through from Weibo. And yeah, it seems like Order maybe didn't like that I called him out earlier. It seems that way, doesn't it? But what a way to finish that out as well. I mean, I love the fact that, you know, it's a small thing, but he turned around and started walking away as he got that final elim, which causes the character to just walk off into the distance, which was very cinematic there at the end game. So pleased with themselves, and relief flooding their faces. And again, I think that the difficulty though for Weibo is that Flash is still in. Flash is still in with a chance.
I mean, they are still technically in that 3rd place spot, right? So it is a pretty heads-up fight between the unorthodox, chaotic style of Weibo and the weaponry there. But in the end, they kept it nice and plain and simple. Pure spray downs, pure violence. E-Arena torn to pieces, but they still have 1 more match to play. The bottom of the table's in flux. The top 3 as well, still yet to claim their 3rd member. It is so down to the wire. 1 more match between these teams and getting towards those finals, to the last chance stages. Who's going to have it? We'll wait and see.
Channeling his inner Apollo, shooting that bow miles across the sunny desert. Weibo get the win right at the last second. That's it. I'm sold. Weibo, make it happen. End the curse today, Max.
I am loving what I'm seeing from Weibo. What a game. And yeah, Order, he did not like that blank comment from early. He's like, huh? What are you saying? I'm not stepping up to the plate right now? Oh, look at me with my insane spray down. The double spray down with the UMP swaps over right away. CQC instantly does just so much damage, even if he doesn't find the knocks, which he does eventually. His team is there to back him up, Niptro, because they're fully committed on that fight to defend that position and make sure they lock down that chicken dinner. The elimination spread all over the board is looking magnificent. What a match from Weibo. It's not just Niptro that was a good game right from Weibo. It was fun to watch because the weapon variety also was just so sick to watch.
Yeah, it wasn't just the weapon variety. You bring up such a good point because we had the explosive bow. We had the Car 98, baby. I love seeing that coming into esports again after so long. But you're right, not just the weapons that were being used that made it entertaining. It was the control. It was the spread. It was the pushing up onto Twisted Minds and then deciding to fall back a little bit. It was the backup of their players. Everybody had each other's backs. They were just moving around the circle so effortlessly. And it just really goes to show you that when Weibo play well, they play so effortlessly.
Oh, effortlessly indeed. We finally get to see some bolt action here in the PMGC. I'm on my knees, PUBG Mobile. Come on, bump these bolts. Nothing more exciting than seeing that crazy flick headshot from Order there. This game was pretty crazy here. Boston trying to hold Virtus Pro alive here, but just not able to make it happen here, Max.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite able to stand their ground in this game, and Virtus Pro slipping again. They were in the bottom 5 before this game. I'm pretty sure, unfortunately, that they will remain in the bottom 5 after that one, and we'll see if they can do a last-ditched effort in the final match of the entirety of Group Red. One more game remaining, which is absolutely wild to imagine, as we had a replay there of the side of True Rippers. Actually, not bad engagement versus Arcred. I was hoping to see Arcred do something, but True Rippers, that fight, despite sure being a bit messy, Niptura, worked out wonders in their favor.
Yeah, it did. You know, another team that I was actually really interested in was actually Burmese Ghouls. I mean, I know that's so sick, but Burmese Ghouls, despite that, right, were playing so much more how I wanted them to play. I think they were so much more active in this last game than they have been in the last 2 days. It was so nice to actually really step up and actually see them play as a team. So that was really awesome as we look over onto these rotations, and barely anybody's on. Another hardship for these poor teams, but yeah, some crazy rotations coming on through here. EA having a nice long one, but everybody just moving up onto these cliff sides, Max.
Actually, yeah, the cliffside, very strong position for Arena and Weibo, but I want you all to pay attention to Weibo, because normally leaving these cliffsides on the west is not that easy, especially when you have Regnum Car in front of you, but straight up northwest next to the eastern letters of La Trillera, there was Twisted Minds, and actually that dip was so strong for them to push onto, that it also allows them not only to take a secluded fight versus Twisted Minds, it negates vision away from Arena and Regnum that were looking heavily on their position. So that push kind of does two birds with one stone in that position. Keeps you safe while also allowing you to take that position away from Twisted Minds, control the northern terrain eventually in that field finish, and make sure you control that winner chicken dinner. So Weibo, for me, I think that they did a very good rotation for terrain that's not always that easy to execute, and in this case it pays off with a 21-point chicken dinner. Huge.
Ooh, so huge. This last game, oh man, it's gonna be crazy. Will the curse finally be broken here? The thing is, Flash put up 7 points right when they needed to. That could be just still enough to hang on to that third place spot. But man, we had points all over the place. It's gonna be a close one. It's gonna come down to the wire here once again. I mean, for those of you guys that missed Group Green, right, Neptura? It was a 3-way tie at the bottom. That is so crazy, and I have a feeling it's going to be close once again.
I think so. I think we've had 2 days of, again, just getting that foundation going with all of this macro big brain chess playing moves that we've been seeing the last 2 days. But today has been all about getting those eliminations, sweeping through teams on the edge, moving into center, close away. So we've had a lot more of those big game vibes coming in here today. So I'm excited for this final game, because it's really where it all comes down to. Are we going to see a lot of those hot drops come in? I don't know. Order is going to make sure there is order on the map in here with 3 eliminations. Not the most eliminations we've seen, but you know what? MVP in my eyes with that Car 98. He's got to be the man of the hour.
The GOAT, the Car 98.
My hero.
We'll call it that. Our hero of everyone. The hero of the people. In PUBG Mobile Esport, no, very good. Definitely some very high damage ratio, 839. Madness, as here we go. The leaderboards are popping up, and Weibo jumping up in one game from 7th position up in 4th. What a comeback from this team. 4 points shy of maybe locking in a grand final slot. Weibo, now is not the time to fumble. Now is the time for points to come on board to make it to the next stage.
Uh-oh. I think the curse can get broken here, folks.
This is crazy, man. Come on, it's going to be down to the wire.
This is wild. 4-point difference. We know Weibo can pop off in Miramar, Niptura. You got EA that are 10 points behind. You got Influence Rage just a little bit further, right? There's a lot of teams that need a win here if they want to make it to the grand finals. Looking on down the leaderboards as well. Twisted Minds are right there behind Boars, VP as well. This last game is going to be chaos. We know it is, but man, some teams just going to have to pull out something special if they want to move forward.
I mean, the points being so close. I mean, WBG coming in 4 away now. Flash really feeling the heat now, but just on the other side of that, you got EA 10 points away from third. Influence Rage still 13 points away from third. Like, none of this is impossible for those teams like 7th and above, theoretically, right? I think that 8th to 11th, you got to just make sure you're still going to last chance, but those top 5 teams, man, it's all to play for. One final match and so few points between them.
It's just wild that we have not only just Weibo getting a big game, but Influence Rage getting points on board. You have also E-Arena getting points on board, right? All of those teams, they're so hungry, Hodrix. I would even go to say they're desperate, because last chance having to be in top 2 in the lobby, and you got the teams of Group Green that we saw was just absolutely mad over on that side of the group stage. They want to try and qualify now, so this is going to be a last-ditch effort here to try and make that ascent, make that final push in the last game. Will they be able to break the curse, Hodrix? There's a lot to play for, and Team Flash are the ones that need to hold down the fort here.
Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know what the curse is, right? Just to preface it, it's just the last game. There are so many teams that need points, so many squads that know they're not going to make it, or they're just going to go to last chance, that they end up pushing everything. By zone 5, we have like 20 players left, and we don't see changes on the leaderboards. And so far in the gauntlet, we didn't see a change on the last day. Group Green, we didn't see a change on the last day. This is the chance to finally break that curse, and it is close. 4 points. The big X factor, I think that's different than before, Max, in my eyes, is the fact that this is the first PMGC appearance for Team Flash. Okay, this is where things get hard, because this is your first time here, okay, and you have a shot to make it into the finals. You got Weibo of all teams right behind you in the last match. This is I do not want to be these guys. Let's put it that way. Yeah. If they had fingernails, they're gone by now.
Yeah, you have the new guard being chased down by an ex-PMGC champion. Order, he knows how to deal with these exact scenarios. And you know what? I'm sure he's definitely going to be ready going into that last game. But you know what? I think this is a great test, Niptura, because this is going to be a rough scenario for Team Flash. If they are able to defend their top 3 rank, make it to the grand finals, for me, they showed potential that they are worthy of a grand final slot. And you know, maybe even then, able to actually get up some good performances in that next stage.
Yeah, I agree, right? Because I think there's nothing more formidable than Weibo in the final game, 4 points behind, coming off of a big win, right? So that momentum, the potential, the confidence is at an all-time high with this team. And we know how good they are as well, how smart they are with macro. So Flash really have to be on their game, just the top of their performance if they want to keep that slot. So definitely a test for them.
Oh boy, Max, this is it. Last game of the day. Is Weibo gonna do it?
Yes, it's happening.
It's looking like it, man.
They're going to get a podium finish, and they're going to qualify. And Flash, I'm sorry, you're falling down. You're going to be out. You have to go to last chance. Not going to be great, but Weibo, you know what? They showed potential, and especially the bow, the Kar 98. It was all looking so good, Hodrix. So yeah, Weibo will make it, and will qualify for the finals. It's happening.
Let's see. Let's see what's going to happen, folks. Last game of Group Red. Last game of the group stage. We're going to Miramar for one more time with John Allen and Blake.
Oh, the last match is here, Blank. 18 out of 18. That's a full 1 when you reduce the fraction. 100% of our matches concluded at the end of this one. Miramar to shut us down, and it is still all to play for. So many teams looking to try and change their future, change their destiny. The top 3 direct to the grand finals in Bangkok. The bottom 5 straight on home. Unless they want to come and watch, then they need to buy a ticket like the rest of you.
Last Miramar to shut it down, like you say, John, and hopefully for Weibo to shut up the competition with a strong performance here. Much more even playing path over towards that north side. We'll see if we get any nasty circle to finish things out. Weibo have performed very well down towards the southwest side of the map, I will say, playing off the back of that Riera. They get there very quickly. Now, let's see if they can play elsewhere on this map if we end up with a new circle.
Looks like teams are still yet to touch ground. Arcred, they've had their moments. The piranhas of the lobby. We're going to try and keep things going. They're chasing up again one of those teams. It's another hard south circle. Blank. Oh, that is nasty. Team Flash last time around as well, not quite able to go as far as they would have liked. They do keep that target moving, however, and they're getting closer and closer to that 140-point boundary that might just see them safe, but it is within reach for quite a few teams. I think for now, Influence Rage, it's unlikely. It's very, very unlikely that they're able to get up and over. Not only would they need to profit 23 points over Team Flash, they rely on Weibo and the Arena both not doing so great. So for Team Flash, it may be enough. Just get a couple more points on board. We caught up with them to see how they were feeling, Blank, down on the stage with the 7WG. He checked in. And right now, they've got to be feeling pretty nervous. Let's see what they had to say.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG as we head into the final match of Group Red. I have Team Flash Tops with me, a team that's currently in 3rd place by just 4 points above Weibo Gaming. It is your first time at PMGC, only 4 points ahead of that 4th place team, trying to take it away from you. How are you feeling going into this last match?
Xin chào PUBG, thì đây là lần đầu tiên các bạn vào PMGC và hiện tại thì mình chỉ cách đội đứng thứ 4 có 4 điểm thôi. Vậy không biết là cảm xúc hiện tại của mình như thế nào khi mà mình chuẩn bị tiến vào vòng thi đấu cuối cùng?
Cảm xúc của em thì cảm giác thấy bình thường và team em thì độ tin thì rất cao nên là mọi điều rất là đơn giản với em như bắn những giải khác.
Okay, I feel normal right now. We have really great confidence at the moment, so for me, it just feels like playing in any other tournament.
Well, just to give you even more confidence, in day 1 of Group Red, you were able to get a win in Miramar with 12 eliminations. Going into this final match, what do you need to do to mimic that performance again and secure the top 3?
Thì vào ngày thi đấu đầu tiên trong bản đồ Miramar, các bạn đã giành được suất cơm gà với 12 điểm hạ gục. Thì không biết là bây giờ khi mà mình tiến vào trận đấu cuối cùng á, thì các bạn làm thế nào để chắc chắn là mình cũng có thể giành chiến thắng và chiếm được một suất vào vòng finals?
Chắc team bọn em thì vẫn bắn như bình thường và với độ tin rất cao đó thì tùy thuộc vào tổ may mắn của team bọn em bao đổi hay không.
Well, probably we'll just play as we usually do, and because we're very confident, and also it depends on how lucky we are with the circles. If we get favors from the circle, probably we'll get more advantages.
Okay, well, we know if they get lucky, more than likely it will end up turning into a win. Can this first-time PMGC players of Team Flash secure a top 3 spot? I think it's time to find out with John and Blank.
Hey, thanks so much, Seven. That is really good to get a little read onto how they're feeling going into this one. Of course, their first time here at PMGC and already potential for them to get that direct ticket. And I mean, maybe that's where teams are going to start to be able to prey on them, right? Play on their nerves on that front, use their experience, their advantage. We know the experience that Weibo have on the international stage. You can imagine they'll still be sweating, but maybe not quite as much as our teams in the top, well, in 3rd place right now.
I mean, you talk about experience, but Order tried to leave before the photo shot went through. And you'd think for a guy that's been in these top tournaments multiple times, he'd know not to do that. Alas, I think that there is something to be said there about that interview, which was a really, really good one from Seven. I enjoyed that one a lot, where they talk about their confidence. Right, and there was at this extreme bravado coming through from Tops there, saying that this is just like any other tournament to them. I think that's the right idea to have and he looked pretty confident. He looked quite calm coming into this. They talked about circle look. Already, they get a very nice central position. They have anchors over towards Los Leones. If it heads off towards that eastern side, they have players heading over towards the west as well, so they're holding a little bit of a split right now. But this is far down towards the south. We've joked about Partona multiple times. This could be it.
It very much could be. All the way down on that south edge, and I mean, why not make things all the harder? And I mean, at the moment, it's Virtus Pro who have the inside track to that Partona bridge area. Regnum Kaya as well kind of sit around those east bridges to Partona. Of course, those west side access past Prison, past Minas del Sur, but that's only if it comes to it. Because right now, teams are still navigating around Los Leones to get down towards the south side.
Take stock of teams that are chasing E-Arena, Influence Rage, potentially even Arcred. And that's where it stops in 7th place. Everyone underneath that, they're going to last chance or they're going out. For Virtus Pro, they're on 70 points. They'd need to cross 12 to get past Boars in 11th. They are already far down towards the south side of the map, playing a little bit of a long split over towards Partona, with Milky Way still making his way across on the southern island. It's definitely an interesting one where anything can change down towards the bottom of the tables. Nothing's really locked in for certain. I'd say, well, over the 15th and 16th, to be honest, with Nuclear Zone as well, ETSH. Both teams just have not done enough to guarantee them a spot in the last chance if they have a great game here. But it is all over the place. It really is all over the place. For DRX and Regnum Kaya, this is just the battle of the giants for first place now.
I mean, Regnum Kaya having flashbacks. They're getting beat by a South Korean team in PMGC. Back in London. By 1 point it was there. And it was on a Miramar finish, on a pretty crazy finish as well, Blank. Remember, they were on the chase there too. They were trying to crunch up towards the top side of the tables. DRX were able to get out ahead of it. They played on that coastline and farmed eliminations to get just within a hair's breadth, but it just wasn't quite enough. Now here again, if we go to Partona, is it going to be the same scenario? Of course, that would rely on DRX actually getting to that island on the south side.
Wait and see. Again, Zone 2 is where we'll get a better idea of it. I think that if it shifts hard down towards the south, it's definitely on the cards, but there is also this possibility that we just head straight back up towards the north, Chumacera, or even far over towards that eastern side. But it will be a hell of a circle to end out if it goes south, and I'm praying for it. Oh, that makes me sad. All right, more of a basic game than for us, but for VP, their dreams do just get dashed off the back of that one. That is a hellish journey back up north now.
Yeah, that is, it's not going to be the island there. Chumacera again, but this time a lot more focused on the gap between that and Los Leones. The steps on the west of Los Leones also a major feature. Maybe some teams are going to have to send on in there. Weibo currently 4th place. We saw them get that chicken dinner just a moment ago. And they're going to be playing from those Chumacera hills. Playing from that southwest side. They're on a decent hold here. 4 points behind Team Flash, but Team Flash sit all the way on the west point of Los Leones, right at the bottom of those steps that roll down from that west side. Oh, Hero, maybe on the buggy chase, it does stop for him, which is nice. Could have got a lot further.
I don't want the bounce on that bad boy. You do have ETSH moving in from the northwest side, close to where Weibo are playing, and well, close to where Twisted Minds are. And to be honest, ETSH at this point is a bit of a loose cannon. You really have nothing left to lose, so it's a troublesome team to run into, especially for Twisted Minds currently trying to get out from that bottom 5 in 12th place currently. Most teams just looking for a safe place to stay at the end of Group Red here on Miramar. E-Arena grab themselves a bit of land on the north side, but it is quite open. Surrounding this spot, you don't really have buildings over towards Chumacera to reside in for a long, long time.
Ooh. Burmese Ghouls taking shots, but not quite connecting on the spray downs there. Burmese Ghouls looking a little bit safer on that top 11 side, but they are not completely out of the woods. Neither them nor GK. That can rest easy for the moment. Alliance, a little bit more so can. Very unlikely that enough teams jump up over their points tally, and they're fairly unlikely to be jumping up far enough. Well, it's pretty much impossible for them to be jumping up to third place. So I feel like Alliance right now, probably the most chill of anyone in the lobby in terms of what they're expecting from this match.
Yeah, for Alliance, they don't have to do too much. It's just live it through. You go into last chance. Realistically here, very unlikely they get knocked out. In fact, I think almost impossible at this stage. So I think for Alliance, it is a very easy and casual game for them. But they could really take DRX to town here over on the northeast side if they wanted to. Depends if actually they can even fight them, to be quite frank, which is always the problem for Alliance so far, is whether they can take that team fight. But coming into Zone 3, it has been a slow start to this game. Not too much action happening. Most teams very concerned with remaining in their spots and trying to get towards this end game where they know the big points are.
Okay, and rolled up on it. It's Alliance to pulling the points. The first blood is drawn in our final match here.
At 12 minutes, by the way.
It's pretty late in the day. Maybe that's the nerves. Back up to their old tricks. Are we going to go for a super slow lobby to close things down? Why not?
Gonna get real tense if that's the case. Silas, though, it's ran straight down by Hardboy. And this is from Arcred. Tough team to cut through, but for Arcred at 119, there's a team that would love the points right now, and to get rid of one of the most formidable teams in the lobby would clear out a lot of their area.
Spray down for Wild. Not connecting, just doing damage, tickling away at the health bars. So no answer to be found for them. Nuclear zone. They've taken a knock up the top. True Rippers as well. Looking to try and take that scrap down towards the south side of this circle. They will have to transition further forwards. The team that matters most in this area, well, there's two really. It's Virtus Pro and Boars. Further southwest of this fight. And they may look to try and third party, but with both of those two teams chasing for that 11th place, Boars trying to hold on to it. Virtus Pro trying to take it from them. That ascent might be difficult. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top of it. And the Boars don't want to go too hard into this one, with the threat of Twisted Minds, who lay fairly uncontested on the northwest side right now.
Yeah, Twisted Minds do have a lot of space to work with. True Rippers just, okay, straight past them. And Boars are just as surprised as we are. We'll at least pick off Hydro on the backside of that fight there. Havlik finding a point. And Milky Way able to actually steal one. The Boars continuing to grab points here is really bad for a lot of our teams underneath. The further that goalpost gets away from them, the harder it is to climb. Virtus Pro at least able to stay even with that 1 point they're able to steal away. Now in the face of a very tough squad here in Influence Rage. Oversight from Burmese Ghouls and Arcred. This is a classic from Virtus Pro. Rocking up to a station.
I mean, they're still taking damage, but they may be able to get in there with 4 players alive. A straight careen through the middle of things. In the meantime, Boars are going to try and find Regnum Karya, who, I mean, they've done enough to get their spot into the grand finals direct, but they'll be sad not to get a first place here, Blank. Either way, if they get taken down by the Boars, that might be a little bit of a sour taste in the mouth at the end of their group stage, no matter what their ticket says. Boars will look to control them on the rollout. Spray down over the distance towards Wild. Not quite finishing the job, but the rack up comes on through. They'll knock through and find Wild, with the Boars still on that hunt, desperately defending on the 11th place bubble. 84 points now. Twisted Minds need 10. Virtus Pro need 13. More than they've been able to find so far. And it is a chase down. It's only going to get worse if the Boars keep going for those teams beneath them.
For the Boars, this is a fantastic start for them. Really cutting through a lot of the squads on the south side, which just makes them feel safer and safer as time goes on. Arcred is sweeping behind them, though. And if Arcred can pick up any points, they'll do it wherever they can and towards the bottom of the tables. Those seem like easy pickings to them. And there you go. Starts off strong over towards Snoix as well as Cause. Easy for Bad Boy. Really striking out in a big way. Luckily, there is a clapback.
Oh, Flash. Team Flash are the ones to find it. The two bubble teams clashing here, Blank. And the surface tension on both of them is at bursting point because Boar's now down to one player. Exo, survive and you're in. You go down and it will be potential for you to slip all the way out. Even a 12th place would not be good enough. That 10-point boundary, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to cover. But it's so possible for Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro, actually, after their crazy crash into the middle, to make this one work.
Weibo, we're going to go for the wrap down towards the south side, hoping to get themselves a strong position. But there's a lot of teams here all still fighting out, and a lot of teams with high ground presence. 33C will stay a little bit further behind just to ensure there's no one tailing. And looks like they're going to go for a far rotate, maybe even behind the Flash here from Weibo, which is their direct competitor.
Oh, it's really tense. On the wraparound, maybe we'll be able to find something. Arcred as well, still on that hunt. Arena on the north side in a decent spot, but it is Weibo, really. We're going to need to push further.
There it is.
And there's the opener. Order finds one. Win goes down with the 4 points they need to make up the difference. B, Team Flash themselves. If Team Flash go down here to Weibo, they are not going to be making it. I mean, there's 2 points that still exist on their tally. But for Team Flash, you just want to keep this fight as far away as possible. For Weibo, do you crash in towards the Los Leones position? I feel like you just hold this one out, so maybe Team Flash can chill out for just a moment. But their approach still very difficult.
Yeah, for Weibo, they're 100% going to hold this. They see the team ID. They know exactly who they're up against after that initial knock. And they're just going to hold Team Flash out. If they can do that, it really does make things so much easier for their continuing presence in this lobby. What a wrap from them that was. And like I said, all tournament, the rotations from Weibo are just something sublime to watch in real time. And with that circle over towards the western side, Weibo has all the cards in their hands.
I'll tell you who else is maybe going to have a good time of this. Actually, given their position, it's going to be a tricky cross, but Twisted Minds here. Remember, Boars on one player alive. They have to move with their solo out from their zone. It's going to be tricky. Arcred also were looking to go on the chase, but they were split 3-on-1. Their backstop player now not going to be in, but they have control over True Rippers and Nuclear Zone. In this spot, they're going to try and force this fight to conclude beneath them and piranha their way to the points to jump on up. But now with 3 players, it's a lot harder.
Influence Rage, definitely an unsuspecting team, I would say, at least for some of our squads towards the top. Sook moves forward straight away. Try and find those shots, but the Flash, they're rotating directly in towards Geekay. They're desperate to get this damage on. They know how much it means. Almost getting bows out the back of the vehicle, but not quite tagging on.
Not quite enough to take them all the way down, but the more you damage them, the harder it'll be. Geekay eliminated, our first team to be confirmed down. They are on 93 points, so not completely out of the woods, but the 3 teams beneath them looking to chase are having a tough time. Team Flash lose another. Blank, that's them out. The target is set, and Weibo need to make their way through now or never. 4th place right now is not enough for what they want to achieve here. They will at least guarantee themselves that last chance stage, but to be so close, it would feel terrible to fall just short. They are 5 points behind. That is all they need to make it, but they have to cross, and in their way, Influence Rage. 4 players, another team looking to chase. Boars and Boars as well are gonna go out. Twisted Minds on their chase as well towards the bottom. It is getting tense. The bubbles are set.
5 points needed here for Weibo. See themselves completely safe versus the Flash. They might need to go further than that, with Influence Rage currently holding quite a strong spot on the eastern side and could even hold out Weibo if they wanted to. Arcred also still on that southern edge, looking for a big win here to send themselves atop into third place. There's a lot of names here who all have a big value off the back of this game if they can get strong performances. So many moving parts.
It's a lot to consider. It's a lot to keep track of here. We will do our best. 4 points now for Weibo needed to draw level on the standings. 4 points might seem like not that many, but when you're crunched in, I mean, if Alliance get a good crash here, this could, well, this is the make or break game. This is the make or break situation. If Alliance's crash works out, if they lose players, it's going to be bad, but DRX are slowing it down, and maybe there won't be a crash at all, because DRX are taking these points away. Weibo, they think, oh, maybe we've been delivered something. No, it's being snatched away, and these points are denied. Twisted Minds, in the meantime, also going down across the way on the other side of the circle. Everything getting denied. Arcred finally picking to pieces the last of true rippers. A nuclear zone trying to get out of there. Weibo pick up another point, looking for more. One of their players has been knocked in the meantime. 33Z needed to get back up and in action. One player now left for Alliance, looking to go for the res. They are 3 points behind. Twisted Minds with their fight to jump up, going badly, going low, going down, and ETSH take Twisted Minds out. That may be enough to keep the Boars in, but Virtus Pro still have life, still have breath in their body, and they will not go down without this fight.
4 players still up and kicking, like you say, but that is Twisted Minds 100% going home now. The only team that can kill the Boars this run is VP. The Bears versus the Boars here. Who comes out on top? That is a tough rollout for Weibo. A tough rollout for Weibo.
Weibo, if they get a draw, they lose on placements unless they get, I think, more than 4 placement points blank, which means a 4th place needed for them to draw level. So it is going to be a free and clear win on the game, more than 136. They need 4 points to be able to cross that boundary against Team Flash. And
doesn't sound like a lot, but
their prey's running away. Arcred are out of there.
Again, it doesn't sound like a lot of points here, but if you start to get impatient, you start to get a little bit skittish, you can give those points away. I mean, I like the push-up coming through from Weibo. They left one player behind as a backstop to take shots at Arcred if they chose to push up, but even Arcred's playing a little bit scared. There's that shot from Lorazin over towards Weibo. Alliance out now. Definitely going through towards the last chance. See what they can get done there.
The placements are soon blank.
Goodness me.
The placements are soon. And Influence Rage looking to try and take down one of their major competition points, but it might just be giving them the win. It might be giving them everything that they need. And Weibo now under pressure. Plenty of teams are going to look to this and try and third party. Potentially, they've got 4 elims blank, 2 points shy. They need more. Little boy now under pressure. Hero looking for the flush. Nobody's going down. The step up, and it's all up to Order to keep them alive, to keep them going. Can they find it? Will it be enough for Weibo to charge over the top because his teammates are falling around him? It's Law versus Order. Will they win it out? It's Influence Rage. They're not going to be able to make it, but they may be able to drag Weibo back down with them, and they fall short. Weibo eliminated. If the blue zone catches these points, do they make it? I don't think there's enough. It's not going to be there. Weibo are down, and Law supersedes Order at that juncture. It's all done and dusted for them. Last charge, their sentence.
Goodness me. I mean, Weibo, they got 2 points off the back of that, which sits them at 136. The placement points are ahead for the Flash, and that will sit them in 3rd place, meaning it will be the Flash going through to the grand finals at this rate. But E-Arena can still put a stop to that here. So can Arcred.
I mean, E-Arena all the way out on the west, Arcred all the way out on the south. Two teams not really going to have a great chance. Virtus Pro as well, looking to chase down the bubble still. They are 12 points behind Blank. They need 12 more points, which means 2 more eliminations and the chicken dinner to add on top of that, or any combination of points that would add up to that. Oh, goodness me. It is still up for grabs. And at the moment, the Boars have 0 chicken dinners. Virtus Pro, none either. So a chicken dinner would break the tie if Virtus Pro were to claim it. Right now, Virtus Pro, 9 placement points. No, hang on a minute. Virtus Pro, 2 placement points behind the Boars. With the 6th place already earned, they do draw even on that one. Looking to go a little bit further.
They're shooting them, John! John, they're shooting them!
Might be able to take them down. I'm sorry, I was busy in the points. It's Arcred, though, to start to go down as Hardboy. One of the last 2 players to go, and Glory stands up for his namesake. Looks for Virtus Pro, tries to stop them dead in their tracks, launch themselves maybe to an outside chance of joining the top 3.
Virtus Pro struggling now. Irina starts to move up, Mormon on the outside. And Joker starts to flow on through. Hoping to throw a wild card here into the mix. Virtus Pro might eat a big nade here coming through from Arena. There's big shots. Joker from the backside does have to move away, but takes a tag from a distance there.
Glory for 2. Looks for more as well. Milky Way to his front. Has to deal with Malloy on his side, but will not be there. But Virtus Pro are low. They are flagging. They just need a little bit more, but it is so much to ask of them right now. With E-Arena putting the pressure on, they need those points desperately too. And
Huge.
Virtus Pro falls short. E-Arena now, the only team that can make a difference in this. Regnum Kaya, they've survived. DRX will keep themselves up into that top spot. Your Ghouls on the north side might be able to close down another chicken dinner here, but to the chagrin of E-Arena.
Arena, the big thing to look at right now. Turney K on board, looking to cause some big havoc. Kyumbin versus Regnum Kai. You got Zed Wolf inside the shack right now. Burmese Ghouls starting to take control of the lobby on the north side.
Right now, E-Arena on 129 points. When you factor in the 5 elims they've already found, Blank, they are currently 7 points shy. A chicken dinner would do it. A couple more elims, maybe.
No more
second place, a 3rd place. Oh, it's so close for E-Arena. They definitely have the possibility of making this one. The placements that they've earned already guaranteed up to 5 points. Blank, they'd need 2 more elims to draw level. For E-Arena, that is doable. That is achievable. If they can spot DRX and take that elim, they may be able to bring themselves into a 2nd place and guarantee that 3rd place. This is their time. Will the tiebreaker be for nothing? On the 136, Turney K thinks they can do it, thinks they can step up, mount the pressure over towards DRX, but one goes down early. The spray down from Hyunbin. QXC looking to hold on. Their 1st place already. They don't need this. The nades are going to start to land, and the Burmese Ghouls are here as well. The nades over the top. Now it's just the 1 player, and the E-Arena do it. Over the top, 7 elims. Blank, I think they've done enough to join that 3rd place spot. We'll have to wait for confirmation, but now they set their sights on the Burmese Ghouls, who have corralled them into a corner.
Arena play this game so well so far. It has been amazing to watch in these final moments. Sadly, Weibo couldn't do it. The Flash couldn't do it. Tied up, and E-Arena are going down. The Ghouls rise up right at the final moments. They have had some good improvements throughout this game, but E-Arena, from an outside chance to a sudden position in a potential 3rd place, is insane.
That would put another home ground team back into the finals. They were going to Thailand either way, Blank, but they're going to look to stamp their ticket with a purpose this time. Their return will be met towards the grand finals, but have they done enough to get across that road, to get across that 136-point boundary? It was so down to the wire. Weibo denied. And in the final moments, Team Flash as well potentially pushed aside. They were winning on that tiebreaker, but we'll see who's going to be able to make it. From Myanmar, the Burmese Ghouls do close down another chicken dinner. They're happy with their performance here. I'm happy with it too. You've loved watching them. We'll be able to see more of them in that last chance stage, but Team Flash, they look a little bit dejected. Maybe they've got news that we don't.
I mean, to be honest with you, like it must be so close. But even for E-Arena there, I think they've done it. I think E-Arena have done it. That rotation they made so aggressive, so aggressive. Could have been a very different story if Hero was just able to win that fight versus Influence Rage, but Influence Rage is just a significantly strong team in terms of firepower, and that is the difficulty when it comes down to it. Weibo just couldn't quite close it out. The first molly had been on target, forced him out early, then Hero probably would have had the advantage in that fight, but, you know, it's bygones at this point.
They look pretty on edge right now. I think the admin teams are waiting to deliver that information. We got a little spoiler last time. As we're looking for it, always here to deliver the news to E-Arena. They've done it. Oh, they've done it. They are up in third place. E-Arena take the spot, and elation. They will return home in a blaze of glory. They'll see Vampires in the finals. And I think Team Flash, they might have spotted this because they do look pretty dejected on this one.
What a sad time for the Flash. But I mean, for E-Arena, they're extremely happy with this one. I'm not gonna lie, the admin kind of teased them a little bit there, right? The admin kind of teased them. He was kind of like, maybe he did make it, maybe he didn't make it. But we'll find out more over on the tables with the desk.
Of day one, we're on top. And in the final flash, in the last game of Group Red, pull off one heck of a performance. It's the Burmese Ghouls that win this one. But is it EA that got the last laugh, Max?
Oh, I think it is. They looked really happy. No,
They
I
sure
don't know why.
did.
Unless they were going to have a good dinner at the hotel. I'm telling you, it might just be a grand final slot here. They just got told that they will be making it to Bangkok for the grand finals. We'll have to see, of course, how close it is on the leaderboards. But though, would you have to highlight here, Burmese Ghouls, Niptra, very solid gameplay in that northern compound next to the road. Very solid approach. And actually seen a few wins here and there from them. They got a Rondo win, now a Miramar win. Burmese Ghouls heating up, ready for the last chance.
Yeah, I've been really happy with how they've been playing today, Max. I mean, we've seen so much more presence from them, so much more action, so much more initiative coming in from this team. No longer are they sitting in a compound waiting for things to come to them. They're going out of those compounds and they're taking spots. They're taking control. I really like what we've been seeing from them.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
The curse, Max, man.
Don't,
the curse.
You don't.
The curse
I was
alive and well up until the last second from what it looks like. I don't know where we're at right now. This was so crazy to watch. Yeah. It all starts with Flash versus Weibo, Max. Man. Exactly. Weibo take them out. What a crazy start.
And it's a fully targeted attack. They know, we all know here, right, that Los Lunas is Flash's drop location. They go there as much as they humanly can. And Weibo, like, hey, maybe we can shut down that rotation, that exit potential out of the city. The setup onto the western side of Los Lunas was a thing of absolute pure beauty. And it does work out heavily in their favor, right, Niptro? They get the entire squad wipe. Flash are out, and you can see apparently even Seven told us they were hyped, they were excited behind their desk. But maybe a little bit too hyper, because unfortunately, as you saw, it might have come down to that final point.
Yeah, I mean, it was really the top spots all fighting for that control, fighting for just one more point. And yeah, you could see that WBG were definitely targeting Flash there. That was thought out, and it was well executed as well, just pushing Flash away from anything that would help them get a better position. And VP, they also know they tried their best, but they just struggled in this lobby.
Just couldn't succeed, it seems. But yeah, Burmese Ghouls, really excited about that one. Again, very excited about how they'll be able to do in the last chance stage. But our cred, also a team, do you know, we're not out fully of the conversation. Maybe a big banger could have made it possible for them, but they almost clashed versus Weber, right, Niptro? We'll see at one point as we go later on these team rotations, but WBG fully sent it onto Arcred, and Arcred just did not want to get involved in that fight. I was surprised Arcred just like noped out of that fight entirely.
Right. I thought that was for sure going to be a massive thing. Like WBG going to get upset by Arcred making that push over the cliffside. They had so much advantage there, but I just think they didn't feel confident in the rest of the teams around them. They didn't really want that third party, and I don't blame them, right? They were so close to that top 3. They knew that one win could possibly do it, so I don't hate that at all.
Ugh, I hate it. I think in this stage, you need every elimination you could get. I don't think you could take that chance. I think this was any other stage, any other moment, they would have taken the fight, right? But with so much pressure, last game on the line, you second guess yourself even a little bit. I mean, Arc, they needed the win here. They needed that and some eliminations to make it happen. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's very sad indeed. Influence Rage also able to get 7 points on board. You know what? Also a team that could have done something at the end. I think 7 points is just shy. We'll have to see exactly on the leaderboards what has been achieved. But man, DRX and Regnum Karia, the rivalry just kept happening the entire time, Hodgix. It's such a cool little clash between these two teams. But you know what? They are 100% sure to make it to the grand finals, and you know what, Niptra, deservedly so, because these guys have been bringing their A game here for Group Red.
They have. I mean, both of them struggled day 1. They came just raring to go in day 2, and they've kept that consistency in day 3, and that's what I'm looking for in a team. Not just for those pop-off days, but can they, before or after those pop-up days, actually do something with it on the other days and just keep that consistency going. So really nice to see that from them. As we look over at Ichi from the Burmese Ghouls, he's going to be our MVP for the last match of Group Red.
Yeah, very good stuff from Ichi. Of course, he's already had PMGC experience playing in the past. Actually, I think it was 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, with Genesis Esports. So this guy, he knows his way around a global battlefield here, Hodgix, and he's able to do it once more, being the MVP of the game. But I know the leaderboards are just around the corner. Who's making it?
Let's see. Oh, no! It's EA! E-Arena! And they've done it by 1 singular point. The curse is over, MaxMan.
I am over the moon. E-Arena able, against all the odds in that final game, able to get just enough points to make it. Because, by the way,